Captain James, fair brother. The cold front that had brought havoc to the Brunswick mission passed across Britain, so that by the following morning there was the usual west wind and blue sky that is a legacy of such weather systems. Fairbrother got up early and bicycled across to the technical site in search of Kibitzer. He found her in number 2 hangar. She was a sorry sight. Fuselage and half the port wing black with German oil, which in places had baked on in a shiny finish. Her port wing was supported by a heavy tripod jack so that 2 mechanics could kneel under the wing to work at the disc brakes. One of them threw a spanner into the open toolbox with enough noise to awaken MM's dog, which stood up, stared, yapped unconvincingly, and settled down again. Fairbrother walked round and touched the sharp edges of the alloy from where the sheet metal workers had removed a wingtip and taken it away to the machine shop. The engine covers had been removed to reveal the entrails of the engine, and up by the nose of the aircraft there was a pulpit-like metal rack. On it stood 3 men bending close to the Merlin's innards. "How is it?" Fairbrother called up to them. The men at the engine looked down, and he recognized Tex Gill and Mickey Morse. The third man, wearing Master Sergeant stripes painted on his leather jacket, was the line chief. "You were lucky to get this heap home," said MM. He was wearing the olive-colored, herringbone twill coveralls that the fitters wore and a fleece-lined jacket. A painting of Mickey Mouse filling the back of it. "Looks like 3 cannon shells went through her without exploding." The line chief tugged the large peak of his fatigue cap as if embarrassed by what he had to say about Fairbrother's plane. "We're going to talk to the Major about making her a Category E. Sir, the sheet metal shop never patches ailerons or flaps, and maybe the Major will think it's not worth fitting her out with new ones." He grimaced. "But you know how short of planes we are right now. My guess is that the Major's going to want her fixed up right here. Could you do that?" "Sure. We could give her a new engine. We've got plenty of those. We'd patch the holes." He looked at Fairbrother and then at MM, hoping they'd try to argue him into getting a new plane. "Could be I'll have enough guys to polish her back to the bare metal and wax her." The line chief paused and unconvincingly added, "She'd be as good as new." "Captain, run the end titles on her," said MM as he climbed down from the engineering platform. As he wiped his hands on cotton waste, he told Fairbrother quietly, "The line chief is waiting for you to offer him the price of 6 bottles of whiskey. Then he'll sign her off as a Category E." Fairbrother knew what the line chief was after, and he also thought of all the things he'd promised Kibitzer, if only she brought him home. "She's been a lucky ship for me," he said. "Let's get coffee over at the dispersal shack," said MM. "Do what you can." "Chief," said Fairbrother. He got on his bicycle and looked away from the forlorn Kibitzer. "Films will be screened at 11, said MM, looking at his wristwatch. Fairbrother guessed that he had got up early to pester the photo section into showing him his gun camera films before the regular screening. He'd left his soft-topped officer's cap on his bicycle. It was greasy and battered, and now he stuck it on the very back of his head, making himself look as unmilitary as possible. "You did all right yesterday," he said. It was a mighty accolade coming from one so reluctant to praise anything or anyone. As if to prevent Fairbrother from replying, he turned away and gave a short, ear-splitting whistle that brought Winston running. MM threw a leg over his bike and cycled off, knowing that Fairbrother would follow him, just as Winston did. He cycled fast, stabbing at the pedals with that angry energy with which he did almost everything. He went round the back of the huge, bitumen-coated steel hangars, their doors clanging mournfully in the wind. All was still and silent. The planes were parked like monuments on the skyline. A faint, yellowish haze drifted across the airfield from the pot-bellied stoves in the corrugated iron huts where the airmen lived. Fairbrother cycled fast to catch up with MM. "Tracking that lousy sun! When's it going to get warmer?" said MM as they turned onto the perimeter track and faced the full blast of the cold westerly wind. Fairbrother should have realized that it was a rhetorical question, but he answered anyway. It will stay cold. Temperatures stay steady following the passage of a cold front. You ever think of going on one of those radio quiz shows? Dr. IQ gives away $850 silver on every show. Even a wrong answer gets you a carton of Milky Ways. Candy is bad for your teeth, said Jamie. How are things with you and Vera? She gets kind of moody at times. I guess all women are like that. Why don't we make up a foursome for a movie some night? That would be great. I think I made my peace with your Vicky. They cycled in silence. Apart from the damp, cold wind, it was a beautiful day. The Cambridgeshire countryside was green under a cloudless sky, and birds were singing in the trees that surrounded the firing butts. There were rabbits too, plump with winter fur and unfrightened enough to scuttle across the perimeter track ahead of their wheels. Winston made half-hearted attempts to chase them, but his regular treats of PX candy made him no threat to the local wildlife. Mickey Morse was not athletic in build, and his cycling was inexpert. After that first burst of energy, his speed slackened so that Jamie had no difficulty in pulling alongside him. Vince was sore about me not going to London with him. He says it's left him in a spot. Screw him, said Fairbrother. Vince is always in a spot with his women. It's his way of life. M.M. studied his friend with renewed interest and wondered whether this uncharacteristic anger was a sign that Vince was becoming too much for even the imperturbable Fairbrother. Did he tell you I hadn't finished college? Why should I be talking to Vince about your days at college? I lied when I filled out that questionnaire he gives out. I wrote down I finished college. If he writes to them... Forget it, M.M. Vince has other things on his mind. Without us, he'd still be in one of those tents. There are still some officers over there. Without you, you mean you invited him, not me? Anyway, Vince doesn't have a long memory for favors people do him, only for things he does for other people. By now, Vince has probably convinced himself that he moved into your room to do you a favor. Vince is okay, said Fairbrother. Everyone's got faults, I guess. You heard what he did to me last night. Made me look like a dummy in front of everyone at the bar. I didn't go to breakfast this morning. I knew I'd have some smart-ass gags waiting for me. I heard about it. But hell, you can take a joke. Vince deliberately screwed up that Daily News interview. Vince did? Never. Vince would love to get a crackerjack newspaper reporter down here to see you. It would make him feel like a hotshot himself, and it would get him noticed by the PR department at Wing. Or in London even. No, Vince wouldn't fuck it up deliberately. M.M. turned his head and smiled his relief. I guess you're right, Jamie. But if you want to meet newspapermen, why not ask Vera? She's not a reporter, she's just a typist or something. But reporters work out of that office. I met one old guy when I was picking up Victoria. He wants to do a story about the air war. A British reporter does. Australian, or a tough old bum, 50, maybe 60 years old, white hair, curly moustache, sideburns, but he's no Santa Claus. He's a big name. Victoria told me. I'd guess you would fit right into his plans. Could you find out about him? Sure thing. As they passed the firing butts, Jamie Fairbrother saw a car moving on the far side of the airfield. This part of the field was a little higher than the technical site, so he could see men around the C-47. His father had probably spent the night on the base in the hope of seeing his son in the officers' club this morning at breakfast. He knew how much his father wanted to be near him, but he couldn't respond to this love in the way his father expected. And yet, seeing his father depart, he was afflicted by a sick feeling of guilt. As quickly as the scene had appeared, it was hidden by the uneven green surface of the airfield. But the feeling of guilt remained. Mickey Morse took his hands off his handlebars to show his skill at balancing, but he wavered uncertainly and had to give up his demonstration. There was the distant sound of the C-47 running up its engines. Then they cut, and it fell silent again. They reached the place where Mickey Mouse Silicon and Happy Days were parked. There was an empty space, marked by oil slicks, where kibitzer usually stood. These loop-shaped hard stands were macadam surface, added to the airfield after the concrete loops on the south side, but the asphalt had cracked with the winter frosts and had broken to reveal loosened stones, so that planes had to be guided round the potholes to get to the taxiway. Near Happy Days, 2 bicycles were resting against the shack that the ground crews had improvised from huge packing crates and sheets of corrugated metal. They were not the heavyweight, old-fashioned bikes the Army provided. These were lightweight models with low-slung handlebars, the BSA racers that Rube and Earl had bought in Cambridge. They both had become enthusiastic cyclists. Pushed open the door of the shack. It was bright and warm inside, garlanded with light bulbs and warmed by a homemade electric fire. The walls were plastered with pin-up girls from Yank and Esquire. The photos were so close together and numerous that they looked like wallpaper with a pattern of repeated buttocks, breasts and toothy smiles. Rube and Earl were inside, sitting on broken chairs and talking with a middle-aged corporal from the dispensary. "I thought you guys were racing around the perimeter track." "We dropped by for a cup of coffee," said Rube, although there was no sign that the dented electric percolator was in use. "I could use a cup myself," said, and picked up one of the cups from which the men had been drinking. "This is no coffee. Are you guys boozing? See you around." "Corporal," said Rube. The middle-aged medic took the hint, nodded to and left. Was poking behind a broken aircraft seat that the corporal had been sitting on. He reached down, produced a bottle, and shook it so that the clear liquid sparkled. "Some bastards are manufacturing moonshine out here." Rube and Earl said nothing. Jamie touched the percolator in search of coffee, but it was completely cold. Uncorked the bottle and wet the palm of his hand so that he could lick it. "Hooch! I knew it!" "Are you going to tell Major Tarrant?" asked Earl, shifting uncomfortably. "Raisins, I'd guess," said savouring the homemade alcohol. "And that old medic is from the dispensary. Are you two in on this racket? Don't pretend you're some kind of Boy Scout." Said Rube. He smiled scornfully. "Is this what you two are up to when you go off on your bike rides?" "It was just for kicks," said Earl. "Kicks? And that's what makes me so sore. I can understand the enlisted men maybe get desperate for some liquor, but you guys have your whiskey ration." Rube had his arms folded tightly and wore a scowl on his face. "Cut it out." He said, quietly. "I'm the lousy flight commander around here. Don't tell me to cut it out, buddy." Found a piece of tubing that was part of the disassembled still. "Shut up, you fuckhead. You know what the penalty is for making illegal liquor on a military installation? It's death. It's a capital offence under Section 395 of the Military Code." Although both Earl and Rube were certain that was inventing all this on the spur of the moment, there was a sufficient residue of fear for them both to go very pale. Pressed his advantage. "Ask Jamie," he said. "We were talking about it only the other night." Such was Jamie Fairbrother's reputation as a man with an encyclopedic knowledge of law and science that both the lieutenants began to believe nonsense. They stood stiff and out of breath as if drenched with a bucketful of icy water. Relished the sight of them for a moment before saying, "And next time you break the law, don't do it in collusion with enlisted men. Some of these guys will put the arm on an officer, given a chance like that." "You mean officers wouldn't?" said Rube, who seemed to want to prolong the argument. "You know what I mean," said Fairbrother broke into the silence that followed by apologizing to Earl. "Say, Earl, I promised to help you with that letter to your brother-in-law. What say we do it now, before the screening?" Earl brightened at so easy an escape from MM's wrath. "Let's go, Cap. I looked up the date of my check, and I kept copies of the letters." This subterfuge did not deceive who only grudgingly let Earl go, but Earl appreciated it. Fairbrother and Koenig cycled off together and left Rube and to their wrangling as they passed the firing butts. The duty armourers were positioning Tucker's jouster with its garishly painted knight in armour for gun synchronization. There was a large audience of village children. They'd climbed through a gap in the fence. Testing guns was rated second only to a forced landing as a spectacle for the local kids. "How did you get into flying?" "Earl?" Fairbrother asked, more to make conversation than because he had a great curiosity. On the other side of the field, his father's C-47 began taxiing out. The main runway was blocked by the work detail of the engineering battalion, who were filling the cracks with mixed concrete. The C-47 would have to come past the two cyclists before taking off. My dad bought 2 old Curtiss Jennies, war surplus, $100 apiece. He wrecked one teaching himself to fly. We cannibalized it to keep the other Jenny going. Your dad sounds like quite a guy. "Earl. My folks are German," explained Earl. "My grandparents are still living in Germany, Whittle, and so are some aunts and uncles and cousins. Sometimes it gives me a funny feeling flying over there, especially when I see the heavies toggling their loads. I figure, gee, well, you know." "Sure, Earl. My dad's a great guy," said Earl. "I sure miss him. My mum too," he added loyally. After a pause, he said, "I never talk about my relatives in Germany. Someone might figure I wasn't to be trusted flying missions." "No one would feel that way, Earl," said Fairbrother, even though Rube Wine's accusations were fresh in his memory. "Mickey Mouse wouldn't," said Earl. "MM sticks by his guys. That's what's so great about him." "You can say that again. You all stuck by me out over the water when Kibitzer was coughing bad." "MM's afraid of his dad," said Earl. "That's why he won't let anyone share his room. He has nightmares. He keeps the light on all night. I noticed that. His old man used to come home late at night and pull the boys out of bed and beat them up." "Drunk, you mean?" "Beat them up real cruel." "Sure, he was a bottle-a-day man. Then, when MM's mum died, his old man got religion. Really got it. He preaches and all that. You see all those letters on the shelf in MM's room? All in the same writing. All from his father. He never opens them, but he never throws them away, huh?" They stopped to watch the C-47 trundling round the taxiway towards them. "I guess you're right," said Earl. "I never thought of that." The big transport plane got to the end of the runway, turned, and then sat there, waiting for permission to take off. "Fire's the only thing really scares me," Earl admitted. "I used to have bad dreams about it. Then I got a civilian to let me have some sleeping pills. Didn't want to see a flight surgeon. Those guys write everything into your record, and it kind of settled me." Suddenly the C-47 roared its engines and went rolling off down the runway, wobbling as it gathered speed on the uneven concrete, like an invalid negotiating dangerous steps. It climbed cautiously into the bright blue sky. The two flyers leaned on their handlebars, watching the big bird take to the air. When it was airborne, Earl rang his bicycle bell and started off again, but he stopped to look back and found Fairbrother still watching the plane, his face green. "You okay, Cap? You sure look bad." Fairbrother nodded to show he was all right, but quickly brought a handkerchief up to his mouth. Earl reached out to put a hand on his shoulder, but Fairbrother laid his bike down, bent over, and vomited onto the grass verge. Earl rested on his bicycle, watching his friend but saying nothing. Fairbrother vomited again as the plane returned across the airfield in a rather sedate buzz job that brought it no lower than 800 feet. He retched until there was nothing left in his stomach, then wiped his mouth, tasting the sour acids of yesterday's food. When he'd cleaned himself up as well as he could, he explained, "I had dinner with friends last night. Rabbit. I've never been crazy about the idea of it." Earl said nothing, but mounted his bicycle with exaggerated care, as if to avoid his friend's eyes. "Maybe I should have eaten breakfast," Fairbrother added, demanding that Earl assist in his self-deception. But Earl Koeniger was a country boy. "It's yesterday's combat," he said. "It leaves you knotted up inside. You hold on, laughing and joking and drinking. You hold on and hold on. Then suddenly, for no reason you can figure, something happens to trigger it. Your brain tells your body doesn't have to hold on anymore. And you puke, or you cry, or you shout at someone." Earl shrugged. "Or you get shipped home on a Section 8. It was quite a speech for Earl. He must have thought about it a lot. Is that what Rube does? Shout? You mean like the other day? Oh, sure, sir. He gets mad and calls me a Nazi and stuff like that. So I don't care about that. I used to get it at school. Rube's going through a big thing about being taken POW. Everyone gets some kind of nutty worry like that. I told him. But he still worries. Did he tell you that? I'm the only one he talks to, said Earl. We get the bikes out and take a couple of circuits around the taxiway and Rube gets it out of his system. That's why I went into that moonshine thing. It takes his mind off his other worries. You know what I mean? Sure, Earl, sure. From the firing butts behind them, they heard the sudden burst of machine gun fire. Birds rose into the sky, screeching and flapping their wings in alarm. Lieutenant Colonel Druce Duke Scroll. You get out your little old notebook, Duke, Colonel Dan said over his shoulder as they watched the C-47 climb away into the sky. And you write in red ink, block capital letters, General Alex, because he likes to be called Alex. He told me that. Bohnen. That's B-O-H-N-E-N. Yes. Colonel, said the group executive officer with a sigh. I have already noted the general's details, and if he comes here again when I'm flying a mission, you go out on that goddamned main runway with a bucket of white paint. And you write, Bohnen in letters 10 feet tall. You got that? Duke? You've made it quite clear, Colonel. The exec addressed the group commander by rank, in the third person, when trying to distance himself from his anger. And what exactly is the Colonel proposing to do should this eventuality arise? What am I going to do? Colonel Dan shouted incredulously, pushing his short, unruly hair back. I won't land here. Duke. I'll fly right back to Germany, that's what I'll do. I'm sure they have generals like Bohnen there too. You bet your ass they have them. The two men watched the C-47 coming back on a reciprocal course across the airfield. What's the old bastard going to do now? Muttered Colonel Dan. Perhaps toggle some high explosive onto us, the exec suggested. Very funny, said the colonel, who considered it the group commander's privilege to make jokes. You didn't have him chewing your arse out. I took it for the whole group. Those guys up at HQ live in a different world. Duke. Indeed they do, Colonel. The exec busied himself with some papers, while the colonel went striding round the office like a newly caged lion. He was an uneducated, untidy, aggressive loudmouth, but Duke Scroll had grown to like him during the time he'd worked for him. He flew too much and neglected his desk work. The exec could see the brown folder he'd placed on top of his tray. It was still unopened, but his concern for his pilots was profound. He worried about his flyers in a way that must sometimes conflict with his duty to send them into battle. A failing as a soldier. It was to his greater credit as a man. But Duke Scroll was an academy graduate. He knew that top brass would never see it that way if it came to a showdown. Colonel Dan was angry after his session with the general. Now that he'd gone, Colonel Dan was determined to fight a return bout. But this time, his exec was to stand in for the general, so now he stabbed the air and said, You asked me the difference between a P-47 and a P-51, and I'm likely to tell you that the Thunderbolt has twice as many guns and fewer stoppages. Mustangs have coolant leaks and heater failures, and I'd tell you that the T-Bolt is a tough baby. That jug will take more punishment than any other plane I know and still bring you home for supper. You get into trouble in air-to-air combat and she'll outdive anything that tries to chase you. Take her down onto the deck and she'll swallow all the ground fire they can throw at you. I don't imagine that those opinions were well received by the general. You were sent here to convert the group to P-51s. He asked me for a frank and honest opinion. Come on, Colonel. You don't imagine he meant that literally. I don't know how he meant it, I see Duke, but I gave him my honest opinion. The Jug is an easygoing plane with unbreakable landing gear. My pilots are still learning the light touch these temperamental little Mustangs need. He stopped striding up and down, reached over the desk for a packet of cheroots, and shook one loose. But the real difference between a P-47 and a P-51 isn't any of those things, said Colonel Dan sarcastically. General Bonin told me the real difference. So button your ears back. The P-47 costs Uncle Sam $115,434, and these P-51s are only $58,546 apiece. For less than 2,000 lousy bucks added onto the price of a jug, you can get 2 Mustangs, but there are other cost factors, maintenance, stocking spare parts, and don't think that HQ hasn't got fingers enough to work that one out. Duke. I told him the way the Merlins are wearing out at under 200 hours. He tells me the air war is hotting up and we're not going to have many ships lasting anything like that long in operational use. Did he say that? It sounded callous, expressed that way. Duke Scroll took off his spectacles and, holding them up to the light, tried to find some dust on them. He said the jug cost too much, drank too much gas, and was overweight with it. I said, you've just described my wife. General, but I love her dearly. What does its weight matter? The exec put his glasses on and stared at him. Less than 200 hours. How many of the pilots would survive a tour if that was the life expectancy of their planes? Weight matters to HQ. That old bastard is trying to move us out of here. Duke, he says, and he's got it printed in the manufacturer's handbook. Colonel Dan added sarcastically. The P-51s are only 70% of the weight of a jug. He says our Mustangs don't need these concrete runways. They could put bombers here. The planners at HQ say we could manage on a grass field, and to hell with the mud. The better weather is coming, and that's official. The exec shuddered at the prospect of moving the whole group to some other, even more primitive, airfield. What did you say? I offered to show him the god-awful accommodation I'm putting officers into. I told him he'd need a series of shots and a dusting of DDT before the doc would let him near the squalor the GIs endure. Would they really move the group? You move 'em, I told him, and you'll be needing a new group commander.
But he laughed and lit the cheroot he'd been waving in the air. He won't move us. Duke. I sent him away with a flag waving from his arse. Could you be more precise about what you said? Sir. I told him about the way those thieving British contractors had put no proper foundation under the perimeter track. I told him the way our hard stands are cracking just under the weight of our lousy little Mustangs when they... I told him about stone and flint in the runway concrete and how it was ripping our tires to pieces even though we've increased the pressures beyond regulation settings. You put some heavies into this dump, I told him, and you'll see real trouble. Forget it. General, I said, go back to where they fly desks and the flak is made of paper. The exec looked at him doubtfully. Well, Colonel Dan always exaggerated, but this time he must have put up a firm stand, since they hadn't sent for the kind of facts and figures the general would need before finally deciding to move them. In my experience, generals like Bonin, civilians in uniform, like some spit and polish, it bolsters their egos. You should have let me put an honor guard out there for the send-off. A dozen men with white equipment and rifles. Colonel Dan blew smoke at him. A firing squad, you mean? We could use a few friends at headquarters, Duke said. Colonel Dan shrugged. I wasn't at the point like you and Tucker and the rest of them. The guys I wasted my youth with were flyers. Nowadays, they're running bankrupt airlines or working on some production line making aero parts. They're not smooth enough to rate a job at HQ. He scratched his arm nervously. It had been reset clumsily after a bad crash a decade or more ago, and sometimes it pained him. Those jerks at HQ stopped being soldiers long ago. And they never were flyers. They're all bankers and stockbrokers and mathematicians. Duke, fighting the Germans with slide rules. It's that kind of war, Colonel. Colonel Dan smiled. He didn't want to think so. He took his leather jacket from the chair back and looked out the window as he put it on. Look at those two, cycling on the apron in that icy wind. Some of these kids don't seem to feel the cold the way the rest of us do. We're getting old, Colonel. Duke looked out the window.
"Captain Fairbrother and young Koeniger," he said. It was his habit to identify to Colonel Dan men he didn't recognize. "I wish I had your knack of remembering all the names," said the colonel. He was still watching the two officers cycling towards the technical site, probably heading for the gun camera screening at 11:30 Abasiedo. "What do you make of Fairbrother? You said he shot down a German yesterday. How many times have we had headquarters phoning up to inquire about that guy? What kind of pull has he got? Or does he just have solicitous buddies?" The exec didn't know and made no attempt to guess. Colonel Dan put on his battered cap and leather jacket and tightened the knot in his tie, while watching his reflection in the framed photo of his wife and children that stood on his desk. It was too early for the screening, but Duke knew the colonel wanted to escape from his desk. "I'm going over to the screening. Duke, I've got to tell these boys that strafing enemy airfields will get them kills from now on. But I don't like it. Duke." He zipped up his jacket. "Stand down next weekend. Tell squadron orderly rooms to issue as many passes as possible. The weather has got to change for the better this month. We're going to have a long, hard summer. Duke, building up to the invasion. Before you go, sir." Duke got up and reached across him for the brown folder that he'd placed on his desk. The exec knew he was determined not to look inside it. "I've written the actual letters on your behalf, sir. All I need is your signature." Colonel Dan knew what was in the folder. Of course. Duke's scroll laid the 3 typewritten letters on his desk. They were addressed to the parents of the 3 pilots posted missing in action after the Brunswick raid. He scribbled his signature hurriedly on each. He didn't read them. Victoria Cooper. Only 2 young people very much in love could have endured so cheerfully that train ride to Wales. They sat on a big suitcase in the corridor and did not complain about the dim blue bulbs prescribed by the blackout regulations. They huddled close, not caring about the lack of heating, or noticing the servicemen jam-packed into every compartment or the rifles and equipment that were piled on every side of them. Jamie Fairbrother and Victoria Cooper were the only passengers to alight from the train at their destination. It was dark and beginning to rain. The railway station, actually no more than a halt constructed for the transport of milk from neighbouring hill farms, was staffed by a harridan who scarcely glanced at their train tickets but treated their inquiries about the whereabouts of a public telephone with narrow-eyed suspicion. She looked at Jamie's trench coat and at the huge leather suitcase he carried. It belonged to Victoria's father and now contained her 2 changes of clothes. Stout walking shoes, 3 books, G, K, Chesterton, A Farewell to Arms, and The Murders in Praed Street. A frilly nightdress newly bought, expensive pre-war soap, her mother's silk slippers, and a large-scale hiker's map. Over her shoulder, Victoria carried Jamie's field bag. In it, tucked in between shirts and underwear, there was a tinned, honey-smoked ham, 200 cigarettes, and a bottle of bourbon. "We're not Germans," said Victoria petulantly. "You can never be sure nowadays," said the woman, pulling her collar up, but she let them use her telephone to call Evans, car hire, funerals, and weddings. They sheltered in the loading shed until the car came. It was a large Daimler with confetti from some long-forgotten wedding to be found on the floor and in the buttoned leather seats. The driver, a small man with a smart, peaked hat and formal black overcoat, had an accent Jamie couldn't understand. He opened the car door for them and saluted as they climbed into the back seat, but the effect was spoiled when he sneezed and, in reaching for his handkerchief, revealed a stained roll-neck sweater. At Lower Hill Farm their reception was not a warm one. Mrs. Williams, a short, muscular woman with a black woolen shawl held together under her chin by a white-knuckled fist, showed them up to their room. The stairs were steep and narrow, and Jamie, in avoiding damage to the wallpaper, almost overbalanced. "I don't allow drink in my house," said Mrs. Williams. Even by the soft, flickering light of the brass paraffin lamp, they could see that it was a tiny room. A huge, curly-cued brass bedstead occupied most of the space. It seemed ridiculously high, piled with underlays, mattresses, blankets, and down quilts, so that it almost reached the ornate light fitting. The bed cover was of intricate crochet work, and the linen sheets turned down over it were rumpled, as if the woman had turned the bedclothes hurriedly at the sound of the car coming up the steep, rocky path from the road. "I'll be bringing you a jug of water," promised the woman. "Hot water," she added. Jamie Fairbrother looked at the old washstand. An enormous patterned jug stood in a matching bowl. Beside it there was a china soap dish with a folded facecloth and a tiny sliver of soap. Soap was rationed. Under the bed he glimpsed a chamber pot with the same raised blue flowers of the washstand set. It was all like a museum. He'd never realized before what a primitive country Britain could be. He felt a surge of panic at the thought of being forced to use the chamber pot in the night with Victoria in the room. He looked at her, and whatever it was that she saw in his face made her look away hurriedly as if trying not to laugh. "Thank you, Mrs. Williams," he heard Victoria say. "We both need a wash. We've had a long journey." She was twisting the ring on her finger. The woman noticed this and looked at Jamie and frowned. "Breakfast at 8 o'clock, said the woman. By now, Jamie was growing accustomed to her sing-song accent. "In the kitchen, bottom of the stairs, and turn right through the parlour." They waited for the footsteps to go downstairs before they spoke again. "It's nearly midnight," said Victoria, as if to account for removing her coat and then her jacket. Jamie said nothing. He took off his cap and trench coat, then opened his bag and took a swig from the bottle of bourbon. He held it out to Victoria, but she shook her head. From just outside the door, the woman suddenly said, "Your hot water is here." "Thank you, Mrs. Williams. Good night," said Victoria. She nudged Jamie. "Oh, sure. Good night, Mrs. Williams," he said dutifully. "It's going to be a complete fiasco," thought Victoria. All her misgivings had come back to her. Whatever was she doing here in the Welsh countryside at midnight, with a man who was virtually a stranger, wearing a borrowed wedding ring, and desperate to use the toilet? She began unpacking the big leather suitcase and putting Jamie's shirts and underwear into the chest of drawers alongside her own clothes. It was raining much harder by now, beating against the shuttered window and gurgling along the gutters before crashing to the ground. From somewhere in the lower part of the large farmhouse, there came the sound of a stiff broom being energetically used on a stone floor. Victoria guessed that downstairs the rain was getting into the house, but she kept this to herself. Jamie went to the empty fireplace and looked for a moment at the carefully pleated piece of dusty pink paper that had been used to decorate the grate. He touched the wall to see if there was any warmth coming up the flue from downstairs. The wall was cold and the wallpaper cracked as he dislodged loose plaster. "Are you cold, Jamie, darling?" "Sweetheart, I've never been so cold and wet in my whole life." He shivered. "I've forgotten what it's like to be warm and comfortable." She didn't reply. She could hear a measure of homesickness in his voice and knew there was no answer to it. "It's Saturday night," said Jamie Fairbrother. "In California it's still afternoon. By now the ferry boat to Catalina will be loaded with college kids and their dates. You can look over the side and see clear through 50 feet of Pacific Ocean, watch the fish, and see the sea floor. Tonight they'll be dancing to one of the big-name bands, and maybe there'll be a moon and boys will be stepping out onto the balcony of the Avalon Ballroom with their favorite girls. The air will be warm. There'll be a million stars and the moon's reflection in the dark water of the bay." "It sounds like heaven," said Victoria. "It sure beats this part of England, honey. We're across the border here. This is Wales. Listen to that rain." Jamie sat on the chair. His trench coat with its thick woolen lining was still buttoned up to the neck. He looked round the room. "I remember another place like this." He volunteered suddenly. 2 rooms, no heating, and furniture so big you have to stand in the hall to open the wardrobe. My poor old nurse ended her days in a place like this. I loved her. She meant more to me than my mother." Victoria said nothing. He wasn't speaking to her so much as telling himself something. She was the one my sister and I always went to if we had troubles, or a grazed knee, if we wanted an appreciative audience for some new joke, or just felt like being hugged. Nanny was always there to put things right. I sure missed her when I was sent off to school. She must have missed you too. It broke her heart, I guess. I remember her crying.
I'd never seen her crying before. I'd never seen any grown-up crying before. I didn't know they did cry. I said, "What's wrong, Nan?" And she said she was crying because she was so happy to see me in my school clothes. There was a long pause. Victoria said, "What did you say?" I said it was nothing to cry about. I told her about the pool with a high board and the microscope I'd seen in the physics lab when my father took me to look the place over. You mustn't blame yourself. Jamie, you were just a child. The following Christmas, without telling my parents, I took a bus up to Hartford, Connecticut, from this beach house my father had rented on Long Island Sound. I found her. It was in a tumble-down house that smelled of boiled laundry and cat pee. I was a fastidious kid and I wouldn't sit down because the sofa was covered with cat hairs. She had a big ginger cat and she cuddled it and said, "This is my little boy now that I don't have you anymore, Jamie." I promised to go back and see her again, but I never went. Then my father told me she'd died and had left me her commonplace book full of poems she'd copied out in her neat handwriting and quotations from the books we'd read together in the nursery, and her special recipe for seed cake. The wind howled. He stood up and swigged a little more from the whiskey bottle. Victoria watched him, but said nothing. I never got the book. My father burned it. He was worried about germs. He said, "My father hates germs." He licked his lips to taste the whiskey on them. Jesus, that wind will take the roof right off this place. I'm sorry, Jamie. I should never have brought you here. Got any idea where I should start looking for a bathroom? From his bag, he took one of the Army's curious right-angled flashlights and switched it on to test it. There are no bathrooms in these old places. They probably put a tin bath in front of the kitchen fire once a week and boil up water on the stove. You know what I mean, he said, testily. Hastily, she put her coat on, took the flashlight from him, and went downstairs to seek out Mrs. Williams again. She had invested all her hopes and wishes in this adventure, and while she had remained confident that it would be a weekend of blissful happiness, she'd found strength enough to disregard the pain and distress it brought to her parents. But now that confidence was ebbing away as she realized that Jamie Fairbrother found nothing blissful here. For him, perhaps such illicit weekends were no more than routine, and this one, notable only for the squalor and discomfort of the journey and the accommodation. Would this be something he'd joke about at the bar of the officers' club? She was still wondering about this as she made her way through the garden in search of a toilet. She scrambled past some wind-tormented bushes and heard close by the screech of an owl. It frightened her. She shone the flashlight, and through the slanting scratches of driving rain, she saw a ramshackle outhouse. By the time she got back to the room, she was thoroughly wet and disheveled. "Find it?" he asked. Men were so damned selfish. He had no word of sympathy or affection. "Out in the jungle. Follow the path from the kitchen. It's on the left. 20 or more yards. You'll need the torch." He took it from her with a perfunctory kiss on the cheek. "Look out for the snakes," she said, with just a hint of ill humor. He grunted to acknowledge her joke and went downstairs. She was in bed by the time he returned. She heard him washing in the big bowl and caught a glimpse of him, stripped to the waist. His body was still brown from the California sunshine. The sheets were icy cold, and he gasped as he slid into bed beside her. Their embrace was decorous, cold. Weariness and disappointment are not conducive to physical love. At breakfast time, they got a view of the countryside. Behind the farmhouse, the hillside was sudden and steep and strewn with large boulders. The intense green of the grass was interrupted by livid outcrops of rock, and then, on the higher slopes, muted by a garland of mist that hid the summit. Mrs. Williams was nowhere to be seen, and their breakfast was carefully arranged on the bare table.
There was a small, freshly baked loaf, 2 eggs beside a small saucepan, a fraction of homemade butter, and half a jar of black currant jelly. "It's a feast," said Victoria. "It sure is," said Jamie, who by now had grasped the austerity of British rations. Victoria poured boiling water over the eggs and put the pan on the stovetop before making tea. "She's very trusting," said Victoria. "The tea caddy is filled with what must be a month's ration." "She's probably running the local black market," said Jamie. "Maybe we'd find the barn filled with caviar and champagne."
Shut up, you fool," said Victoria, looking round in case the old woman was within earshot. But she laughed. "I'm sorry," said Jamie. "If I was in a lousy mood last night, I'm sorry." She blew him a kiss, as if she hadn't heard him properly. "How do you like your eggs, buddy boy?" He looked up sharply. Buddy boy was not one of Victoria's usual terms of endearment. Any way they come. He reached out to embrace her, but she deftly avoided his hands. "Down, boy. Down. You'll be sorry," he said. "I'll take a rain check." "Rain check?" Jamie screwed up his face in horror and said, "You must have been consorting with those bleeding Yanks." "Just one Yank," Victoria said, and came round behind him and stroked his closely cropped hair. He turned and embraced her tightly. "I love you, Vicky," he said. "I love you," she whispered. "I love you. I love you. I love you."
He kissed her, and as they remained locked together, the sound of aircraft engines broke the silence of the countryside. 3 twin-engined mosquitoes were flying up the valley, passing close over the farm with so much noise that the chinaware vibrated on the dresser. "My God, they're low," said Victoria. "There's a bombing range about 50 miles north of here," said Jamie. "Maybe they're practicing for some special high-precision target. Even here one can't get away from the war. It will all be over soon. We've been telling ourselves that every day since 1939. Now it's 1944, and it's not so easy to believe any more. How are those eggs doing?" He wanted to change the subject. She looked at her watch. "Just about ready." She scooped them from the boiling water and put them in the egg cups. They ate in silence for a few minutes. Then Victoria said, "Vera just can't stop talking about your friend Mickey Morse. They see an awful lot of each other." "Love at first sight," said Jamie flippantly. He looked at Victoria for a moment before deciding to confide further. "MM's talking of getting hitched." "Not to Vera!" exclaimed Victoria. He looked at her, trying to understand why she was so emphatic. "Sure to Vera. Who are we talking about except Vera and MM? Vera's married. That's what Vince said. She's married to a perfectly wonderful man named Reg Hardcastle, the Duke's butler. Nearly everyone in Cambridge knows Reg. He's fighting in Burma and has won a chestful of medals. Don't get mad at me, honey." He raised his hands in supplication. "I didn't know she was married, and I'd bet a month's pay to an old underwear button she's never told MM. Vera likes a good time. She's convinced the war is going to last until she's 50. Victoria laughed to indicate how ridiculous this idea was, but her laugh was unconvincing. "Vera's determined to have a good time." "With MM? With Vince? With and with anyone else who doesn't take having a good time too seriously. Well, MM does take it seriously, then he's making all kinds of plans and he's got it bad. You'd better drop a word to him, Jamie. Vera will never divorce Reg Hardcastle. What about? I've heard her say so, not once but many times. She's a Catholic. I don't know what religion she is, but she's one of those women who get married forever and ever. It wouldn't make any difference what Reg did or said, or whom she met. She's Mrs. Reg Hardcastle till death do them part. Some women are like that." Jamie Fairbrother took the long wire toasting fork and made toast at the open stove while he thought about the effect this news would have on his friend. "I'm sorry, Jamie, about Vera and MM. I mean, perhaps I shouldn't have said anything." He shook his head. "He'll take it badly," he said. "And when guys feel bad, they fly bad. He doesn't look like the sort who would take Vera so seriously. Most of these kids have never been anywhere or done anything on their own. They like to tell everyone what hellraisers they are, but they're just college boys from small towns where two drunk drivers constitute a crime wave. Is MM from a town like that? He grew up in a gas station in Arizona, miles from the nearest little town. He makes a lot of noise, but that's just a cover-up for his shyness. Vera treats him like a little boy. MM's mother died a long time ago. He's never had a proper home life. I guess that's what Vera provides. Poor Mickey Mouse. Poor Vera. It can't last, can it? Who knows? I like him now that I've got to know him better. All that track in the soft focus stuff is just to hide his shyness. Get past that and you get to the real MM. And what is the real MM? Nerves of steel. Never frightened to say what he thinks. And totally loyal to his buddies.
Those are very masculine virtues, Jamie. He won't make Vera pregnant and then abandon her, if that's what's worrying you. I didn't say he would. When they finished eating, she washed the dishes before they went out for a walk. The air was cold and, judging from the way the stunted trees were bent, the fierce wind down the valley was no worse than usual. It flapped their coats and tangled Victoria's long dark hair. It crooned in the telegraph wires and howled through the trees. Victoria looked so English in her green tweed suit, with her pearls and her flat-heeled shoes. Her hair blew across her face as they ran like children up the hill that loomed over the little farmhouse. Only by a narrow margin did Jamie win the race to the summit and the curiously shaped green stone, which local legend said was the last remaining part of a great medieval abbey. He rested against it and mocked her, but there was no mockery in their embrace. "Let go of me, you fool," she said.
We can be seen for 50 miles in every direction, but she laughed and made no great effort to escape his hug. Below them they recognized the railway station and the farm and the narrow country road that connected to the main Shrewsbury one. They were coming down the hillside. Their walk hastened by its steepness when they saw the long transport truck edging its way cautiously through a narrow cutting. The Queen Mary was loaded. Its long trailer held the fuselage and wings of a badly damaged Mosquito. The nose of the plane was crushed and its perspex shattered. One of its wings was broken enough to spill its entrails, ganglia of coloured wires, ruptured hydraulic piping and fuel lines. "It's a Mosquito," said Fairbrother, gripping her hand. They went closer and watched the two RAF men manoeuvre the vehicle inch by inch through the gap in the granite. "It's not one of the ships we saw this morning. This one is RAF Training Command, and she's been out in the weather for a couple of weeks or so." Fairbrother said it hurriedly and tried to distance himself from the machine. And what had happened to it? But it was no use. The broken aircraft's shadow darkened them. The pub in the village was closed. A no-beer notice propped in the window. There was nowhere else to eat, and still hungry. They walked back along the road to the farm. "Will you get a lot of flack when you get home?" Jamie said suddenly. "Flack? Will your folks be mad at you?" "I don't know," she said artlessly. "I've never done anything like this before." "No, sure." She laughed at his embarrassment. "I'm no longer a child, Jamie. Neither am I. But I wish someone would explain that to my father. Do you want me to try?" "How would you start?" "I'd tell him a few interesting personal details about your performance in bed." "Well, listen. You're blushing, Jamie. I do believe you're blushing." Aren't men extraordinary, she thought. Even the most dedicated lecher could be made uncomfortable by such casual references to his sex life. She'd noticed this at the office where she worked. "My father will act hurt. My mother will sulk. But eventually they'll get used to the idea that I have a life of my own. I'd hate to think I'd caused you a quarrel. You're such a happy family. Is that the way it looks to you? I'm glad, but we're not a happy family. Once long ago we were. But now we're just 3 people, sharing accommodation. He shared the pain he heard in her voice. If you don't want to talk about it. He was the best father anyone could wish for. He told me stories and made me toys, a huge doll's house complete with dressing room for the lady of the house and a book-lined study for the man. And my mother was always there when I wanted to boast or wanted to cry. Well, what happened? What indeed? Now my father spends as much time at work as he can, and my mother sits listening to Hometown on the radio. What kind of show is Hometown? She looked at him, wishing that he hadn't asked. Nazi radio propaganda. Hometown is the song they use for the signature tune. Jamie Fairbrother said nothing. They walked in silence for a few minutes. My brother was much younger than me. I didn't know you had a brother. It's difficult for a boy to endure an elder sister. Boys with big sisters feel intimidated. They feel they've got to prove something. And you were very bright. I got high marks at school and did well at university. Yes. That made it worse for him. Where is he now? Nick wanted to impress us all. He joined the Merchant Navy when he was still only a child. He was torpedoed somewhere off the coast of Africa last September. It was an oil tanker. None of them survived. A naval officer, a member of my father's club, saw it go up in flames. But my father never told me. I overheard him on the phone. Then I found out more from the files at the newspaper. She ran out of breath and stopped. And now your mother listens to the German radio. They read out the names of prisoners of war. Jamie. My God, it's horrible. Those German broadcasters must be sadists. They know mothers and sweethearts will keep listening to the names, keep listening and hoping. I used to sit with her, but I couldn't bear to see my mother's face. I'm sorry, darling. I had no idea. We never talk about him. It's as if Nick had never been born. One day my father went up to his room and took away the clothes he'd left there and his toys and the sports equipment, and he locked the room up and hid the key so that my mother would never go in there and think about it all. It's a lousy war, said Jamie, well aware of how inadequate it sounded.
And it's turned my mother against me. Sometimes I catch her looking at me, and I know she's wishing that Nick had survived and that I was... No. That's just being silly. Darling. He put his arm round her. Nick was her favorite, but I loved him too. We all loved him. He was a sweet boy. I know. Nick was only a child. Jamie. I know, darling. I know. He hugged her as they walked. She was trying not to cry, to change the subject and dispel her grief. He started talking animatedly about Frank Sinatra, a one-time vocalist with the Tommy Dorsey Band. He was now on the way to becoming as famous in Britain as he was already in America. My sister lives in New Jersey, said Jamie. She wrote and told me about seeing him at the Paramount Theatre in New York. She said the audience goes crazy, teenage girls. She said it was like a riot. The show she went to, the paper said he earned $1 million last year.
You should know better than to believe what they say in the papers, he told her. She smiled. Anyway, I like Bing Crosby best. They walked hand in hand along the valley road until they came to the stony track, with the sign that said Lower Hill Farm, Williams. He opened the gate to let her into the field. It was more enjoyable to walk on the grass. She stumbled on the uneven ground, and he caught her round the waist. She hadn't hurt herself, but she couldn't resist the temptation to limp in order to keep his arm around her. It's strange to rediscover someone you thought you knew so well. She knew he was talking about his father. I'm glad. Jamie, my mother never lied to me. I don't mean that, but I saw him through her eyes. She touched his hand in response. Jamie said, I used to hate him. Really hate him. And now? I feel kind of sorry for him, I guess. But your father is wonderful. Jamie. He's so entertaining. I've never met anyone with so many stories. And he adores you, Jamie. I could forgive him anything because of the way he loves you. He was disappointed when I didn't go through with my law studies, but I would never have been any good at it. But surely you realize that your father is prouder of your being a fighter pilot than he ever would have been of your achievements at law school. Do you think so? Oh, Jamie. Men were so slow to understand anything that was unspoken and far too reliant upon things that were actually said. I remember one Christmas a neighbor gave me a big box of magic tricks. I practiced all day and did them all for the kids at my party. Then my father took them all out of the box and showed everyone how they worked. I was furious. I never forgave him. Victoria laughed at the intensity of his emotion, and Jamie joined in. But the memory still rankled. He's got to be in control, he said. He's got to be running things.
Don't get angry with him, Jamie. He kissed her hair as they walked. I get mad at him. And then I feel guilty as hell about getting mad at him. Either way, it's bad. Why sorry for him? He's a loner. And loners are never happy. What's he got? His cronies, his club, his stocks and shares. The star on his shoulder. He wants nothing, and he's got nothing. He wants you. Jamie. She said it with no feeling of competition. But I don't want him. I'm not going to spend my life trying to get his approval for everything I do. It made no great demand on her feminine intuition to discern when men were speaking heartfelt truths and when they were wishing for things that were evidently not so. Jamie Fairbrother had some deep-felt desire to please his father. She noted this fact and wondered whether it could affect her relationship with Jamie. But she did not contradict. She said, "I love you, Jamie."
The lace curtain moved a bit, and she knew that Mrs. Williams must be watching them embrace as they strolled through the field. Mrs. Williams was not the sort of woman who would approve of such flagrant gestures of love. But it didn't matter. Why should she care? She was young and deeply in love with a man who loved her. If I got pregnant, would it matter very, very much? He stopped and swung her round to look into his eyes. "You wouldn't get rid of me that easily," he said. "Are you?" She shook her head. It was too soon to be sure. Lieutenant Stefan Fix Magica, Officers Club 280th Bombardment Skip H, Cowdrey Green, Norfolk, England. Dear Captain Fairbrother, I should have written before to thank you for that really great evening and a delicious dinner. It was swell of you to let me tag along at a get-together for close friends, and meeting Vicky and her folks was a real pleasure. I guess I'm no good at writing this kind of letter, but on account of the things I told you that night, I figure I owe it to you to tell you that Captain Stig is dead, and I thought maybe it would come better from me than you hearing about it any other way. We were wrong thinking we wouldn't be flying another mission before we got our leave. Our ship was still being repaired, but the group was assigned to one of those milk runs against the missile sites in the Pas-de-Calais, and all incomplete crews were assigned to other planes to bring the group up to full strength, so we were a patched-together crew. Waist gunners from the replacement depot, a navigator reassigned after a spell in the hospital, a radio man who was 2 trips behind his crew and wanted to catch up with them, and an engineer who couldn't get along with his previous pilot. The plane came complete with bombardier and ball gunner, the rest of their crew having completed their tour and gone home. She was called the Little Yellow Bird, and I asked the ball gunner if his crew didn't know that the song was called Goodbye, Little Yellow Bird. And he said, "Yeah, and the rest of them have already said goodbye to her. I guess I should have kept my mouth shut." Anyway, none of us were too worried about how the crew would shape up together. Even the kids from the replacement depot knew that a no-ball mission was a milk run and liked the idea of marking up an easy one. We went out to the ship real early because we wanted to look her over, on account of this being one we'd never flown before. We sat down in the cockpit, and while I read off the pre-flight checklist, Charlie carried through the checks, and I said to him, "Charlie, you're going to fly this one. Really, fly her." He looked at me and smiled in that way he had. "How's that?" "Fix," he said. For a moment I almost chickened out. I felt maybe I should just smile back and make it into some kind of joke, but I made myself say, "You're the airplane commander. It's better you strap in and stay that way on this mission, Charlie. No need to go back to check out the gunners and stuff like that." He didn't say anything. He went on looking at the clocks and switches, but I saw him moisten his lips, and I knew I'd got to him. "Were you talking about me with Jamie the other night when you went back upstairs?" "No, sir," I said, but I felt I had to lie about it. I couldn't see any other way to handle it. He didn't seem angry. He was just as calm as he always was before a mission. To see him going through his pre-flight, you'd think Charlie Stig didn't know the meaning of fear. No white knuckles, no twitching face, none of those things. "You told Jamie," he said, as though making up his mind that I really had. "I sure wish you hadn't done that." "Fix. Old buddy, it's a milk run today, but Charlie, tough it out. It's not so bad. Close your eyes when the shit comes up. That's what I do." Charlie tried to smile. "Can't hold formation with eyes closed," he said. "I know. I've tried." His face was very pale. "You're going to take her all alone today," I told him. "From the time we cross the coast, I'm hands off. Anything needs checking, I do it. You got a deal." "Fix," he said. And he really seemed to be in good shape. I thought he'd decided that he could overcome his problem and that I was helping him too, but later I realized he was worrying about what I'd told you. There was still plenty of time, and it being a new crew, I figured we should get to know each other and clarify the way I wanted the sightings of enemy fighters called, just like the book, and the intercom chatter kept to a minimum. After we'd gone into a huddle on that one, Charlie told the crew that this was a milk run, and we'd only be over enemy territory for a few minutes for the bombing run against the coastal sites. He got the bombardier to confirm all this, and the boys were pretty cheerful. I looked at my watch and told them all it was 12 minutes to start engines. Guys usually like to have a couple of minutes to themselves before climbing aboard for a mission. I noticed they wander off a little to be alone. I guess some of them say a prayer. And for all I know, maybe others empty their hip flask. Some take a leak. Some fix a good luck charm on their hat or check their parachute one last time. We all have to get ourselves adjusted to the idea that we're about to be flying straight and level for a long time while the Germans are throwing various kinds of lethal hardware at us. Believe me, Captain, that's a tough thing to adjust your mind to. So, when I didn't see Charlie, I didn't think about it. Start engine time on the board still gave us 10 minutes before taxiing out. There were some scrubby little trees behind the hardstand where crewmen would go to urinate out of sight. No one seems to have heard the shot. The navigator found Charlie there with the gun in his hand. He'd half fallen into a ditch. By the look of it, he put the muzzle into his mouth. But it's on the record as accidental death, and that's the way it will be. As you heard the other night, Porky's the best group commander anyone could hope for. He came racing out in his Jeep and gave us all a quick pep talk about being careful with our sidearms. "There's too much fooling around with these Colt automatics," he told us. "The next man found taking pot shots at rabbits will be court-martialed." Man, he nearly got me believing it was an accident. And then Porky took Charlie's parachute and climbed into the left-hand seat to fly the mission. No electric flying suit, no body armor, just his Class A uniform. What a guy. Now, the irony of it was that it was a milk run. A few lousy puffs of flak miles off on the port beam, and no fighters anywhere. I tried to reach you by phone in time for Charlie's funeral, but you were on leave and no one knew where you were. Not even Victoria's folks. I sure hope I didn't put my foot into it with them. Anyway, Charlie got a real military send-off and Porky read the prayer. But the souls of the righteous are in the hand of God, and there shall no torment touch them. In the sight of the unwise they seemed to die, and their departure is taken for misery. And they're going from us to be utter destruction, but they are in peace. There are a few of Charlie's personal things that I've kept for you. I know he would have wanted you to have them. He was always talking about you, and the great times you'd had together too. And he hadn't had time to make any real close friends here. You'll be getting the package in a few days. I didn't want you to open it not knowing, and I figured I better tell you soonest because you might be talking with your father about Charlie and so on. I sure am sorry. I've got an idea that if I'd got to know him really well, I would have liked him a lot. I guess it was a tough decision, and I respect him for it in a way. Yours sincerely, Stefan Majica, Lieutenant. And who the hell was Lieutenant Majica to stand in judgment on Charlie? If he'd got to know him really well, all of Fairbrother's misery was transformed into dislike for this hard-nosed co-pilot who'd humiliated Charlie and almost sounded proud of the way he'd driven his captain to destruction. Fairbrother read the letter again, all his thinking coloured by the idea that if he'd been sitting in that seat next to Charlie, it would all have come out differently. "You feeling all right?" said Rube Wine. "You sure look rotten." "Bad news," Fairbrother said. He folded the letter and put it into his pocket. "You've gone white. Sit down there and I'll get you a scotch or something." "A guy I grew up with," said Fairbrother. "A bomber pilot." "Dead?" Fairbrother nodded. He was sitting well forward on the hard little chair that stood under the letter rack in the lobby of the officers' club, and he found himself rocking backwards and forwards as if his grief had dealt him a physical blow that had literally unbalanced him. Rube Wine came back with a whiskey. Jamie felt the harsh taste of it in his throat. "You were quick." "I helped myself. I figured this was an emergency." "Thanks, Rube. Let the folks at home do the grieving. Plenty more guys will buy the farm before we're through." "The big glass mountain in the sky, you mean?" Rube smiled coldly, surprised that Fairbrother knew the phrase. "The big invisible glass mountain is waiting for us, fella. You'd just better believe it." "I do," said Fairbrother. "I do." Henry Scrimshaw. Henry Scrimshaw was tall and broad with a big white moustache and luxuriant sideburns. He had staring eyes and a large, shiny, bald crown to his head, and his huge, freckled hands held a silver-topped walking cane. His clothes were old-fashioned, highly polished ankle boots, made for his outsize feet, a raglan tweed overcoat and a matching tweed cap. His voice was hoarse from the strong tobacco he burned in his meerschaum pipe, and yet the pipe was more play than addiction, for he toyed endlessly with it, tapping down the filling and relighting it, pushing and prodding and sucking and sniffing as though it were a musical instrument upon which he was giving a virtuoso performance. "You should have come out to Steeple Thaxted," Lieutenant Morse told him. "This place is a dump." Morse consulted his wristwatch with an imperious sweep of the arm. "Yes, it is a dump," Scrimshaw agreed cheerfully. Once, this part of Cambridge, not too far from the river, had been an attractive neighbourhood. Edward VII was said to have danced in the ballroom of this hotel under the crystal chandeliers that were now dismantled and packed away in the air raid shelter. But the war had brought factory workers who now crowded into the elegant old, turreted mansions of the streets nearby. They earned enough to pay handsomely for shared rooms, and each evening the hotel was packed with horny-handed workers, still in their grimy overalls, buying endless rounds of the watery wartime beer and arguing, singing, and sometimes fighting in the empty car park. The saloon bar was shabby, cracked linoleum on the floor and cigarette burns on the table. Morse shifted about uncomfortably on the hard bench. Some of his countrymen would have thought it a picturesque glimpse of merry old England, but Morse cared nothing for the fact that there had been a tavern on this site before Shakespeare was born. Morse cared only for himself, Scrimshaw decided. He had that sort of flashy manner so many country boys wear to hide their fears of the big town. It was Friday lunchtime and the little private bar was dark and empty, but for the two men. The hotel was quiet except for the voices of some women workers in the public bar who were cheering the competitors in a darts tournament. There was an occasional glimpse of them through the racks of polished glasses over the counter, florid-faced women with bright cloths tied over their hair and cigarettes stuck in their scarlet lips. Morse was cold. He hadn't unbuttoned the heavy military overcoat he was wearing. Every now and then he reached out to touch the cold metal of the central heating, as if hoping that it would start getting warm. "So why didn't you come out to the base?" Morse persisted. "The colonel announced a stand down. Everyone's on pass in London. Don't tell your granny how to suck eggs, Sonny Jim. I've been a newspaperman since before you were born. I was writing up the weddings and funerals and floods and fires for my hometown paper before I was 15 years old." Scrimshaw sipped at his whiskey and then gulped some beer. "And I've learned a thing or two." Morse offered his cigarettes, but Scrimshaw declined. He didn't like the sweet American tobacco. It made him cough. He picked up his pipe and looked at it as if valuing an antique. "I learned not to see people on their home ground. Not the first time, anyway. Not when I'm trying to decide whether they're good copy." He looked up from his pipe to stare at Morse. "Is that so?" said Morse, putting a cigarette into his mouth directly from the packet and striking a match with a casual, tough guy mannerism that he'd learned from gangster films. "Too much going on," explained Scrimshaw. "Too much background." From the public bar came the steady thud of the darts and occasional shrill cheers. He waited for an argument, but Morse just smoked and said nothing. He'd told his story, and now he was waiting for Scrimshaw's reaction. The old man hesitated. He had no great love for the Americans. Overfed, overpaid, oversexed, and over here, as the British kept saying. But the USA was a hungry market, and another good story with a North American slant could get him signed up with one of the really big syndicates. The door banged, and a brewery drayman came through it, wrestling with a barrel of ale. Outside in the street, the horses of the dray fidgeted nervously on the frosty road and breathed ferocious white clouds. Morse shivered at the draught from the door and tucked the skirt of his overcoat under his legs like an old lady at the seaside. "Jesus, what a dump," he said again. But Scrimshaw didn't sympathize. He took a large flask from his hip pocket and poured a measure of scotch into his own empty glass. "What have you got in the way of photos?" "The PRO at the base is a friend of mine," said Morse. He'd described everyone else as a very good friend of mine, and Scrimshaw wondered what the PRO might have done to occupy this lesser rank in Morse's affections. "We can get all the pictures you want." Scrimshaw pushed his hip flask towards him, and he poured himself a small whiskey. Then he cradled the glass in his hand and held it up to smell it. It was good stuff, better than the rot gut the pubs rationed out to each customer, and better than was sold at the officers' club. "Pictures of you as a child, playing with a toy plane or something?" "Maybe," he said, and shrugged. "I'll write to my aunt and ask her." "You said your father's still alive," Scrimshaw reminded him. Morse looked up from his drink as if surprised. "This is what I do for a living." "Old bean," Scrimshaw told him. "You'll need a better memory than that if you're intending to tell me a pack of lies." "Man," Morse's face reddened. "My father doesn't have any pictures," he said, "but you can tell your magazine that I'll get some for them. I am not employed by any newspapers or magazines. I'm a freelance. I write the stories and then sell them where I can. Well, I don't want to waste my time working on something that won't get published." Scrimshaw laughed. "Don't you worry your pretty little head about that, sonny boy. My time's more valuable than yours." To underline this contention, he looked at his watch and sighed in the self-important way he'd learned from editors. "And I've already spent half an hour chatting when I might have been earning some money." Scrimshaw watched the young officer carefully, half expecting him to show some signs of ill temper, but he saw no pent-up anger in him. He'd said nothing against the Germans. He wasn't of Jewish or Polish extraction. He was motivated by drives that were less reasoned, but more fundamental even than hatred. Simply, he wanted to be a success. Scrimshaw had seen that look in the eyes of film stars and shipping tycoons. He'd seen it in the faces of bishops and bomb throwers, and it made him cautious. Morse must have glimpsed his misgivings. He said, "But you promised. Fairbrother said you promised. Promised to meet you. Promised to hear what you have to say." Scrimshaw told him, "Well, you've heard all about me. Pop, but how do I know you're the hotshot who can write it?" Scrimshaw grinned sardonically. "I'm a professional," Scrimshaw said. "Before the war, I was a news agency man in Vienna. Before that, Berlin. I'm good, bloody good. My stuff is published everywhere. South Africa, New Zealand, Australia, everywhere. What about the States? I brought some cuttings with me." Morse became more animated as he unfolded those yellowing cuttings, the fragile, tangled evidence of Scrimshaw's past successes. "That's great," he said with an earnest admiration that even the cynical old man found flattering. "They've printed your name," he said, fingering the byline as if trying to detect some irregularity. "You're famous." "No, I'm not famous," said Scrimshaw. "I'm not going after the Pulitzer Prize or fretting to write a serious novel, but Henry Scrimshaw is known in every bar where journalists hang out, from Chungking to Addis Ababa, from Guadalajara to Warsaw. And if that list doesn't include any towns in your part of the world, then thank your lucky stars, pal. Because I've spent most of my life watching men blow each other apart." He took another bite at his cheese sandwich. The cheese content was minimal, and the grey-coloured national wheatmeal bread was spread thinly with margarine that was now being made from palm oil. Morse picked up his half, inspected it carefully, and put it back on the plate, untasted. "You go in any of those bars," Scrimshaw went on, "and those reporters will tell you Scrimshaw is a pro. They'll tell you that if Scrimshaw thinks a lead is worth following up, the chances are that no sub-editor's going to spike the story, because this big nose of mine, Mickey Mouse, old friend, can sniff out what sells papers. Maybe it's not always big news. I'm getting a bit too old for dodging bullets, and I've never claimed to be a scoop merchant. But the stories I write have got human interest, and that's what newspapers and magazines need these days. So don't worry about wasting your time." "And do I have human interest?" Scrimshaw looked at him. It was going to take a lot of work. "Why do you want to be in the papers, son? Strictly off the record." "Why? After the war, maybe I could start a little bar or a restaurant. People would come there to meet me. Maybe some airplane manufacturer would make me a vice president. There could be all kinds of opportunities." Scrimshaw finished off both sandwiches. That was the difference between them, thought Scrimshaw. This kid wants to be an opportunist, and I am one. "What do you think, Mr. Scrimshaw?" Morse said. "From what I've told you, I think you're going to get yourself killed. Son, that's what I think. If you want my advice, I'd forget all this stuff about attacking German airfields just to rack up a few extra jerrys. Those Luftwaffe bastards have been fighting this war since 1937. I saw them in Spain. My oath, they're not going to be sitting down there on their asses waiting for you to sail over and blow their planes to buggery." Morse grinned, tossed back his whiskey, and said, "You may be a big-shot writer, Pop, but what you know about air fighting could fit on the head of a pin and still leave room for the Lord's Prayer. You stick to the writing, I'll do the fighting, okay? I'm going to need a lot of help. I'll need to spend time with you. Lots of time. I work slowly, and I'm going to tell you how to handle other reporters so that we goose up the market ready for the three-parter I'm writing. Do you understand?" "Sure, it's a deal. And don't forget, I've got the exclusive. That means you give stories to other writers only if I give you permission, and I won't give you permission." As Scrimshaw was saying this, a tall old man came into the bar. He was elegant in dress and manner, with an unnaturally white face in which, as he smiled his recognition, his teeth seemed long and yellow. "That's Peter Colfax. He's the butler for the Duke. He took over from Reg Hardcastle," Scrimshaw whispered, and when Morse made no response, "He took over from Vera's husband." "You're Vera." "Vera's husband," said MM. "Is Vera married?" "Don't pretend you didn't know," said Scrimshaw. "You go to the house. Don't tell me you thought she'd furnished it like that just for herself." Didn't answer. Scrimshaw had hit the nail right on the head. Vera's place was obviously arranged for a married couple. He'd had misgivings about that the first time he visited her there. "Everybody around here knows Reg," Scrimshaw told him. "He was the Duke's butler and a sergeant in the Terriers. He knows everyone." Went cold. He hated the thought of Vera with another man. Old Peter Colfax came over to the table where the two of them were sitting and waited while Scrimshaw made the formal introductions. "How are things going at the house these days, Peter?" said Scrimshaw. "The venison has helped eke out the meat ration. Cook has found 1,000 different ways of preparing it, but you still can't make it taste like beef." He looked at Morse. "You're a flyer, are you?" "He's an ace fighter pilot," Scrimshaw told Colfax. "One of the best. I'm writing a big story about him." "I'm proud to meet you," Colfax told Morse with that sincere but distant deference that seems to come naturally to traditional domestic servants. "It's a young man's war," said Colfax. "Or so all of us old uns keep saying," Scrimshaw said, and laughed. Colfax had sewed his old campaign ribbons to the chest of his blue Melton overcoat. Despite his age, he felt self-conscious at being out of uniform. "I had a letter from Reg the other day," Colfax said. Scrimshaw watched Morse out of the corner of his eye, but the young man remained impassive. "Still in Burma, is he?" "I wish I had the letter with me," said Colfax, patting his pockets. "Yes, Reg was in the Arakan fighting. Our boys fought the Japs man to man and pushed them back yard by yard." Colfax looked at Morse. "And I don't have to tell an American that Johnny Jap doesn't give ground easily." Morse didn't respond. Scrimshaw said, "I heard Reg was going to get a battlefield commission."
"No, recommended for it," said Colfax. "But it never came through. I suppose he was disappointed, but he gave no sign of it in his letters."
Scrimshaw pressed the old man to join them for a drink, but he wouldn't stay. He'd come in only to settle the Duke's monthly account. It wouldn't do. Colfax said, "To be breathing alcohol while helping the Duke with his tie." He laughed at the thought of it. Colfax prepared himself for the street with studied care, buttoning his fine, double-breasted overcoat and inspecting each sleeve for dust, hair, or ash. "Yes, salt of the earth, Reg Hardcastle," he said, as if he'd been thinking it over, holding a pigskin glove in his left hand. He nodded to Scrimshaw and extended his hand to Morse. "I'm proud to shake your hand, Lieutenant," he said. "After this damnable business is over, it will be chaps such as you and Reg Hardcastle who will shape what comes next. Good luck to you, my boy." "Well, thank you, sir," said Morse, shaking his hand gravely and remaining standing until Colfax had gone out into the street. "What a crazy old guy," he said. "Would you believe he's 75 years old?" Morse raised his eyebrows. Peter was Batman, personal servant to the Duke's father. They were at the Battle of Paardeberg and at the siege, South Africa I'm talking about, back in 1900. "So how old is Vera's husband?" Scrimshaw chuckled. "Reg is just a kid compared to old Peter Colfax, but he got the plum job, butler, because he knows about wine. The Duke's very particular about wine, and old Peter couldn't tell a corked claret from a flat Guinness. God knows what a cock-up he's making of the buttling. But there's a war on." "Yeah, so I heard," said Morse. He stubbed his cigarette and drained his whiskey to indicate that he was about to leave. "I promised to phone Vera," said He stood up and began to look through his change for pennies. "Are you annoyed about something, kid?" Scrimshaw asked, stretching out a handful of change. "Don't snow me, buddy," Morse said, taking the pennies he needed for the phone. "What do you mean?" "Getting the old guy to meet us in here, so you could hand me the propaganda about Vera's husband." He began to turn away, but Scrimshaw reached out and took his arm. "Wait a minute, pal," he said. "You're not dealing with your average dozy old pom now. You know." Scrimshaw gripped his arm tighter. "Peter came in just by chance." Morse wrenched his arm free, but he didn't walk away. "You wanted to make me look like a heel. It was a setup. And I say it bloody wasn't. Now take that back." Scrimshaw tossed his notebook onto the table. It went into a puddle of beer. "Or you can take your life story and stick it up your ass." Morse took a stick of gum from his pocket and put it in his mouth, chewed for a moment, and then said, "Okay, Hank, if you say so."
Scrimshaw nodded, retrieved his notebook, and wiped the beer from it with a grimy handkerchief. Morse said, "Maybe I'd pull the same corny routine if Hardcastle was a buddy of mine. You'd better realize that Vera could make things difficult for you," said Scrimshaw. "How?" "You may not find her so easy to shake off. I know Vera. She can cling." This ruse of Scrimshaw's didn't work. "I don't want to get rid of her," explained MM. "Vera's just great." He tossed the coins in the air, caught them, and then went off to phone. Scrimshaw watched him go. He was a smart little bastard. Was there a brain behind that unpromising exterior, or was his skepticism just primitive cunning? Either way, he was right. Scrimshaw had arranged for Peter Colfax to come along and accidentally run into them and tell MM the kind of a man Reg was. They'd thought it was subtle when they planned it. Scrimshaw's real inclination, and Colfax's too, was to throttle the dirty little bugger. God!
Cambridgeshire was packed with unattached women. Some evenings you had to elbow your way through the ones standing outside the Red Cross Club in Trumpington Street. And there were still more outside the Officers' Club in Market Square. The pubs were full of easy women, and so were all the other regular haunts of the Yank soldiers. So why did this bastard have to take Reg's wife to bed? Damn the bloody war!
Vera Hardcastle.
It was the following week. Vera Hardcastle was 3/4 of an hour later than usual getting back to her little house in Michael Street. She'd worked an hour overtime, and now it was getting dark, with a steady drizzle of rain. She knew MM was there. His motorcycle was propped inside the wall of the minuscule front yard. There was a piece of oilcloth tied over it to keep the saddle and the engine dry. MM was uncharacteristically fussy about the engine. He'd let himself in, the key was hanging inside the letterbox, and made a fire. By now, they had fallen into a regular routine. "I'm sorry, darling," she said, as she kissed him. 3 buses went by, all crowded. "I thought I'd never get home." "You're cold, honey. Is it still raining?" He held her very tight, like a little boy awakened from a bad dream. Vera hugged him and ran her fingers through his lovely, wavy hair. "You gorgeous man," she said into his ear. The gaslight hissed, and the air in the pipes made a popping sound. After the brightness of the electric lights in the office, this light was rather romantic. They stood embracing for what seemed like an age before he let her go. She never got used to having him waiting for her. It was like some scene from a Hollywood film. She slipped the scarf from her head. She hardly dared look in a mirror, knowing that her hair was in a tangle, and her makeup, so carefully done before leaving the office, was now a mess. She said, "I'll make you some coffee. There's still some of that tinned ham left. I can make fritters. You must be hungry. Take the weight off your feet, sweetie. Get yourself warm at the fire. I phoned the base. I'm not on the board. No need to be back until tomorrow. Roll call." "Roll call?" She repeated his words while worrying in case he made a noise in the morning and the people next door heard him. The husband was an engine driver and was up and cooking breakfast by 5 a.m. When they say roll call, for officers, that means right after breakfast, in case there's some kind of panic or some lousy lecture on aircraft recognition or something like that. He looked at her as if seeking her approval. So she just said, "That's wonderful, darling," and kissed him again, on the tip of his nose, and then stood there warming her hands at the fire. He'd used a lot of coal. Americans never seemed to realize that it was rationed. "That photo on the bookcase," said MM. "Is that your father?" Vera looked at the man in the baggy khaki uniform. He had been killed in France when she was little more than a baby. The photo was all she knew of him. "Dad never came back from the war," she said. "My mum passed away soon after him." The glass of the photo was covered with a film of soot. She felt guilty about that, as she did about never visiting his grave. She wiped the picture with her hand. "These coal fires make such a mess," she grumbled. The dirt was everywhere in the air. Her clothes became soiled after an hour or so. People said it was the war factories. They tried to blame everything on the war. My aunt looked after me for a year, but then she had to put me into the orphanage. She took me home for holidays sometimes. She was always saying she would take me back home with her for good, but she never did. "Poor Vera," said MM, "growing up in a lousy orphanage." "That sounds tough." "Lucky Vera," she said. "Most of the kids didn't even have visitors. They didn't have illusions even." MM leaned forward, took the kettle from the hearth and jammed it into the hot coals so that it balanced on the top bar of the grate. Her aunt had had a kettle like that. Vera remembered so well those nights when she'd watched the kettle, waiting to hear it sing, knowing that when it boiled, the hot water bottles would be filled and she'd have to go to bed. How many nights had she gone to sleep in the rough orphanage blankets? Only the girls in the top class got sheets, dreaming of what she would do once she was back with Aunt Edna, how hard she was going to slave for her, how much love she was ready to give. "I was 16 when I left the orphanage to work for the Duke," said Vera. "There were 20 servants there, not including the gardeners or chauffeurs." "Oh boy," said MM. He touched the kettle with the toe of his shoe to make sure it wouldn't topple. She paused, not knowing whether he wanted to hear more. He said, "Sweet 16, and never been kissed." She knew he wasn't being sarcastic or nasty. With her, he was never sarcastic or nasty. Not much chance of being kissed up at the home, she told him. No amorous house guests. They were all past it, she said. Foxes were all they wanted to chase. "So what about your husband?" "What about Reg?" said MM. It was the first time he'd ever referred to Reg by name. She realized that he must have been thinking about their future. And she knew then that MM was really serious. In a way, that frightened her. She laughed, making light of it. "It was all my doing," she admitted. Reg seemed quite happy without any women in his life. She could remember the day she'd followed the newly appointed butler into the wine cellar. It was gloomy and the dust got up her nose. She pressed close to him, as if trying to see the bottles on the rack. He didn't step back, so she moved herself against him. Then, suddenly, he grabbed her roughly and kissed her hard on the mouth. But the dust from the wine bottles he was moving must have gone up his nose and he sneezed. She giggled, and then he laughed too. He was such a toff. "I couldn't believe it when he asked me to marry him." "Why don't you have any photos of him?" said MM. The kettle began to croon. "I do have a photo of him," she said, "but I have to have the frame repaired." She got to her feet. "Did you say you wanted the ham fritters? How long is it since I first talked to that Australian newspaper man? How long can it take to write one lousy piece? That Harry Scrimshaw is a funny old codger. He takes his time about everything. Did he tell you about all the wars he'd been to?" Vera tittered. "Is that all baloney?" said MM in alarm. "No, it's true. I asked one of the subs at the office. He said old Harry used to be a top name until he took to the bottle. He puts it away real fast. I noticed that. Hell, Vera, I've shot down 3 more krauts since the first time I talked to him. You're too easygoing, darling. You should give him a good talking to. Does he realize that you're one of the top scorers now?" "He knows. But don't cross him, darling. He can be a spiteful old devil if he's put out. I'll give him another week. I've spent hours and hours talking to him. I couldn't start all over again. And he does spend a lot of time working on it. I've got to admit that Spends a lot of time cadging free drinks at your officers' club bars, she said. She enjoyed reminding herself that was an officer. Smiled. Jamie can handle him, that's for sure. At the bar last week, Scrimshaw made some crack about Yanks, and Jamie took him apart. Hit him, you mean? Jamie never hit anyone in his life. He just asks Scrimshaw a couple of questions and makes him look like a jerk. He's really something, that Jamie Fairbrother. You're getting real thick with him lately. I get sick of hearing how wonderful he is. Jamie's okay, he said it reflectively, as though he was still making up his mind about it. He's so very cool about everything. We get back from a mission and he steps out of his ship like some railroad tycoon stepping down from his private Pullman car. And Tex Gill, his crew chief, just loves it. Tex is intelligent, but he worships the guys Jamie Fairbrother treads on.
I can't imagine him treading on anyone. He's so gentlemanly. Maybe he doesn't always mean to, but he's awful good at giving people an inferiority complex. The fire was burning more brightly now, and took his coat off and threw it across the sofa. I've got to admit, I was a little rough with him when he first arrived. You never told me that. A new captain set back my chances of getting promoted. The table of organization allows each squadron so many guys of each rank. Captain Fairbrother's arrival was all Tucker needed to make sure I never made captain. But that's not Jamie's fault. He doesn't give a damn about rank, doesn't give a damn about anything, as far as I can tell, except Victoria. Looked at her for a moment before replying. Except Victoria, I guess, he smiled, as he remembered something. You should have been there the other day when we were watching the gun camera films. He got another German plane. It was good shooting. Vera. He opened fire at exactly the correct range and gave it the right deflection. And the strikes were on the cockpit, just like the textbooks tell you. That Nazi was really clobbered by just one short burst. Enough is enough, right? He takes his finger off the trigger and saves his bullets for the next one. Right. So slow dissolve, and next morning we're in the film room with the rest of the guys, and Jamie's got a definite kill up there on the screen. I turn to him and say, nice work. Kid, you sure creamed that son of a bitch. And Jamie looks at me as if I'd just spit in his mother's eye. Sighed and loosened his tie. Victoria told me he won't talk about the planes he shoots down. She said it's somebody's son or husband or brother. Do you think that's something Jamie said to her? Nuts! Everyone gets a kick out of shooting down an enemy plane. The Germans get their kicks out of shooting down ours. My guess is that Jamie didn't want us riffraff to see him gloating. And you just said you liked him, she said reproachfully. Listen, do you want something to eat? It will have to be grilled. I've used up my fat ration, so I can't fry anything. Make that Spam and canned spaghetti, will you? Sure, I like Jamie. He's a straight guy. And he told Vince that I should be leading the squadron because I was the best. We're not sitting on the membership committee of some goddamn country club. He told him. I overheard them. Then Dixie Doppelman in the 191st Squadron said Jamie had told him the same thing. What are you laughing at? It's true. The names you boys have, Dixie, Earl, Brandy, Red, those are the names we give to our dogs in England. That's an anti-American remark likely to lower our morale and give comfort to the enemy, he said, grinning. And there are plenty more where that came from, she told him, and ducked into the kitchen as he grabbed a cushion to throw at her. Switch the wireless on, she called from the kitchen. Let's have some music. He switched the radio on and poured a drink for both of them while he waited for it to warm up. He couldn't find the American Forces Network, but there was dance music on the BBC. Then he went into the kitchen and watched her prepare his meal. Do you nick all this grub, MM? I wouldn't want you to end up in prison. You can eat it with an easy conscience, Vera. They were hospitality packs. We've got official instructions not to accept too much food from British civilians. Not much chance of accepting too much, she said.
Those 2 slices of ham you're going to have for supper must weigh 4 ounces. That's the whole ration for us civilians. That's only 1 meal a day." "You twerp," she said, ruffling his hair. 4 ounces of bacon or ham a week. Gee, Vera, I didn't know things were so tough. She got some perverse sort of pleasure from reciting her hardships. Each week, 2 ounces of cooking fat and 2 ounces of tea, 3 ounces of cheese, and I love cheese. And my grocer says the cheese ration is going down when the next ration period begins." He put his arm round her shoulder. "That's not enough to keep alive on." "Sweetheart, I should have brought you more. I'll only get plump," she said. "This weekend I'll get a Jeep and fill it up with goodies." She turned to him and kissed him. "Go and sit down. There's a good boy. It's too cold in this kitchen." It was no more than a scullery, really. A narrow little place with a broken door and an ill-fitting window that looked out on a dark yard and an outside toilet. "I'd rather be cold with you, honey." She wiped the lipstick marks from his mouth. She used his handkerchief, holding it up for him to moisten, just as she'd seen mothers do for their infants. It would have been a good time to remind him that she was nearly 10 years older than he was. She could have told him that he should be looking for some young girl of 17 who could look up to him and see him the way he wanted to be seen. But she didn't say anything like that. Perhaps it was her vanity that stopped her. He must have realized that there was a big difference in their ages, but he never said anything about it. She told herself that she looked younger than she really was. And that was true enough. But had fallen for her because she was older, because she mothered him, and because he could confide all the fears and shortcomings that no one else must know about. He'd even admitted being frightened of his father. She straightened the collar of his shirt. "You shoot down lots of Germans." "Do you love me, Vera?" He said it lightly, and smiled as if it was no more than banter. "Sometimes I do," she said. "Do I have to keep saying it over and over?" She gave all her attention to the Spam and spaghetti. "I want you to tell me every hour on the hour."
Maybe every 30 minutes on our anniversaries. So we're going to have anniversaries, are we? We've got to do it right. Vera, you've got to write to your husband and tell him about us, darl. I want to take you back to America with me. She looked at him before answering. They'd had a violent scene after first learned she was married. He'd called her a whore, thrown plates across the room, and twisted her arm. Such physical violence frightened her, but it also revealed the strength of his passion, and she was flattered by that. She smiled. They say that on these dark nights you can't walk far across the grass at Parker's Piece without falling over sandbags. She pushed the food onto the plates in an offhand way, and when you fall over them, you always hear one of them saying, "You will take me back to America with you after the war, won't you?" She picked up her plate and walked past him into the parlor. Didn't move. "I've heard all those jokes, Vera," he said.
When he went to get his plate, he saw a curled photo that had fallen down behind the big wooden plate rack. Straightening it out, he found Vince Madigan, dressed in flying gear, posing by a Mustang fighter. "Thanks for the memory," he'd scrawled across the sky. "Some nerve. That Vince." Pushed the photo back out of sight and picked up his plate. "Pick up your supper and come sit by the fire." She had seen him looking at the photo, and she half expected him to start ranting again, but she was ready for him. Vera could shout and swear with the best of them. As had discovered, they had fights regularly, but Vera didn't mind too much. She quite enjoyed a really noisy argument as long as nothing got broken. Coming in to join her, said, "And after we've eaten, I'll fix that vacuum cleaner for you. I went over to the engineering shop and got the washers I needed." And that's the way they spent their evenings, sitting by the fire in that cramped parlour, with corny comedy shows on the wireless and mending a chair or painting a door or fixing up a new shelf. While Vera was knitting sweaters that were lopsided because she couldn't read the knitting pattern without glasses, and she'd never wear them when was with her. And after the first week or so, even their sexual life was restrained because Vera said she had to be so very careful. Eventually, they made love only when it was a celebration. And the only event they ever seemed to celebrate was shooting down another German plane. Major Spurrier Tucker Jr. Spring was creeping over northern Europe. The continental landmass had warmed enough to form dome-shaped cumulus, the sort of clouds artists use to depict a perfect summer's day. Above the formation of Mustangs, the sky was a vivid cerulean blue that in a painting might have seemed a vulgar overstatement. Down through the clouds, Major Tucker could see the fields and forest, their angular patterns distinctively German. It was midday. The sun was high and was making tiny discs of light in the polished plexiglass of the canopy. Tucker shifted in his seat, despite the cushion. 3 hours of continuous flying had stiffened his muscles and made him tired and restless. Over his shoulder, he saw his wingman constantly fidgeting with his throttle to hold his position. It was customary that brand-new pilots flew as the squadron commander's wingman for the first couple of missions. It was reputedly the safest place in the formation, but Tucker hated having a rookie pilot to nurse. He eased his goggles up on his forehead and rubbed his cheeks where the rubber had been, feeling the trapped perspiration dribble down his cheeks. He checked his instruments to be sure that all was well. The group's task, penetration target withdrawal support for the mission to Magdeburg, had been uneventful. Now the squadrons were to return to base independently, seeking targets of opportunity en route. Tucker watched the other 2 squadrons losing altitude as they pulled away to the north of his track. They were diverging sharply. Soon they would be mere specks on the white clouds below. He twisted against his harness to make sure his own planes were holding formation. Up here in the sky, Tucker never felt completely free, in the way so many of the other flyers claimed to. A man was never his own master here. Not even on a fine spring day like this. It was not only the complex, turbulent and unpredictable weather systems, it was the machine in which he flew. The failure of some insignificant-looking piece of metal was enough to bring the whole roaring power plant to a halt, and then gravity called the tune. Again Tucker eyed his instruments. Flying a heavier-than-air machine had never ceased to be a miracle for him. In that sense, he was an old-fashioned romantic about airplanes in a way that none of the more enthusiastic pilots were. They all seemed to take it for granted. It was absurd to find himself riding through the sky. Tucker was a soldier. 4 generations of Tuckers had been through West Point. His great-grandfather, Spurrier, had marched into Savannah with Sherman. Tucker's father had come close to getting a star in 1918, but the war ended too soon and he finally retired, still a colonel. Now it was Tucker's chance. So far, all his father's advice had been sound. The Air Force had expanded at an unprecedented rate and provided him with a rank he'd never have got with the infantry or the tanks. And if the Air Force was to become a separate service, it would have its own staff in the Pentagon. Its top brass would all be men who had earned silver wings and had air combat experience enough to lend authority to their orders and weight to their opinions. So he had to be here riding a tin bird through the upper skies. And on a day like today, almost enjoying it. The worst part of his job was trying to make the flyers understand their responsibilities. These fighter pilots were not like academy men, and not even as disciplined as the 90-day wonders who were now taking command of platoons and companies of infantry. Even educated men like Fairbrother were unable to adjust to the Army's way of doing things. That morning, prior to the mission, Fairbrother had demonstrated his unhelpful attitude. "Say, Major," Earl would like to give this one a miss. For God's sake, Captain! Can't you see I'm up to my eyes in work? Okay, if I get one of the spares to fill his slot. Wait a minute, Captain, I'm still commanding this squadron. I don't want my subordinates rewriting the field order to fit into their social life. Earl has good personal reasons for missing this one. He's never asked before. Major? No. He's never asked before. Tucker had smiled knowingly and tapped his pencil on the desk. I guess you figure we should all have at least one chance of neglecting our duty. I didn't say that. And is this personal reason something that Lieutenant Koenig will eventually confide to me? Captain? And if so, why is he skulking about out there in the hall while you plead his case for him? Tucker smiled. It had been a lucky break to spot Koenig through the partly open door. He asked me to come. Tucker nodded. And you're his wingman. So you came. I'm his buddy. So I came. I suppose Koenig felt he'd have more chance of pulling it off if he sent in a captain. Too bad he couldn't turn up a major or a colonel. Lieutenant Koenig has relatives living in Magdeburg. He doesn't want to be part of a bombing mission on their hometown. Get Koenig in here. I know he's outside the door. Koenig, come in here. The door opened and Koenig entered Tucker's office, looking down at his flying boots. Now, what's all this crap about trying to duck the mission? It's like Captain Fairbrother said, sir. I don't want to bomb Magdeburg. My folks were born there. Grandparents, too. You're not going to be bombing any place. Koenig, you fly a fighter plane. You don't fly a B-17. I know that, Major Tucker, said Earl Koenig. You fly the mission, Lieutenant. Try not to think about the target. Concentrate on your job.
Can't you see how this kind of thing could upset everyone? Why? The next thing we know, all my pilots will be selecting the targets they want to fly to. And what about the enlisted men? A great example of war-winning determination this would be. You don't understand, Major. I understand better than you think. Lieutenant, I don't know who's been putting you up to these crackpot ideas. Tucker rested his eyes on Fairbrother for a moment. But forget it, like I say. Concentrate your mind on your job. Tucker tidied the edges of some paperwork. Maybe your family have moved, maybe they're already dead. Hell, we've bombed shit out of Magdeburg in the last few weeks. You callous bastard. Tucker, said Fairbrother. Tucker looked up, both surprised and hurt to see the contempt on Fairbrother's face and the horror on Koenig's. These guys sure could be sensitive when it suited them. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it like that. Lieutenant.
Can't you see I'm trying to help you? To Fairbrother he said plaintively. I'm trying to help him. I'll fly, said Koenig. Good, said Major Tucker. Once you get into your plane, you'll stop brooding on all this nonsense. I think Lieutenant Koenig should see the flight surgeon, said Fairbrother. Come on, Captain. You know standing orders say no pilot can report sick after briefing. Tucker. It was the target announcement, began Fairbrother, but he gave up with a snort of exasperation. I don't want the doc to say I'm unfit to fly, said Koenig. I don't want that written into my record. You're talking sense, Tucker agreed. Keep the pill pushers at arm's length unless you're trying for a Section 8 or something. I'll fly, said Koenig. Tucker met Fairbrother's eyes and registered the disapproval there. But how would Fairbrother have handled it if he'd been squadron commander? Koenig had already been briefed, substitute a spare, and the squadron would fly one plane short. And if the group commander started asking questions, would it be Fairbrother's neck on the chopping block? It would not. It would be the neck of Major Spurrier Tucker. And a blot like that on his record could ruin a career officer's chance of top rank. Tucker eased the nose down and watched the altimeter needles unwinding as his wings cut the tops from billowy cumulus and then plunged into it. Spark plug leader from Yellow 2. There's an airfield. 10 o'clock. It was Rube Wine's voice. Yellow 2. Roger. Out. Tucker led the squadron into a gentle diving turn to port, and then the flights separated. He could see the German airfield now, a large one with 3 long runways and some transport planes lined up on the apron. He eased the stick forward until the dive was steep. The ground came rushing up at him, buildings and roads twisting as he went into a wing-over and flattened into a wide turn that brought him straight across the field. He glanced in his mirror as he corrected his heading to bring them across the airfield from the north. By now, the rest of his flight had pulled up and were flying line abreast. He came across the apron low enough to get a shot at all 5 transports. They were 3-engined Junkers Ju-52s, painted in grey and green mottled patterns. As his gun sight moved up to the first one, he fired a long burst and saw flashes as his bullets hit the metal airframe. He held the trigger and let his gunfire move along the whole line of aircraft. Then he banked steeply and came round in a tight turn that gave him a chance to fire at a twin-engined Heinkel being refueled at dispersal. His strikes, like big white flowers, suddenly blossomed on the wings of the Heinkel and its attendant tankers. A jet of flame preceded a roar as the tanker's contents exploded with a blast that lifted Tucker's plane and tilted it over into a steep bank. He wrenched the stick over to level off. He kept low, trees almost brushing his wings. He felt himself break out in a cold sweat. For a moment he had thought he was going to hit the ground. He looked over his shoulder. Yellow Flight was down on the deck and coming in from the east. One of the Junkers was well alight as Yellow Flight all opened fire. Green Leader from Spark Plug Leader, go up to 10,000 and give us cover. Roger? Wilco? They might curse, but they would go. He saw that his wingman had fallen back. Pull in, Red 2, Spark Plug Red 2. Do you read? Pull in. Roger, Wilco. Tucker came round a little wider to give the new pilot a chance to draw up to him. It was bad enough having to hit these Hun airfields without having to wet nurse some new kid while doing it. Now the flak really started up. Great arches of coloured lights were being lobbed over him as the gunners swung round wildly to shoot at Blue Flight, who were coming in from the south. There are those who say that the only true courage is in overcoming fear. And by that definition, Major Tucker was not courageous. He had no fear about being shot down because he simply couldn't envisage it. Tucker's fears were social. He went cold at the idea of being humiliated by his superiors, held in contempt by his peers, or disrespected by his subordinates. His relationships with women had been marred always by his fear of being spurned. But in the face of the enemy, Tucker had the cold and clinical mind of the professional soldier. Today, these 2 contrasting aspects of his mentality were to be put to the test. To go in again or gain height and head for home, that was the big question. On the one hand, his squadron had suffered no casualties, was positioned for the second pass, had enough ammunition, and was psychologically prepared. Arguing against it was the German flak. Increasing second by second, the gunners were getting the range and deflection and knew exactly where they must come. He looked at the airfield. There were plenty of undamaged targets. If he headed for home, he'd no doubt face jeers from MM, and yet if they went in again, Tucker's Red Flight would have the best chance of escaping in one piece. It would be Blue Flight's final pass that would catch the worst and most accurate gunfire. For an instant he thought of sending the final section up to join the top cover, but MM was flying Blue Leader, and he'd complained that this was a deliberate way of preventing him from getting more kills. He'd complained before of being restricted. Spark Plug Leader, one more time and home. This time, Tucker went in a little higher to give his wingman a chance to get in a quick burst. There was a fighter plane coming down the runway. Some plucky little German bastard was coming up to have a shot at them. Tucker touched the rudder and brought the gun sight pip down so that he could stitch him to the runway. He could see strikes as the German fighter passed through his gunfire. Then he pulled his nose up and climbed away. He looked round the horizon. If they were bounced now, they would be decimated, but he relied on his top cover to give them warning. Come on, come on! It seemed to take hours for the orbiting planes to come in, one by one, across the airfield. The anti-aircraft defenses were now at peak performance. The air behind him was an arcade of coloured lights through which each plane had to fly. Pale grey smoke was drifting across the airfield from the guns and from two burning aircraft, one of which had collapsed on the ground. A line of red flame was suddenly drawn across the scene. A Mustang had been hit, too low to escape. The pilot tried to put it down, but a wingtip touched a parked plane and the Mustang cartwheeled into a spectacular explosion. Tucker turned to see better, and a second Mustang was hit. Its nose went down as the pilot slumped across his stick, and it ploughed into the burning transports, its fuel spurting fountains of fire. Their line abreast formation had grown ragged. Two Mustangs lagging behind banked away rather than faced the concentrated gunfire, but the flak followed them. The last four planes pressed their attack home and, benefiting from the distracted flak gunners, came through the towers of black smoke that now covered the wreck-strewn apron. Spark plug leader to green leader, form up on me. Tucker led them up towards the clouds. Climb, climb, climb away from it all. There was a double click as green leader acknowledged the command. This is spark plug leader. Who is missing? Sound off. Blue leader? This was the part he hated. He deliberately put his mind to other things, as he always did when faced with situations he hated. He remembered his days at the point, marching, 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 the icy wind up the valley, the grey uniforms, the grey slabs of ice floating on the sluggish water of the Hudson, the grey Gothic buildings, well, the faces blue with cold. Duty, honour, country. Sound off. Blue leader. Who did we lose? Captain Vincent H. Madigan. Every last officer on this base knows more about public relations than I do, said Vince Madigan. I get advice from the captain in charge of the firefighting platoon. I get hints and tips from the flight surgeon and endless complaints from the pilots. The other day, I even had the chaplain telling me the best way to handle what he called the moral paradox of Christians fighting the war. It's enough to make me puke. That wasn't the way Captain Madigan usually spoke to lieutenant colonels from the Grosvenor Square PR office, but this one seemed different, smart, friendly, and very relaxed. Before the war, he'd been a senior executive with a West Coast talent agency. This whiz kid was nothing like the West Point stuffed shirts who regularly came on the phone telling Madigan to straighten out his paperwork, or, what was worse, complimenting him on some piece that the insufferable PFC Fryer had written. Madigan's visitor, Lester Shelley, had been made a leaf colonel because he was a hotshot agent and publicist, and when the war ended he was going right back to take up his career exactly where he'd left off. Take it easy, Vince, he said. You're going to get plenty more of that kind of shit. Just give them a big smile and thank them warmly. That's all part of the job, kid. Lieutenant Colonel Lester Shelley smiled. It was a broad smile of the kind that he himself prescribed. His teeth were white, even and perfect, as only Beverly Hills dental mechanics can make them. His skin was olive, despite the sun lamp he'd carried across the Atlantic in an effort to hold on to his California tan, but he still looked more like a movie star than the small-town lawyer he liked to say he once had been. Don't give me that plenty more stuff, Madigan said, and laughed to make a joke of it. Madigan's laugh, like his voice, was deep, manly and assumed. Shelley looked over his shoulder to make sure there was no one within earshot. We're in the same racket. Vince, he said, and you're the kind of PRO I like. And when I like someone, I put it on the line. He smiled again, and Madigan could recognize the cosmetic surgery that had been employed to tighten the muscles of his face and make him look younger. But I'm going to need you in my corner. Can I count on you? He fixed Madigan with his clear brown eyes, and when Madigan nodded, he slapped his arm. Great. Vince, you and I are going to make a hell of a team. A team to do what? asked Madigan, knowing that Shelley was only at Steeple Thaxted for a brief visit. "You're not kidding me, are you?" "Vince, you've been around. You saw the PR potential in Lieutenant Mickey Morse a long time ago. Unless I'm very much mistaken, all that Mickey Mouse crap. I've got to hand it to you. You put that story together out of nothing but a bunch of paper clips and a phone book. As we say in Hollywood, I just did what I could," Madigan said modestly, and was about to enlarge on it, but Shelley waved a manicured finger in the air. So Madigan took another sip of his whiskey and waited. "Handled in the right way," Shelley went on. "Lieutenant MM, or whatever we decide to call him, should be a really big story. And my general agrees with me that it's time Fighter Command hit the headlines. The public's getting a little tired of hearing how the heavy bombardment boys never falter while the Luftwaffe kicks the merry shit out of them. I have a hunch that John Q. public is looking for something new in stories about the war. Vince. They want something spirited, something vigorous and optimistic. 1944 is going to be the year we shaft the Axis. And that's got to be our theme." "Fully agreed, sir. For Christ's sake, call me Lester." He looked at his watch and told the bartender that the clock over the bar was 2 minutes fast. Without waiting for a reply, he added, "I've got a busload of reporters arriving here in half an hour. These are top writers from the big papers and syndicates. They'll want to file all kinds of junk, but we've got to make sure they all get an eyeful of this kid Morse. He's the big story. They'll all latch on to that." He looked at the clock again, sniffed at his martini as if it might have gone bad, and then said, "Morse is flying today. That's right, isn't it?" There was no need to confirm it. They'd already been in the briefing room. Madigan had shown him the tapes stretched across Germany and Magdeburg and waved Morse's nameplate at him. "I think I can claim I've started the ball rolling on this one already." "Lester," Madigan told him. "That's great." "Vince," Shelley said, and took a puff at his cigar. "An Australian writer named Henry Scrimshaw is doing a big story on MM for us. Over the last few weeks, the two of them have been putting it together. Scrimshaw is here almost every day. I've alerted the photographers, so we're maximizing our photo coverage of MM with plenty of backup shots showing the way the ground crews, armorers, crew chiefs and parachute packers play a vital role." "That's great, Vince," Shelley said again, but there was even less conviction in his voice this time. "Can you tell me a little more about—" "What was that name?" "Scrimshaw. I don't know a lot about him," Madigan admitted, "but I do know he's sold some big stories to stateside papers and magazines. Australian, eh?" Shelley scratched the tip of his chin with his thumbnail before taking a puff at his cigar. "Have you got a copy of the contract handy?" "Contract?" "Scrimshaw and MM, and what did they sign?" "I didn't know Army regulations would permit it," Madigan said. "I'd need a ruling on that."
Ding. "Well, you've got it, Vince," he said, fixing Madigan with a cold stare. "A man doesn't lose his basic rights as a citizen when he joins the army. I'm happy to tell you I've signed a lot of contracts since joining the army. There are a number of Hollywood stars who'd be sitting on their butts for the duration unless I could authorize their employment. I'm pretty sure MM hasn't signed a contract," Madigan said, and drank a little of his whiskey. This friendly bastard was making him sweat. Madigan wiped the palm of his hand on his pants. Shelley smiled as if Madigan was only pretending to sweat. "So I think we're okay on that one, Lester." Colonel Shelley sighed and riffled through his briefcase. Then he looked up and smiled that warm, friendly smile that he'd recommended to Madigan. "If you'd studied law, instead of whatever it was you did study, you'd know that Scrimshaw has acquired far more contractual rights by not signing anything than by drawing up a proper contract."
Madigan drank more whiskey. "How so?" "Lieutenant Morse has been sitting down talking to him with a view to publication of that material. There is an implied contract existing." The law is going to give the lieutenant the same rights that the subjects of Scrimshaw's previous stories enjoyed. In other words, 0. I see. Now, I don't intend to tolerate that situation. He scratched his chin. I'm afraid we'll have to get rid of this Australian guy. Perhaps we should talk to Scrimshaw. I think he might cooperate. It's not the kind of risk we can afford to take. Vince, he showed his teeth again. We've got to have someone we know doing the big story, someone we can trust. We'll want to have the typescript well before publication, so we can get rid of errors and maybe add some important material that's been missed. But a big-shot reporter won't do it on those terms. I don't know how many big-name reporters you've had close dealings with. Vince, he said icily, but I don't anticipate any great difficulty. Scrimshaw and all these other newshawks have to play ball with the army, or we strike them off the accredited listing and they never get into an army post again. He puffed at his cigar. We won't have any problems, Vince. I guess you're right. It's not a question of censorship. Vince, Shelley said, noting Madigan's lack of enthusiasm, it's a question of winning the war. Don't let's get our wires crossed on this one. Vince, this will come out a whole lot better for the kid. We'll fix up a proper contract about reason why Lieutenant Morse couldn't earn $2,000 or more for an exclusive. I'm with you all the way, sir. Lester, he said. It was little more than a murmur that seemed to come automatically to his lips as he kissed his cigar. We've had a lot of reporters visiting the base lately. Shelley pursed his lips. London is jammed full of press people. Some mornings I can hardly push my way through them to get to my office. And not only Americans, Brazilians, Russians, Swiss, Portuguese, Spaniards, Turks. You'd find Hottentots and Eskimos too, if you looked close. He smiled to show Madigan that although being nice to them all was part of his job, he had no intention of looking too close. The reporters are all waiting for the goddamned invasion, Vince. When will that be? It's not even decided yet, Shelley said, as if to imply that the moment it was, he'd be among the first to know. But the smart money says it's got to be May. The British have already suspended steamer service between Britain and Ireland for all civilians. They've designated a coastal zone around southern England and are going to prohibit entry to it. He looked at his watch again and decided he had time to finish his story. You ask me why we've got to go in May. Well, I was with a very dear friend last week. He's at Supreme Headquarters on Eisenhower's planning staff. He tells me that any invasion will require hazy moonlight, cloud ceiling at least 3,000 feet, less than 20-mile-an-hour winds in the channel and even less on the beaches. A century of meteorological records shows that June averages only 2.5 days when all those conditions prevail, and after June the weather gets worse and worse, with the fall gales blowing up the channel. Can't the Germans figure that out too? Sure they can, but Schaeff hopes maybe they won't. Allied correspondents have been requested not to speculate about the date of the attack, but it looks like May. Vince, so you tell Lieutenant Morse he hasn't got a lot of time left. Because of the invasion? These news guys are sitting around with their brains in neutral, peering into whiskey bottles for something to write about. But once the invasion gets going, every reporter worth a damn will be with the armies on the continent. The dogfaces will be getting all the headlines. And you and I are going to be enjoying that long siesta we've been promising ourselves. And if your Lieutenant Morse comes up to scratch, you'll maybe find yourself eating and drinking your way across the US of A on a savings bond tour, which would also give you a jump in rank. Sounds good to me, Madigan told him. It sounded like typical Hollywood bullshit, but maybe this little guy could swing it. Where do we start? You find some way of keeping Scrimshaw off this airfield, while I try to think of some way to keep Lieutenant Morse confined to it. For how long? Just enough for him to sign a post-dated contract with a more suitable writer. We've got to look after this boy, Vince. He's risking his neck for us. It won't be so easy keeping him on base, Madigan said. He didn't mention the existence of Vera Hardcastle. That would make things a lot more complicated. It was late that afternoon before the planes started arriving back. Southern England was overcast with grey cloud and the light was already failing, so the photographers had all fitted their speed graphics with shiny reflectors and flash attachments. The bus that had brought them from London was parked behind the firing butts, not too far from the hard stand where MM and the other 3 flyers of his flight regularly parked. It was very cold and most of the correspondents stayed inside the bus. The driver kept the motor running to provide some warmth. The sky to the west was a sulphurous yellow and the billowing clouds were tinged with pink. Captain Madigan stood at the front of the bus, explaining as much as he could tell them about that day's mission. The group had been assigned to target penetration withdrawal support, and the target was Magdeburg. He didn't add that the sight of the route map had produced a low groan at briefing that morning. Instead, he proclaimed that February 1944 was already a legend, and the Big Week was being described as one of the greatest battles in history. 8th Fighter Command had flown 248 sorties in that month, despite the consistently terrible weather. During February, it had been the bomber crewmen who had suffered the casualties. The fighters had come through with comparatively light losses. Now they were entering a different phase of the war. At least the Hollywood Leaf colonel was right about that. And the fighter groups had slogged their way through March, toe-to-toe with the Luftwaffe. Missions were penetrating deeper into Germany, and fighter pilots were earning their flying pay as they'd never earned it before. It was only a few minutes after he'd come to the end of his little pep talk that the first of the returning fighter planes was spotted. They arrived back in a long, straggly formation. Colonel Dan in Pilgrim, leading the 195th Squadron, was the first to land. Then, 15 or 20 minutes later, came Tucker, leading the 199th Squadron across the airfield at about 400 feet before they pitched out for their landing pattern. It was obvious that they'd been in combat. And not just from the torn patches over the gun ports or the dark stains that streaked back across their wings. It was obvious from the ragged flying and careless approaches, the side slips onto final, and the lopsided touchdowns that sent the planes bouncing along the runway while the ground crews winced at what was happening to their hydraulic systems. Madigan made a face. These boys were shook. He looked round to see how the correspondents were taking it. They seemed happy enough. They'd forgotten all their little worries about telephones, toilets and hot coffee. They were all out of the bus now, necks craning upwards, animated and smiling foolishly at each other. What a comical bunch they looked, chubby, red-faced men, with ill-fitting army trench coats that bulged with notebooks, gloves, travel sickness pills, candy bars, and the inevitable hip flask. Every one of them was trussed up with straps supporting gas mask, binoculars, camera and knapsack. Some of them even had pencils tucked into their army caps. Mickey Mouse the Two landed, with Daniel and Kibitzer right behind it. They taxied round the perimeter track while the reporters grew more and more excited at the prospect of meeting the young ace pilot who'd been so ballyhooed to them. The 3 planes didn't keep to regulation taxiing intervals, and for one moment it looked as if Jamie Fairbrother was going to chew the tail of the plane ahead of him. Madigan swore it would be just his sort of lousy luck to have an accident happen with the press there. But the moment of danger passed, and he smiled at Colonel Shelley to indicate his relief. Shelley hadn't registered the incident. It was Henry Scrimshaw who, having arrived mysteriously and attached himself to the party without permission, grinned at Madigan and nodded. That old Australian buzzard missed nothing. Madigan didn't relish the prospect of warning him off the Lieutenant Morse story. He was a tenacious old-timer, and Madigan had met such men before. They invariably defied authority and weren't easily intimidated. Madigan had arranged to have MM's dog with them, and as soon as Mickey Mouse the Two was parked, he heaved Winston up into the cockpit. It was just the sort of stunt the press enjoyed. The camera shutters were going like machine guns. Was grandstanding, of course, even to the point of putting his flying helmet on Winston's head. When had milked that one, Madigan had a can of paint and a brush ready so that they could get shots of the crew chief painting another swastika on the nose of his plane while stood by, smiling. Jamie Fairbrother's plane was parked by this time. Madigan went across to the adjoining hardstand to say hello, but Jamie didn't seem to hear his greeting or notice his wave. He was sitting in his plane with his hands outstretched to the metal uprights of the windshield. His face was as white as a corpse and drawn tight, so that his cheeks were hollow and his eyes dark-ringed. "How did it go, Jamie?" Madigan called, but there was no movement, and the eyes stared straight ahead. "Stand back, Captain," said a voice behind him, and Staff Sergeant Tex Gill, Jamie's crew chief, elbowed Madigan aside. "The captain's having trouble getting out of his seat. Can't you see he needs help?" The sergeant said this over his shoulder as he stepped up on the wing of Kibitzer and began unclipping Fairbrother's shoulder harness. It wasn't until that moment that Madigan realized what these missions took out of a man. Jamie Fairbrother had been in that cramped cockpit for nearly 5 hours. Now he was numbed, both psychologically and physically. He had to be helped down like some sick octogenarian. "Did you get anything, Jamie?" Madigan called to him. He looked round to find Colonel Shelley and was disconcerted to see him frowning. Madigan had never had so many really important press people to look after, and with Shelley watching every move he was getting very edgy. "Get anything, Jamie?" he called again. Sergeant Gill shook his head, but foolishly Madigan went on trying to make conversation. Glancing over at all the razzmatazz still going on round Mickey Mouse too, he could now see that even was looking off-colour, but there was a lot of Barnum and Bailey in that kid, and he was determined to put on a show for the press. None of them realized what a bad day the group had had. None of the reporters spared time to look at WWII or Jamie. Perhaps that was just as well. "Where's Earl?" Madigan asked Jamie. He could see that Kibitzer had fired its guns. The plane reeked of powder, warm oil and spilled coolant. He'd grown to hate the smell of those planes, and he hated the sound the cooling engine made, clicking and pinging with the sounds of the contracting metal. Whatever he did for a living after the war, he'd stay well away from aviation. Sergeant Gill eased the parachute harness off Jamie's back, and Madigan steadied him with a hand as he jumped to the ground. "Where's Earl?" Madigan asked again. "Where's Earl Koenig?" It occurred to him that perhaps the sound of the engine hour after hour had made Jamie deaf. Jamie pulled his flying helmet off and shook his head as if to clear his mind. "Earl bought the farm." He said it as if he was angry with Madigan. "Shot down? Earl? Did he bail out? Shit. How did it happen, Schultz?" "Jamie?" Jamie Fairbrother put his hand on Madigan's chest and pushed him violently away. He burned. "Vince, what do you want out of me? An eyewitness account for a press release." His push almost made Madigan lose his balance, and he had to steady himself against the edge of the wing. The metal skin was icy. The planes were cold after flying so high. Madigan rubbed his hand. "I'm sorry. Jamie, I'm really sorry. You were good pals. I know." Everything he said seemed to make matters worse. He looked around to make sure that Colonel Shelley hadn't noticed this exchange, but he needn't have worried. The colonel was talking to the men from the big syndicates. Jamie turned away and walked to the waiting jeep. WWII was already sitting in it. The two men barely looked at each other. They sat staring straight ahead, as if hearing and understanding nothing. The seat beside the driver remained empty. Madigan turned back to join MM's circle of admirers. "Do you want to see the one thing a fighter pilot's got to do after coming in from a long mission?" called out to them. In response to the affirmative noises, said, "Cameras ready, guys, and hold the front page." And he unbuttoned his trousers and urinated on the ground. Madigan looked round to see how they were taking it. There were smiles and a whistle and some cries of encouragement. had judged his audience well. Madigan looked at Colonel Lester Shelley, and the colonel winked back. After looking at his watch, Madigan said in an authoritative voice, "We must let Lieutenant Morse go to the debriefing now, but you gentlemen will have a chance to talk to him again after that." "Can we go to the debriefing too?" one of the reporters asked. The others paused to await the decision. "No such luck, I'm afraid," Madigan told them. "The mission today involved specifics that have to remain secret." There was the sudden flare of a match in the gathering gloom of the afternoon. "No smoking," he called. "Now I'm taking you to a beautiful old English pub." And as an afterthought, he added, untruthfully, "It's a favorite hangout of the pilots, and you'll pick up a little local color. We have food and drink waiting there for you." They began to move towards the bus. Colonel Shelley edged up to Madigan and whispered, "What goddamned specifics about the mission are secret?" "The secret is that the group has been shredded," Madigan told him. "You take this bunch across to the debriefing, and you're going to wind up with some fighter pilot sobbing on your shoulder or vomiting in your hat." "How do you know they've been shredded?" Shelley asked. "While you've been watching that clown performing his act, I've been counting the ships coming over the fence. We've got a lot of NYRs. Lester, not yet returned doesn't mean dead." "Right, sir, but I'm afraid your reporters might not fully grasp such a subtle distinction." Shelley slapped Madigan on the shoulder to show he agreed. By the time they reached the bus, the reporters were all seated and waiting to go. No one had got lost, which was surprising. It must have been the mention of food and drink that did it. As Captain Madigan climbed in and slid the door closed, the bus lurched forward. In the gathering gloom, Cambridgeshire looked mysterious and beautiful. At short notice, he had arranged for the press contingent to eat at the King's Head Hotel in Lower Collingwood. American airmen had been involved in some noisy brawls in Long Thaxted, and until the villagers became more friendly, it was expedient to keep the press away from there. Anyway, reasoned Madigan, Lower Collingwood was a prettier village and exactly what newspapermen fresh from the United States expected England to look like, just to make sure that the food and drink were equally up to the expectations of the Fourth Estate. He'd sent his PR sergeant ahead with canned food and a crate of scotch. As the bus passed Hobday's farm, which was in a direct line with the runway, a P-51 came in low over the fence. Its engine was wheezing asthmatically in the cold air as it hung. Flaps down, poised over them, predatory and colorless in the failing light. Then, with a thunderous roar, it flashed overhead and was gone behind the ash trees that marked the edge of the farm. For a moment, there was silence in the bus. Then everyone began speaking at once. "Would that be a late arrival?" said a voice from the gloom. "Yes, sir," said Captain Madigan. He walked down the aisle of the bus. He didn't want to be sitting up front, like some down-at-heel tour guide. And running a little low on fuel, judging by the sound of his motor. Madigan picked his way past the seated reporters and their equipment. Henry Scrimshaw, who had gate-crashed the party, was alone on the back seat, smoking his evil-smelling pipe. Madigan made his way towards him, and Scrimshaw gathered the skirt of his old tweed overcoat and moved aside to make room. "Jesus. But England is beautiful," Madigan said. They were going through Thaxted Green by this time. Its thatched, timber-framed cottages around the neat little village green were enough to bring a gasp from even these tough hacks. There were a few coils of grey smoke from the cottage chimneys. It drifted through the stark, leafless meadow elms that could be seen against the watery pink sky. The bus groaned on its springs as the driver took the humped-back bridge a little too fast. Some idiot, trying to snap a photo, hurt his nose and complained loudly about the excessive speed.
Others, more desperate for liquid refreshment, remonstrated. Madigan looked out the window and pretended not to notice the disagreement. Under the bridge, ducks were fidgeting to make ripples on a pink brook that was swollen by rain and tangled with willows. How could anyone who'd studied English literature be less than enchanted, thought Madigan. Ever think of going back to Australia? He asked Scrimshaw. Scrimshaw took the pipe from his mouth and said, "Is that in the nature of a suggestion?" Madigan laughed. "Not at all. Mr. Scrimshaw, I'm delighted to have you join us today. I would have sent you an invitation except that this whole visit was arranged by my London HQ at very short notice. I don't need any invitations for this kind of junket." "Thanks," said Scrimshaw. "I have my own car and a supplementary petrol ration. I managed to see what I want to see." Madigan decided this was a perfect opportunity to lay the facts on the line for him.
"Security is getting tighter all the time," he told him, "on account of preparations for the invasion. From now on, you may find it a whole lot harder to get past the gate without showing the sentry your pass. Better be sure you have it with you at all times." "What pass? Haven't you got a gate pass from Group HQ?" Scrimshaw just stared at him. "Or a letter from 8th Air Force?" "You damn well know I haven't." He took the ancient pipe from his mouth and prodded inside as if to demonstrate that this conversation was not holding his attention. "I've seen you on the base 2 or 3 times, Mr. Scrimshaw. In our conversations about Lieutenant Morse, you never requested official facilities. I thought you'd fixed everything with my people in Grosvenor Square. If not, you'd better do that right away." Captain Madigan took off his glasses and began polishing them. "Orders say civilians have to have an area pass and must be accompanied by an officer at all times." Only when he'd finished cleaning his glasses and put them back on did Madigan look into Scrimshaw's face again. "So you turn a blind eye to reporters strolling through the gates," said Scrimshaw, smiling, to reveal his long yellow teeth. "Because escorting them around would give you hours of extra duties? There's a big notice at the gate, Mr. Scrimshaw. All visitors must report to the guard room. All visitors includes reporters." Scrimshaw leaned closer. Madigan smelled the tobacco, the breath, and the damp overcoat that had never been cleaned. "Are you threatening to kick me off the airfield?" "Captain? No, of course not. Mr. Scrimshaw, it's my job to help the press in every way I can. That's what the Army pays me to do. If you will ask your editor to submit an official request in writing to my office, I'll expedite it at maximum speed. I told you I haven't got an editor. I'm a freelance. I went through all that with you." He tapped his pipe out on the heel of his shoe. He was speaking very slowly. Madigan recognized the signs of anger and wanted to placate him. "I guess I misunderstood, but no matter. Being a freelance will delay things a little. The Army will want to run a security check on you, but all the more reason why we should submit your request as soon as possible. You listen to me." "Pox brain," said Scrimshaw, not bothering about the Australian accent he usually tried to eliminate from his voice. "You give me the runaround, and I'll give you a story that will have your Air Force generals in Washington screaming for your blood." Madigan chuckled politely, pretending to think it was all a gag. "What exactly would you do, Mr. Scrimshaw?" "I would write a story, a long, detailed story, about a top American Air Force fighter ace who is screwing the wife of a British soldier on active service overseas. It would be a big story." "Captain, it happens," said Madigan. "It's lousy luck, but it happens all the time. You know that." He began to feel uneasy, but tried not to show it. The bus was filled with reporters. Scrimshaw gave one of his bleakest smiles. "If you don't see that you're sitting on a powder keg..." "Captain, you must be an even bigger idiot than I took you for." Madigan got up from his seat without replying. He had to steady himself as the bus turned off the road. In a loud voice he said, "Okay, gentlemen, we're just coming up to the King's Head in the beautiful little English village of Lower Collingwood." He cleared his throat, knowing it was a way of getting attention from an audience. "A bit of history. Gentlemen, English public houses named after the Pope soon changed their names and their inn signs after King Henry VIII quarrelled with Rome back in the 16th century. Most bar owners were smart enough to put up a portrait of Henry himself. Madigan paused for the inevitable titter, and that's why still today most King's Head pubs have Henry VIII on the sign. The present inn was built in the 16th century, and it's said that Oliver Cromwell once spent the night here. He looked at them and smiled at their wide-eyed, trusting faces. No matter what tough guy airs these top writers might adopt, they were just tourists at heart. They didn't want scoops. They wanted stories. Except for Scrimshaw, who was a troublemaker. Madigan decided to leave him alone for an hour or so. A few refills of scotch would probably mellow him, and Madigan was confident that a friendly chat near the log fire with a bottle close by would calm Scrimshaw down and convince him to wait for an official pass. The man must know that writing that kind of muckraking story about Morse and Vera would get any reporter barred forever from all US bases, and maybe British bases too. He cursed Vera. Why in hell did she have to tangle with two medal hunters? It made his life so fucking difficult. By the time Captain Madigan had made sure that all the Americans had refreshments and had answered questions about everything from drinking British tap water to how many pennies there were in a shilling, Scrimshaw was nowhere to be seen. Madigan didn't go looking for him. He told himself it was all for the best. Dr. Bernard Cooper. To a casual observer, the pair might have looked like a club member forced to play around with his elderly caddie. The taller man had the calm, confident manner that wealth sometimes bestows, while the ruddy-faced man with him trailed along, his white hair ruffled by the breeze and his attention shared between the golf, the countryside, and the conversation. "Change is a young man's pleasure," said Bernard Cooper, his voice still imbued with the pride of his last stroke and the pleasure of being outdoors on such a fine morning. "Travel, meeting new people, tasting exotic foods, learning a new language. Young people thrive on such variety," he told General Bonan. They were playing golf at Cooper's club, where wartime changes were everywhere evident. The greens were neglected, the staff were elderly or infirm, and most of the members not away at the war were sporting some sort of uniform. Worse, the most unlikely chaps seemed able to get a game here nowadays, noisy, back-slapping fellows who threw money about and bought drinks for everyone in the bar, behavior that the pre-war committee would never have tolerated. Half of them didn't even have their own clubs. If I were younger, I would probably be tickled to death to think of Christ's College being used by clerks from the Ministry of Food, and King's letting an RAF transport wing use the backs as a lorry park. Now I am old enough to find it disturbing. At my age, a man wants food he's accustomed to, at set hours. I don't want Britain when I can listen to Mozart. And even the journey to London has become a trial to me. "Are you trying to demonstrate that British understatement?" asked Bonan with a grin. "You English exhibit a flexibility that makes us Americans pop-eyed. Sometimes I make believe all this is happening in Washington." They were on the fairway, and he was taking his time selecting a wood for his drive. Bonan had fine clubs that he'd brought from America, a typical example of his foresight. I wonder if we Americans would have endured an overpaid foreign army taking us over. His clothing, other than shoes, was entirely military, but such was the variety of the US Army officer's wardrobe that, even so, he was attired more suitably than Cooper for the game. He was wearing pinkish beige trousers, a light zip-fronted rainproof field jacket, and a close-fitting cap with a very large peak. Your people are also adaptable, judging by the way they're making themselves at home here. My work takes me to London 2 or 3 times a week, and I've seen how Mayfair has become a little America, but you must know all that better than I do. Bonan wondered to what extent Cooper was being deliberately caustic about the Americans in London. He didn't reply until he'd played. He had an amazing ability to concentrate his mind to the exclusion of everything else. He watched the ball land on the far side of the casual water and realized he'd have to be very careful with his next stroke, but then he was careful about everything he did. Now he smiled at Cooper and said, "I'm afraid we've even put the 787th Military Police Company into the Junior Constitutional Club." A palpable hit. "I saw them yesterday morning," said Cooper, and after one quick practice swing, he hit the ball with just enough force to bring it down the middle. For the first time, he began to have hopes of beating the invincible General Bonin. Casually, with scarcely a glance at the carry, Cooper went on talking. "Your snowdrops, you mean? They were marching about in Green Park and a shepherd had to move his flock to make space for them." "Sheep? In Green Park?" "I ask you. We were lucky. You and I," said Bonin. "We were able to travel and see Europe while there was still something to see. I wonder how much will be left standing by the time young people are free to travel again." He took the cover off the head of a spoon, or what Cooper heard was called a no-3 wood nowadays. He realized that Bonin was going to try to get that long shot over the puddle of rainwater. Bonin began swinging around. He used a most unusual grip that Cooper would have liked to learn, but he had the feeling that Bonin would not readily help an opponent to play a better game. The general played to win. He said so in as many words. It was the American way. He said when they'd discussed it the last time they'd played, Cooper suggested that it was perhaps more sophisticated to play for the sake of the game. "Nothing sophisticated about that," Bonin told him. "It's decadent." "Decadent to play for the sheer pleasure of the game?" Cooper asked him. "Decadent to rationalize one's defeat before it has even taken place." "That's what happened to the French in 1940, Bonin had replied. "Come along," said Bonin impatiently now. He was pushing the curious, but most convenient, wheeled cart that he brought along to carry his clubs. "You were talking about changes?" he prompted. And Cooper envied him his ability to remember conversation. One had the feeling that Bonin could, and did, commit to memory every conversation he had. "But I'm no longer young," Cooper said, "and I have to confess to you, Bonin, I do not enjoy what's happening." Bonin smiled as they reached a place where he could study the lie of his ball. He used the spoon, but he hooked the ball and the shot was not up to his usual standard. "You're a dark horse, Bernard," he said. He pronounced the name in the French style, the accent on the second syllable. It sounded strange. "I met a young officer at our club in Stanhope Gate last night. He remembered some of your lectures from when he was at Cambridge in 1938. He told me you'd studied with Freud and knew Adler. I heard Freud lecture a few times in Berlin and Vienna. I used to join the crowd with Adler at a cafe he frequented. He also told me that you'd been doing some damned important work for the psychological warfare people. I help where I can," Cooper told him. "Most of the top specialists are in demand for clinical work. The war is burdening the country with a fearsome problem in mental health. RAF bomber crews have been the subject of some recent studies. But you don't take patients." "That's not my line." "No, I write and lecture. I never wanted to be an analyst or set myself up in some sort of confessional. Lately, I've made a comfortable little niche for myself advising various committees and the forces about propaganda, cloak and dagger. This fellow said you were..." "Then he exaggerated." "Of course. The fact I've lived in Germany in my younger days and have pretty fluent German makes me of interest to the intelligence people. I've even spent some time talking with German prisoners of war, bringing myself up to date with German attitudes and ideas." Bonin looked at him quizzically. "Do you want me to introduce you to any of our war people?" "My goodness, no," said Cooper, embarrassed to think that Bonin might believe he was looking for more fees. They walked on in silence. When they got to Bernard Cooper's ball, he scarcely had a chance to take out his putter when Bonin picked up the ball. "You've got it," he said. "That's very kind of you." "Bonin," Cooper said, "but I'm not sure that my previous display of pudding justifies your confidence. I just can't wait any longer." "Wait for what?" "Bernard?" he said. It was an interesting sideline on their respective backgrounds that he indicated his friendship by using the first name, while Cooper kept to the university-educated Englishman's style of addressing intimates by their last name. "You've been huffing and puffing and preparing to say something to me ever since you got out of your car." He tossed the ball, and Cooper caught it. "You've talked about everything from your school days to the civilian meat ration, but I still don't have the slightest idea of what you want to discuss." "Well, I'm not sure." "Now don't go all British on me, Bernard. Is it about your daughter?" "Victoria is thinking about going to stay with her aunt. But nothing is arranged. Your wife's idea, was it?" "Not at all." "Come on, Bernard. We're men of the world. Your wife doesn't approve of my son, so then isn't that the problem?" "No," said Cooper. "At least, she approves of Jamie, but she feels they should wait before getting engaged."
That's better. Much better," said Bonan, approvingly. It was the sort of thing one said to a drunk who has just vomited. "We can help each other, Bernard. No point in fooling around. If Victoria wants to give Jamie the heir, it's no business of ours." Cooper was about to say that Victoria had no wish to give Jamie the heir, if that was the sort of rejection he surmised it to be. But he didn't want to reveal that the whole idea was his wife's. "My wife's sister in Scotland hasn't been too well lately. Victoria is rather fond of her aunt and wants to help look after her." "Scotland, eh?" Bonan putted his ball neatly into the hole. Cooper had a feeling that the general had given him his shot as some kind of self-imposed penalty. That should really break up the romance. "Your wife pitches a mean curve, Bernard." He smiled, as if the deliberate attempt to separate his son from Victoria didn't bother him at all. "It's not that," said Cooper, but he'd never been very good at lying. "What did she do? Get her sister to write and say she was sick and lonely?" Bonan used his iron to mime a violinist playing an adagio with half-closed eyes. "We're no match for them, Bernard. We're just humans. They're women. All parents are tempted to destroy their own children. Bonan. It's a fact of life. You want to clarify that a little? Human offspring have to be fed and protected for 15 years or more before they're ready to leave the nest. Maybe that's just a consequence of our complicated civilization. You think a 15-year-old would have been capable of felling a marauding lion or killing a bison for meat during the Stone Age? You've got a point there. No other animal cossets its young for such a long period. 15 years would be more than half Stone Age man's adult life. Even today, with our increased life expectancy, parents have immense influence upon the minds of their children. "I could maybe show you a few instances where they didn't," said Bonan cheerfully. "You mean rich parents whose children have become dedicated communists? And kids who insist upon making every mistake their parents warned them of? The influence in those cases is even more marked than in cases where the child accepts the parent's advice. No action without reaction." Bonan looked at Bernard Cooper with a measure of cynical amusement. It seemed a typical scientific answer. Whatever happened, the theory remained valid. "I can see I haven't persuaded you, Beau, but no matter. The thrust of my argument is the effect the child has on the parent. After 15 years or more of caring for a child, parents find it difficult to relinquish their role. There's a temptation to cripple the child and thus keep the child dependent. And what form does this mutilation take?" said Bonan.
"Mothers tell daughters that they'll never attract a husband. And if they do attract one, the mother is likely to pick him to pieces. Or say she should wait a little longer," said Bonan, who now began to understand what Cooper was trying to tell him. "Maybe you should explain to me how fathers cripple their sons by telling them they're stupid or lazy or inadequate, or should have been studying law instead of flying fighter planes." Cooper shrugged. "We all do it." He remembered telling his own son that he wasn't old enough or fit enough to get into the army. So, to show his independence, he'd falsified his age and joined the merchant marine. They went on with their round of golf, speaking only as much as was necessary for the game. It was a wonderful morning to be outdoors. The ground was still hard from the winter's frosts, and there were bald spots of bare earth polished shiny by the winds. From the hillock where precious grass seed had been expended on the big bunker near the Cambridge Road, they could see the hunt going hell for leather. The hounds were bunched tight and swerved suddenly towards the river. The horsemen quickened the pace. Knowing that the hounds might lose the scent at the water, they made a stirring sight. Most of them dressed in hunting pink and the horses dashing forward. Even the Italian prisoners of war working in the beet fields cheered them on. "It's spring," said Bonan, as if passing judgment on the day. "I wish Adolf Hitler could see that hunt. He'd realize that you British can't be beaten." "It smells like spring," Cooper agreed. It was a day that brought to his mind no end of schoolbook poems that extolled the power of nature awakened in slumbering earth and bud. And yet the arrival of the time for the seeding of the land brought also the inescapable reminder that, before Europe's crops were gathered, there was to be a terrible bloodletting that would bring a harvest time of tears. The infantry battalions were moving south, concentrating near the seaports where they would embark for the invasion of the mainland of Europe. Already, there was a quickening of air activity, so that the steady hum of aircraft provided a continuous background to their game. B-17s. "Fortresses," said Bonan, as they raised their eyes to a formation of 20 or so planes flying east. He looked at his wristwatch. "That's a bomb group heading for its wing assembly point. From there, the wings go on to form divisions at an assembly point on the coast. And finally, the whole damn task force will be on its way to Germany." They remained standing there long after the aircraft were out of sight, relishing the view. Here the peat fens gave way to a chalk ridge, so that the land changed at every step. "I'm very fond of the view from here," said Cooper. "It's worth fighting for," said Bonan. The skyline was broken by the tall brick chimneys of Thaxted Hall. From the 15th hole, there was a fine view of this Jacobean mansion, and the Dutch-style outbuildings added nearly a century later. The long drive, flanked by 100 mature elm trees from Munital, shone in the sunlight. And the man-made lake, with its absurd little ornamental bridge, reflected the clear blue sky. Cooper noticed the way Bonan was looking at it all. "That's Thaxted Hall," Cooper told him. "The Duke still lives there." An impressive spread. At the turn of the century, the property was much bigger. They owned the land that's now Steeple Thaxted Aerodrome, and this golf course and everything as far as the London Road. Death duties forced the family to sell off a lot of it. "What it must be like inside," said Bonan. "It's magnificent. The Duke's father sold land rather than part with his pictures and furniture. He owns Holbeins that any museum would covet. Are you interested in antiques?" Bonan. "I have a small collection, Chinese jade, Japanese swords, a Dutch marquetry escritoire I could never part with." He admitted it reluctantly, as if he'd been asked about his personal habits. Despite his obvious affluence, Bonan never talked of his possessions. It was one of the things that Cooper liked about him. "So, you've been inside?" "Bernard? The Duke was at Peterhouse with me. We're good friends. He has an amateur interest in psychology. He reads a lot and then has me over to a dinner which tends to become a tutorial. But I don't mind singing for my supper. I dined with him just a few days ago. He's preparing a celebration to welcome home one of the staff on leave. Everyone on the estate will be invited. There'll be a pipe band and dancing in the great ballroom." Bonan walked along the fairway to get a sight on the next hazard. "This is a tricky one, as I remember. The Duke's butler is returning from Burma with medals galore." "Good for him," said Bonan, who was showing no interest in anything except addressing the ball. He took a couple of practice swings using that interlocking grip which served him so well. "The problems will begin when the hero gets home, I'm afraid." "Why?" Bonan was still swinging his club, but he was no longer concentrating on the ball. He was gazing downwards, but Cooper knew he was listening. The poor fellow is likely to find his wife in bed with another man, an American officer. As a matter of fact, Bonan stopped practicing with his club and looked up. Does he have to find out? Sometimes it's better not to know the truth. There are lots of people on both sides of the Atlantic who are going to have to come to terms with that one. Bernard, it's gone too far, I'm afraid. A newspaper Johnny has got hold of the story and seems determined to publish. Cooper didn't mention Henry Scrimshaw by name, or say that he played an occasional game of billiards with him, and he certainly didn't describe Scrimshaw's fury about the way the bloody Yanks had encouraged him to write his story and then suddenly reneged to the extent of kicking him off their airfield. Bonan stared at Cooper, his face twitching nervously as he tried to understand why he should be interested in such gossip. Is this something to do with Jamie? And then, this is what you really wanted to talk about, isn't it? Not your daughter going away, but this. The young officer is a close friend of Jamie's. His name is Morse. Lieutenant Morse. The ace, the one who looks as if he's becoming top scorer in the ETO. The husband is a sergeant major, and he's coming home from Burma, the forgotten army. Those men in Burma call themselves.
Me? I don't like the sound of that, said Bonan, with the manner of a man conceding something to a plaintiff. He tapped his wood against his toe. Our political warfare people are broadcasting propaganda to German soldiers. We know that the most demoralizing theme is that wives, sweethearts, sisters and daughters are being seduced by foreign laborers working in Germany. Bonan looked at Cooper and rubbed his chin. Then we must prevent publication. Difficult, said Cooper. There are two stories, good stories, the Englishman coming home and the pilot's success. A good journalist covering either story in any depth would come upon the infidelity. And Jamie tells me there are a dozen reporters out there at Steeple Thaxted whenever they get back from an operational flight. The journalists are shouting at Morse about any Germans he may have shot down even before the lad is out of his plane.
Back home, the papers have been drumming up interest in who's going to be the first American to shoot down more Germans than our top scorer of World War I. Yes, Jamie mentioned that. Our PR experts have been doing all they can to keep the pot boiling. The Air Force needs that sort of publicity. We like to have Mr. and Mrs. America opening up their morning newspaper, eager to find out who's the top-scoring ace. Well, speaking as an expert, Mr. and Mrs. America are not going to be very pleased to hear that their innocent young boys are being seduced by married women in foreign climes. Bonan smiled ruefully. I guess that's the way our papers would angle the story. Frankly, though, the mums and dads don't worry me, Bonan. But if this story is given the kind of exposure I think a human interest story like this merits in editorial terms, there won't be a British or American soldier who doesn't know about it by the time the invasion is launched. It's an emotive issue. The sort of story that every soldier likes to argue about. Everyone will take sides. And to some extent the lines will be drawn between nationalities rather than personalities. It will be the easiest way to start a fight between our soldiers in every pub in England, and it will be a gift for the German propaganda services. At the time they need it most, the Germans virtually invented propaganda. They'll know how to squeeze the last drop out of this, and that is your considered opinion? The advice you would give to your people. Have already given them. Cooper nodded. Battlefronts are vulnerable where two Allied armies join flanks, when American and British units are fighting shoulder to shoulder on a beachhead, subjected to every weapon the enemy can bring to bear upon them. We'll need every last atom of mutual respect. But where do I come in, Bernard? Why are the two of us talking about it? Can't it go through channels? The newspaper writer talked to the Duke. The Duke had a word with his House of Lords chums. The feeling from our side is that it can all be settled out of court. No written complaints or meetings that could leak to the press. The Duke roped me in. Bonan. It's not the sort of task a man volunteers for. Bonan nodded sympathetically, but there was still a trace of anger in his voice. So I'll assign Lieutenant Morse to Honolulu. Orders with immediate effect. I could have him out of Britain by tomorrow evening. I must advise caution. General Bonan, the lieutenant might protest loudly. If the press think you're victimizing him, they could make it into an even bigger story. Bonin slammed his club into the trolley in a gesture of exasperation. Quietly, unnaturally quietly, he said, "So, what do you suggest? Remember that Morse is a war hero too. You mustn't give the press a chance to say that the brass hats are deliberately preventing him from shooting down more Germans. Hot damn! Why does that little coxman have to be a fighter ace?" He picked up his golf ball. "I'm going to ask you to excuse me. Bernard, you were going to win anyway, and I'm due back in London early. I'll have to think about this, Bala, and maybe consult our PR people. Will you be home if I call you this evening? Of course, I'll help in any way I can." He tugged at the peak of his cap in what might have been a salutation. "Well, thanks for the exploding cigar, pal." Cooper smiled. It was obviously a joke. He supposed Bonin was referring to the situation with Hardcastle and Morse. "By the way, Bernard, isn't Victoria making any difficulties about being shipped off to Scotland? That doesn't sound like your daughter. She seemed like a very spirited girl to me. To tell you the truth, Bonin, that's been surprising me too." Lieutenant Colonel Druce Duke Scroll. "Did you notice the date?" "Sir," said Kinselberg. Lieutenant Colonel Scroll's sergeant clerk. "How could I miss it?" said Duke Scroll. It was the second anniversary of the day the 220th Group had been born. Activated by a typewritten order that made Captain Scroll and PFC Kinselberg its only personnel. They shared a dilapidated office near the flight line at Hamilton Field, California, and were being buried under an avalanche of military paperwork as they prepared to receive cadres from other groups. They knew exactly what to expect: the misfits, the disgruntled, the hypochondriacs, the troublesome, the drunks and the cripples, and, by God, that's what they got. As orderly room staffs joyfully dumped upon them all the personnel they wanted to be rid of. Kleenex. Sergeant Kinselberg called them because no one wanted to use them more than once. He put a K on the covers of their personnel files and, using every possible excuse, passed them on to other groups. You and me, Sergeant Kinselberg, are the group's oldest members. How are you enjoying it? I like it in England, so when we get a little sunshine, I even like the weather. The sun was bright that day. The frost had gone and there were signs of new grass and buds on the trees. I was thinking about all that Kleenex. Scroll told him, "Do you think those gold bricks are still being reassigned from place to place?" "I figure they are," said Sergeant Kinselberg solemnly. "I figure that few of them lasted long enough with a combat outfit to get sent overseas. So when the war's over, the Kleenex will be the first ones out of uniform." "There are times when you depress me," Sergeant Kinselberg said. "Yes, sir, I know. And I'm as depressed as any man deserves to get on any day in this man's army. Did you guess that that phone call I just had was from General Bonin? And could you guess he's coming back here again tomorrow? And Colonel Dan's got to be here because he wants a special word with him. I mean, could you guess that all that could happen just because I pick up a phone?" Kinselberg didn't answer. He'd worked for a bookie in Trenton, New Jersey, before the war. A rumor said that his scarred face and twisted little finger were inflicted by a cop when he refused to give a precinct captain evidence enough to nail his employer. In short, Kinselberg was a man who knew how to keep his mouth shut. "I didn't hear the phone ring, sir. You know who General Bonin is, don't you, Sergeant? He's the man HQ sends to visit this base from time to make sure Colonel Badger doesn't become too easy to live with." Kinselberg permitted himself the briefest of smiles. "Should I call the sergeant at the officers' club and make sure they get the VIP quarters ready? Let's pray the general will have urgent business elsewhere before nightfall." "Sergeant, but yes. Tell them to fix up room number 3. That's the one with the adjoining sitting room, with some books, magazines, fruit, flowers, and a bottle or two of whatever the PX has available. Kinzelberg moved towards his office so that he could use his own phone. And, Sergeant, Scroll said, we'll need another room in the BOQ for Colonel Shelley. He's that high-powered PRO from London, and the General asked for the use of an office. Put a couple of those wicker armchairs in Major Phelan's office. It has a good view of the airfield, and just may remind them that we're trying to fight a war around here. Scroll frowned as he thought about it. And you'd better police up that office. I don't want the General looking for a scratch pad and opening a drawer filled with, Scroll stopped, deciding it would be bad for discipline if he voiced his suspicions about what might be found in a field officer's desk. I understand, sir, said Kinzelberg. And do you want me to try and find Colonel Dan and tell him the General's coming? Men have been awarded the Medal of Honor after volunteering for tasks less dangerous than that, so I'll just arrange for the 2 rooms. Kinzelberg was making quite certain that there was no margin for error. Giving him an order could sometimes be an ordeal, like going through a lease with a lawyer. And I'll do nothing about telling Colonel Dan. Colonel Dan is on his way over here, said Scroll. He was test-hopping Pilgrim, and I saw it land ages ago. Colonel Badger came into the exec's office by kicking the door open. It swung back to hit the bookcase with enough force to make the plasterboard shake. This did not startle Scroll. Colonel Dan usually entered his office in this manner, but today he seemed more agitated than usual. There's something I must tell you. Colonel, said Scroll, determined to break the news of Bonan's arrival immediately. But the group commander wouldn't let him begin, and there's something I've got to tell you. Duke, pin back your ears and get ready for this one, because I'm good and mad. Yes. Colonel, I can see you are... I took that plane up for a test hop, and God damn it, I'm still having trouble with that engine, and after landing, I went in to freshen up. Can you believe this? Duke. Colonel Badger was leaning on the exec's desk, quivering with rage. One of my officers prevents me from going into the can, one of my own officers, right here in the goddamn officers' club. Which officer was that, Colonel? The guy was obviously straight out of the sack. He was standing there in the corridor, blue chin, hair uncombed, towel over his shoulder, and wash kit in his hand. You can't go in there, Colonel. This son of a bitch says to me. Which officer was it? Scroll asked again. He's standing outside the door of the latrine, stopping me from going in there. I understand, sir. Which officer was it? You understand, do you? The Colonel roared. Then you'd better explain it to me right now. I don't claim to understand what motivated this officer, Scroll said. I'm simply telling you that I understand your description. No need to shout at me. Duke, said Colonel Dan. Duke Scroll hadn't been aware that he was shouting at anyone, although in the heat of the discussion it had become necessary to raise his voice in order to be heard. Did he give any reason for this action? Scroll asked, although he'd already guessed what had happened. Colonel Dan pulled out some cheroots and a box of matches, but his hand was shaking so hard that he broke several matches without having lit the cigar. Finally, Scroll leaned over and lit it with his lighter. Thanks, Duke, said the Colonel. He inhaled and stood for a moment, blowing out the smoke. This seemed to calm him a little. Scroll was holding a pencil over his notepad, and he fidgeted with it in the hope of promoting Colonel Dan to provide the officer's name. After that, he might get something more in writing. He'd found that taking a statement from anyone in a state of high excitement could be a way of lowering the temperature. But the Colonel ignored Scroll's gesture. This officer says, "The girls are in the bathroom right now, Colonel." And he gave me a sickly kind of smile. And I could hear those English broads in there, giggling and laughing. It sounded as if there were a dozen of them in there. The Colonel shook his head with disbelief. He told me I couldn't go in. Who did, Colonel? I keep telling you. The Group Pro. That jackass of a captain who walks around with the camera around his neck. The one I saw wearing the jacket, with flyers' wings and decorations at Christmas. Captain Madigan, Scroll said, and wrote the name on his pad. What goddamn girls? I asked the son of a bitch, and then he says, the girls who came for the dance on Saturday. Well, I've got to tell you, Duke, I blew my lid. Saturday, it's now Tuesday. You whorehound. I told him, you get these women off my airfield and then get back to your quarters and consider yourself under open arrest. Duke Scroll wrote that down without comment. I want that officer off this base. Duke? And I mean right away. The exec looked at Colonel Dan and waited for him to cool another degree or so. Maybe you should let me go across to his quarters and speak with him, Colonel. When I say get him off the base, I mean exactly that. Colonel Badgerby, Scroll said. May I suggest we speak more quietly? My Sergeant Clark is the soul of discretion, but we can probably be heard in the hangar. He pointed to the brick wall which separated the headquarters office from the big steel building where the aircraft were repaired. Colonel Dan sighed and sat down. He put his feet on a stool and puffed at his cigar. Now don't tell me you've got a woman in your quarters. Duke? No, Colonel, but I suspect that a dozen or more officers regularly have women staying with them in their quarters on the Saturday night after the dance. Mostly it's the junior officers, the pilots in particular, but I believe Major Phelan's girlfriend doesn't usually leave the base until late Monday morning, and one of the flight surgeons also has regular companions. Both these officers have rooms to themselves. Of course, Kevin Phelan? That mad Irish bastard? Colonel Dan smiled. Scroll knew he'd been right in mentioning Phelan. He could do no wrong in Colonel Dan's eyes, and I didn't realize this was going on. But Captain Madigan knows it's going on. Colonel, you can be quite certain of that, or any group pro always knows everything, in a manner of speaking. It's his job to know what's going on. The Colonel's brow wrinkled like that of a small child, asked to calculate a sum. Is there a lot of this going on? Duke, I mean, I knew that the occasional girl stayed over, but airfields are difficult to police. Colonel, keep them out of the main gate, and they come strolling back across the perimeter wire, jump the ditch near the fuel storage area, or find a way through the back of Hobday's farm. The previous commanding officer got a complaint from the civil police after a father told them his daughter hadn't come home. Wing sent a whole military police company to turn the base inside out, and they found 189 civilian women on the base that Sunday afternoon. The colonel looked at his exec and pursed his lips as if to whistle, but no sound came. You're telling me to forget the whole thing? At Narrowbridge, and most other places, I guess. They post notices saying that all women civilians have to be off base by Monday morning, but we don't dare put that kind of thing in writing. Now that the place is seething with reporters, why don't you let me pass the word around? Sometimes, Duke, you make me think that maybe you're the guy who went broke, barnstorming his way around the world. And I'm the West Point stuffed shirt. Duke Scroll smiled gratefully, knowing that this was Colonel Dan's idea of a compliment. And, Colonel, said Scroll, General Bonan phoned. He's coming over here tomorrow. He wants to have a word with you.
Brigadier General Alexander J. Bonan?
General Alexander Bonan could see the control tower, the nearest dispersal, and an RAF rescue amphibian that had brought back a pilot who had ditched in the channel. The atmosphere was tense. Crew chiefs, mechanics and armourers, crash crews and men on flying control duty kept watching the eastern horizon where the returning Mustangs would eventually be seen. A dozen men were playing ball. Others were bent over a card game. The duty flight surgeon was standing by the ambulance throwing a ball that was dutifully retrieved by Winston, but all these activities were only pieces of bad acting. When the group was flying a mission, no one really relaxed. Bonan turned away from the view of steeple-thaxted airfield. From the windows of my London office you can see that barrage balloon crew in Grosvenor Square, said General Bonan. Lieutenant Colonel Lester Shelley noted not only that the general had a London office, in addition, presumably, to other offices elsewhere, but that his London office faced out onto the square and had at least 2 windows. It was an unmistakable mark of power and prestige. Shelley's office was shared with his sergeant clerk and had a window facing onto a light well. "Sure," replied Colonel Shelley. "The balloon is crewed by women and they call the balloon Romeo. And don't think that's just by accident, Colonel. That way. The British provide every man jack of us with constant evidence that even their womenfolk are fighting the war. That's why the RAF assigned their Women's Auxiliary Air Force unit to Grosvenor Square. Slap in the middle of all our offices. I guess you're right. General, don't underestimate the English when it comes to loading the dice. They wrote the book." There was a polite knock at the door and Sergeant Kinselberg came in to ask if they wanted coffee or something else. General Bonin was not deceived by this solicitude. "You can tell Colonel Scroll that we'll be ready to see the base commander within the hour." General Bonin did not consult Colonel Shelley on his feelings about coffee. Kinselberg saluted and withdrew. The 2 men, although not greatly divided by age and both wearing the uniform of the United States Army, personified radically different aspects of successful America. General Bonin was an Eastern conservative, tall and muscular. His uniform came from a Washington tailor who'd dressed many generations of professional soldiers. Lester Shelley's uniform was more modern in style. It bore the silk labels of a Beverly Hills tailor who catered to the needs of some of the movie colony's wealthiest stars. Shelley had all the mannerisms of a studio executive. He used his hands as he spoke and waved his cigar around in the air. He smiled readily, and even grabbed the general's arm in a way that was commonly regarded as a friendly gesture in the world from which he had come. General Bonin did not resent this behavior the way most senior officers would have. They were both civilians in uniform, and he knew that, like himself. Shelley had been selected to do a job he'd already proved he was good at. He'd had dealings with many such men, tough, boisterous, confident, calculating men, and he knew that, like salesmen and merchants, they depended upon their energy to overcome social resentment. But Bonin did not greatly admire such self-confidence, for he'd spent most of his life among richer and more powerful men who demonstrated the greater confidence of not caring whether they were liked or not. "Primarily," said Bonin, "and throughout," he paused again for emphasis, "we must consider the interests of this young pilot." "Yeah. Lieutenant Morse?" "Exactly," said Shelley, examining the ash on his cigar. "He's newsworthy." The reply had come too quickly, and General Bonin had the uncomfortable feeling that Shelley had guessed everything he was about to say, guessed, too, that the concern about Morse and the married woman originated with the British, and guessed that Morse was about to be made unnewsworthy. "And yet," said Bonin, "I'm not sure that it would be in his interest, or in the interest of the Air Forces, if Lieutenant Morse became a widely publicized figure." Shelley nodded. Aware now that his previous answer had been precipitate, he leaned well back in his wickerwork chair and smoked in silence, admiring and noting for his own future use the plural form Air Forces. That was the way the Pentagon talked. He closed his eyes as he'd seen writers do in script conferences when deep thought was indicated. "As I understand it," continued Bonin, "Lieutenant Morse needs only a few more victories to beat Rickenbacker's World War I score and become the ranking ace in the history of American air power." He waited. But Colonel Shelley didn't open his eyes. So Bonin went on. "The way the fighting's going, Lieutenant Morse could rack up the necessary wins on his next couple of missions, perhaps even on his next. So you're going to have him removed from flying duties with immediate effect," Shelley said, his voice giving no indication what he thought of that idea. "It will be your task to support and justify any decision headquarters makes about Morse, And I don't only mean draft a suitable press release. Shelley opened his eyes and stared at Bonin with his lids half closed, as if trying to see into the glare of a bright light. Strictly off the record. General, do you mean you want me to help you concoct a reason for grounding the kid? Something I think the press and radio boys might swallow? Bonin stiffened. We haven't reached a stage in our history when a commanding general has to explain to reporters the reasoning behind his operational orders in wartime. Is that a fact? Said Shelley. Yes. It is. Bonin leaned forward as he said it and knocked a cushion on the floor without noticing that he'd done so. Trouble is, a lot of the bloodhounds out there wouldn't classify this as an operational decision. They'd sniff its ass and say it's just the kind of victimization they're here to expose. Are you? Began General Bonin. Colonel Shelley raised his hands in supplication. Just playing devil's advocate, General. He smiled. You can count on me. I'm with you all the way. His eyes were still screwed up, so that the smile with which he accompanied this assurance was strained. But you'd better understand what we're up against. The press won't be too thrilled about HQ grounding their favorite boy. There will have to be a little give and take. Bonin was surprised to find a cushion at his feet. He picked it up and tossed it into an empty chair. Give, he said. Give what? To whom? The only way we could extricate this boy from the arrangement he'd made with an Australian freelance was to sign him up with a big syndicate, the kind of big outfit the Australian wouldn't dare tangle with. Signed, you say? $2,000 paid on signature. They'll squeal bloody murder. We'll have to wheel and deal and give them some kind of exclusive in compensation. Let them squeal, said Bonin. They put their money on the wrong horse. Colonel Shelley moved his jaw so that his upper lip stretched tight against his bared teeth. It was a mute gesture of hostility from a man who didn't permit himself vocal ones. Maybe they'll think they put it on the winner, but that you came along and fixed the result. Bonin touched his face. Squeal how? A syndicate like that places stories in magazines and papers all the way from the Yukon to Rio. Get into a slugging match with them and they could roast us. I mean, you and me? General, roast us personally? Then you'll have to find a way out. Bonin was careful not to specify exactly what he wanted done, and this reluctance was not lost on Shelley. The general was going to keep his hands clean. You ever meet the sort of hard-nosed bastards who get to manage a syndicate office, concocting a story to convince them won't be easy? I know what we're up against. General, this same son of a bitch gave me a tough time with Morse's contract. Alexander Bonin had never liked California, or the people who lived in that soft-living, slow-moving region that Easterners called occupied Mexico. He'd opposed Jamie's going to college there, and he'd been right to do so. Moreover, Molly's marriage to a Santa Barbara oil engineer had done nothing to moderate his prejudice, and neither had this meeting with Colonel Lester Shelley. General Bonin heaved himself out of his soft chair with the kind of weary determination with which an Olympic champion climbs out of the pool. We are not here to concoct stories, said Bonin in his low, carefully measured voice. Neither will you be required to fix any results. The general towered over Shelley, who was still sprawled in an armchair. Fact, said the general, grabbing a finger of his left hand. Lieutenant Morse had been credited with German aircraft destroyed on the ground. As well as air-to-air kills, he paused and took 2 fingers in his grasp. Fact, his actual score of aircraft shot down in the air is far from equaling Rickenbacker's total. Fact. By now he had 3 fingers. Lieutenant Morse still has combat film submitted for appraisal. Until the results of that film are officially judged, his score cannot be revised for Amdor, no matter how many crosses Morse paints on his ship, and no matter what the newsmen have already printed. Hold tight, General, said Lester Shelley. The wicker chair creaked as he shifted uncomfortably. He was losing control of what had promised to be a game in which he held the trump cards. Until now. Senior officers had always deferred to Shelley's Hollywood expertise. This one didn't. So now Lester Shelley fought back, the way I've heard it. You were the one who told the groups to start crediting ground kills. It was your idea. You can't pull this kind of switcheroo." "Switcheroo," said General Bonin, as though encountering an obscenity for the first time. "I'm simply telling you something that must be obvious, even in Hollywood. If you are going to compare the number of planes shot down by Rickenbacker with the number of planes shot down by Lieutenant Morse, you can't rig the result by adding in Morse's strafing kills. The kind of victories 8th Air Force acknowledges, apart from that comparison, has nothing to do with it. That's just going to sound like double talk to reporters. Then you break it down into words of one syllable. Colonel. That's why the Army handed you that uniform. Go out and get shot at. Public relations is not just for reporters and radio commentators. We've got to think of how the pilots are going to take it. They're going to see it as a slap in the face. And what about the pilots in other air forces? What are the pilots in 9th Air Force and 15th going to say if we let this boy inherit Rickenbacker's mantle? And what about the Pacific Theater and the Navy pilots shooting down Japs? In case you don't know, 8th is the only outfit crediting ground kills. Colonel Shelley bit his lip to demonstrate concern. He nodded and then looked up at the general. He knew the real reason for getting rid of Morse as leading contender for the Ace of Aces spot. And he knew General Bonin had prepared his arguments at short notice. He admired such rationalization. It had the ring of inevitability that convinces. He liked that, what else can we do? We don't like it, but there's no other way line of argument. It had worked for Lester Shelley in the past, when he was a studio lawyer, a movie star, declining in popularity, still wanted to keep to the terms of a big fat contract signed in his heyday. They'd brought a poet from New England and paid him $1,000 a month to write the worst script the studio had ever commissioned. The star waited nearly 2 years for this masterpiece to take shape. Then he'd finally caught on and settled for a rewritten contract. 2 years at $1,000 a month was peanuts for wriggling out of a $2 million contract. Yes, General Bonin would have done well in Hollywood. "Count on me." "General," said Shelley, getting to his feet and stubbing out his cigar, "tell your office you'll be sticking close to me over the next few days. Colonel, we'll need to confer as this situation develops." "Yes, sir," said Shelley. He picked up his cap and came casually to attention. Bonin looked him straight in the eye. He didn't trust Shelley, who was not the sort of man he'd choose to do business with. But in the Army, as well as in civilian life, one had to play the cards one was dealt. He suspected that Shelley not only had arranged every detail of Morse's contract with the press syndicate, but had also taken a percentage or a handling fee. If he ever got a shred of evidence to support his suspicion, he'd have the colonel court-martialed, but he knew enough about show business lawyers to have little hope of uncovering such a deal. "I have no doubt that you and I will work this out together, Colonel Shelley. This group commander, Colonel Badger, has a terrific record, both as a flyer and a fighting man," said Shelley. "He flies lots of missions and gets kills. No one has a right to tell him who flies on his wing. I take your point, Colonel Shelley. You think Morse's grounding must remain a low-echelon decision that headquarters say it can't countermand? I do, sir, but the press won't dare attack a fighting man like Colonel Badger." "Excellent," said Bonin. "I knew a man with your experience would find a way out of this. I'll make sure you get full recognition." He reached for the phone. "Now we'll go along and explain what's needed to Colonel Badger. Are you sure he'll play ball? Colonel Badger wants to go right on leading this group into action. Sure he'll play ball, or he'll find himself flying a typewriter for the rest of the war. And you'll put another commander in here." Bonin tapped his briefcase. "I took the precaution of having his orders cut before I left London." Shelley nodded his admiration. Not since the first few minutes of their meeting had Vera Hardcastle, or her homebound soldier husband, been mentioned. "Mr. and Mrs. America deserve clean-living young men as heroes," said Bonin. "These are the men our next generation will admire and model themselves upon." "In a way," said Lester Shelley, "and I mean this very sincerely, creating heroes in wartime is a lot like creating movie stars." Captain James, Fairbrother.
"Break! Break! Jesus, break!" The Up-Sun squadron was getting it. Fairbrother heard the shouts of joy and terror on the radio, but he was keeping close escort on the bombers. The other squadron was somewhere beyond the cumulus clouds. Nervously, he twisted round to scan the sky. His wingman was a 19-year-old uncommissioned flight officer who'd just arrived from the replacement depot. It would be rash to depend upon him to spot attackers. He realized how Earl must have felt when first nursing Jamie along. There were plenty of Germans in the sky, and about 5 miles away to the south, he could see more climbing out of the clouds. He looked below. The forts were droning steadily on as if they hadn't noticed the impending attack, although he knew that all eyes would be on those swarming midges. As the Germans came closer, he recognized them as Focke-Wulf 190s. Formation destroyers equipped with a big 21-centimeter mortar under each wing to break up the bomber boxes. How long before? Surely Kevin Phelan had seen them. Here we go. Falansky's Irish Rose was leading the group today, and he began a steep turn that would give them an interception, but not before those long-range mortars had fired at the bomber formation. That's the price paid for the really close escort the bomber crews liked. Now that they were on a collision course, the Focke-Wulfs grew bigger every second. They were in line abreast and about 1,000 meters away when their wings flickered with flames as the rockets lumbered away. Big black clouds of smoke appeared amid the bombers as the rocket shells exploded. The Germans were now close enough to rake the bombers with cannon fire. The nearest fort took hits right from the first. Scrapbook, an aged B-17 with weathered green paintwork and a shapely blonde on the nose, reared and bucked.
Slices of aluminium flaked off her body, flashed in the dull sunlight, and then folded back into the slipstream like the discarded skin of some great green snake. Only when the stream of cannon shells got to the plexiglass did the fort swerve. The top turret's clear glass turned white and shattered. The hammer blows inched along to the cockpit windows and the glassed nose, so that she disappeared in a snowstorm of broken plastic. Amid the whirling snowflakes, like the tiny Santa Claus in an inverted glass paperweight, men could be glimpsed, arms and legs flailing as they tried to find support in the thin blue sky. The snow flurry melted, but the men remained. They twisted and, arms stretched, floated for a moment in the fort's surrounding air before falling away, cartwheeling into the scattered confusion of broken wreckage. Pilotless, the huge fort slowly careened and tilted farther and farther until she rolled over, breaking in half as her tormentors, the blue-painted F-190s, screamed past, weaving through the flying debris. A Focke-Wulf came through Fairbrother's gun sight. He fired and saw strikes near the cockpit, but the German, at full deflection, twisted away and was gone. Another plane charged at him. Instinctively, his finger tightened on the trigger, but just in time he recognized the white stars and held his fire. It was huge as it slid towards him. The two planes almost collided, and as it passed, with only a few feet to spare, Kibitzer rocked and wallowed in its turbulent wake. He turned again to bring another German into view and moved his head to see his wingman, Luke Robinson, still with him. Good boy. The gunfire was bright in the grey sky. Bang! Bang! His plane shuddered and the stick jerked as bullets plucked the elevator. He dived away. Where was the kid? Yes. He was still following. An explosion to port as a chance shot turned fuel and ammunition into a brilliant orange ball and the subsequent white flash that consumed the aluminium airframe in instantaneous combustion. No shortage of targets. The sky was full of Germans, but as fast as he got one in his sights, he'd see the gunfire of another streaking past his wings. Brake. He turned away so tightly that he felt the juddering that warns of a high-speed stall. Gently does it. Another German came into his view. Anyone who'd been tempted to believe those intelligence assessments about the Luftwaffe being at its last gasp could revise that estimation. The Messerschmitt was still there, a Bf-109G with the big 30mm cannon designed to smash up the heavier structures of the bombers. One such shell striking a single-seater is enough to blow it apart. A touch of stick. Keep turning. Faster. Faster. Slowly the Messerschmitt grew in the ring sight. The German turned, and Fairbrother eased the stick and held on to him, pressing himself forward against the harness with the insane feeling that he could actually increase his speed by leaning forward. The sun swung gently into his windshield, and everything disappeared in the blinding furnace of its light. Eyes closed. Keep turning. Range and deflection are narrowing. He took a hand off the throttle long enough to unsnap his harness. The risk of smashing his face against the panel was outweighed by the freedom it gave him to look round the sky. He craned his neck to see around him. He'd done the same thing only half a minute ago, but 30 seconds was time enough for a speck to become an attacker and blow him to blazes. Still, the German ahead hadn't seen him, dropped the nose a little to bring the blue aircraft up into the lighted orange circle. A touch of rudder to ease the deflection. The German was careless, all his attention on his own gun sight. He was stalking, ahead of him, and just below, a crippled B-17 sliding back out of formation. Its gunners not at their stations, more rudder. Mustn't make the same mistake. A quick look round for attackers. Good. The wingtips of the Messerschmitt stretched far enough to touch the circle. He squeezed the trigger and felt the kick of the guns. Long, smoky trails of gunfire touched the wings and erupted in bright yellow strikes that made the German tip over into a roll and dive. The usual Luftwaffe evasive tactic, Fairbrother. Ready for it. Stuck close on his tail. The Messerschmitt was still in his sights and still taking hits. The prop slowed and stopped. The canopy opened and a black bundle tumbled out, cannoning off the wing and slamming into his own stabilizer before bouncing away spread-eagled, his pale flying coveralls now mottled with red blood. The German pilot sailed past over Fairbrother's head. Fairbrother turned his head again to see Luke Robinson. His neck was getting stiff and his back muscles were tired from all this twisting about. If only the kid would stay close enough to be seen in the rear-view mirror. Parachutes. There were parachutes. White. American parachutes. Above him. Above him. If there were chutes above him. He was below the bombers, and that was lower than he wanted to be. Stick back and start climbing. Altitude means salvation to a fighter pilot until that last, desperate tactic of running for your life at 0 feet. Climbing. Luke was still there. Now he saw the bomber boxes sailing through the sky above him. The bombers were trying to tighten formation now that so many had gone down or fallen behind. More parachutes. A fort trailing smoke. 2 dropping out of formation. Poor bastards. Another explosion seen only out of the corner of his eye, a gigantic flash of yellow light that filled the whole sky. It left no more than a shape of grey smoke, a spider shape. Its ever-lengthening grey legs smoking debris falling to earth, the unmistakable sight of a fully laden bomber exploding. "Brake, Jamie, brake," MM's voice. Where did he come from? Fairbrother threw his plane into a violent skid and tumbled inverted into an uncontrollable fall that became a dive as the weight of the Rolls-Royce engine pulled his nose towards the earth. Luke Robinson was still there, and the German attacker high and to the left. Good. His shooting is wide. Luke fired a burst but was not positioned for getting hits. It was dark as they dropped into the billowing cumulus where the world was made of grey jelly and pressed close upon his plexiglass. Then immediately out of the bottom of the cloud, stratus therefore, not cumulus, even the infallible Fairbrother is permitted a mistake now and again. Here under the cloud Germany was sunless, a muted pattern of fields and forests. The only relief from this grey world was the long glittering white wires that came from behind and lit his path. Shit! The Kraut was still on his tail and firing. "You bastard! Turn and dive! The bullets are still coming." More throttle. And where the hell was Luke Robinson? What's a wingman for anyway? Fairbrother gripped harder on the stick, trying to stop it vibrating. The wires, curving gently like telegraph lines swaying in the sunlight, came nearer to his port wing. "Brake!" Someone's still shouting. "Luke or MM?" "No." It's Rube Wine's voice. "So come on over here and heave on the stick and you'll find out." The throttle was against the firewall. Emergency power. Dive steeper and steeper still. The white airspeed needle chased round the clock. Faster, 350, 400, 450. The white needle caught up with the slower red danger line, and Fairbrother knew that his airframe was in jeopardy as he used all his strength to pull at the stick. Both hands couldn't hold it still. He braced his feet and pulled so hard that he expected the column to break in his hands. He could feel a dull pain in his belly. His legs were as heavy as lead. There was an insupportable pressure on his head, forcing him down in his seat until he thought his spine would snap. His vision clouded and darkened as the centrifugal effect drained the blood from his brain. He felt the airframe shaking, just a vibration at first and then a pounding. Now it was jolting him about in his seat as the wings tried and failed to deflect the engine from its chosen trajectory towards the earth. He looked out and saw his wings flapping as if to break off. No wires now. The German was no doubt wrestling with his own controls and waiting for the Mustang's wings to rip off. Fairbrother was still trying to pull out of the dive as he lost consciousness. Spark plug blew 3 from spark plug 4. "I repeat, where are you?" It was the nervous, high-pitched voice of Luke Robinson. But eventually his fear overcame the discipline of his radio procedure. "Cap, for Christ's sake, where the hell are you? It's Luke." Fairbrother was unconscious for only a few seconds, and when the blood pumped back up to his brain and restored his dimmed vision, he saw trees and rooftops flashing past. A small lake, a factory chimney, a farmyard with a dozen people staring up at him. He overtook a train, its smoke trailing across the fields like a long streamer of shiny black silk. He shook his head, and only with a tremendous effort of will throttled back and resumed full control of himself and his machine. It seemed so much easier, so much more comfortable, so much more sensible to sit and watch the world rush past. He looked at the instruments and then gently tried the ailerons and rudder. When he was straight and level, he searched the horizon, not a plane in sight. He checked his wings and looked again to his instruments, all back to normal, but his compass showed him heading east and his fuel was low. By now he must be somewhere near the Polish border. He looked down to find a landmark, but from this height the agricultural land of Silesia seemed flat and featureless. He turned until he was headed northwest, climbed gently up into the overcast, and called up on the radio. Only when he'd tried all the channels did he hear MM's voice, patiently calling to him. He answered. "Jamie here. MM, over." "Thank Christ, I thought they'd got you." "Jamie. I blacked out. I think my ears are blocked. I can't hear so well." "Where the hell are you?" "Southeast. I'm coming up to find you. Is Luke there?" "He's here. We're circling till you come. Hurry up. We're all low on gas." Fairbrother broke out through the cloud cover and saw MM, Rube and Luke Robinson, his wingman, describing lazy circles 2 or 3 miles to the west of him. The sunlight was brighter now. The sun was full and frosting the clouds with a blinding white topping. To the north he saw long trailing white threads, the condensation trails of the bombers, the threads bending now as the task force skirted Frankfurt under Oder. They'd come a long journey to these bleak borderlands of the east, and many of them would never see home again. 2 more single-seaters were skimming the cloud tops by the time Kibitzer reached MM, and the others, he watched the two strangers suspiciously. Only a week before, a couple of Bf-109s had joined a formation of look-alike Mustangs and clobbered the rear element before getting away scot-free. But these were jugs, two fat T-bolts who preferred flying home in company. They slid into position behind Luke Robinson, who was flying Superlative, one of the newest of the Mustangs, factory fresh. It was still in natural metal finish. From now on, it was to be Air Force policy to leave aircraft unpainted. It saved a few man-hours in the factory and increased speed. Even old Kibitzer had gained 10 mph from her new engine and polished metal finish. For the bombers, locked into their huge formations, the shiny finish seemed a logical modification, but many of the fighter pilots disliked the mirror-flashing attention the new planes got as they turned in the sunlight. Fairbrother raised a hand to Luke in salutation. The boy, thankful for a sign that he wasn't going to be blamed for losing Fairbrother in the dive, waved back. After set course towards the bombers, one of the jugs pulled up closer to him, and its pilot ran a finger across his throat to show he was low on fuel. Made a gesture of acknowledgement and tried again to find a common frequency on the radio, but couldn't reach them. The jug fell back into battle formation, with about 300 yards between them. The bombers were stretched out across the River Oder. Their target, the sprawling Fokker-Wulf plant at Sorau, almost in sight. The air commander, in the lead plane of the task force, had throttled back to accommodate the cripples. Even so, the outermost planes in the formation, jockeying the throttles to hold position, had a difficult task. It was little wonder that these outermost planes were subject to so high a proportion of mechanical failures, and little wonder that these were the ones to suffer most from the German fighters. As the 6 fighters reached the bomber formation, they could see half a dozen Messerschmitts making concerted attacks on the high squadron of the top box. The fighter pilot could sense the feeling of relief that ran through the minds of the men in this huge task force as they spotted the American fighters. The formations tightened, and there were gunners waving from the open ports of the waist positions. The Messerschmitt pilots saw the American fighters too, and abandoned the damaged fortresses. With their windmilling props, idly swinging unmanned guns, their wings and bodies shiny with spilled fuel and leaking hydraulic fluid, their shattered plastic and torn alloy, they abandoned them, but they didn't go far. They circled like sharks some 10 miles off to starboard. They didn't seek fighter-to-fighter combat. Their orders were strict. It was the American bombers that had to be destroyed. Turned sharply and, to their great credit, the nervous jug pilots followed him trustingly. Together the mixed formation made for the Messerschmitts, but they didn't go to full throttle. Their fuel was too low for that, and far too low for combat. The Messerschmitts climbed away unhurriedly, as if they guessed this was no more than an empty gesture. Fairbrother turned his head to see the bombers plodding on towards their target, searching the horizon for the escorting fighter groups which hadn't yet arrived. Who could see the bomber crews without admiring the phlegmatic determination which makes other kinds of courage seem no more than temporary lapses of judgment? They were the real heroes, the ones who came up here day after day as human targets for every weapon an ingenious, dedicated and tenacious foe could use against them. So in life itself, the true measure of courage is to fly on despite the tragedies of accident, sickness, or failure. One more time. It was turning away from the Messerschmitts for one last pass right down the miles of bomber formations. They tucked in tight behind who was now cruising for minimum fuel consumption. Fairbrother had his prop at 1700 revs and in fine pitch. Now he gave the engine all the manifold pressure he dared. Poor Kibitzer. She took it like a lady and didn't complain. They steered west after leaving the bombers, and no one looked back. Some 3,000 feet above them, they could see a lone Junkers Ju-88, the contact holder following the American bombers and talking all the time to German ground control. Soon the Messerschmitts would go back in to finish their meal. Below him, Fairbrother recognized, from the map on his knee, the junction of the River Oder and the Hohenzollern Canal. Not far beyond that were the suburbs of Berlin, with all the flak and fighter defences concentrated round the capital. It was not a healthy place to linger. The bomber force had been routed in from the Baltic, but the 6 fighters would have to go home by a more direct route if they were to make it across the Channel with props still turning. To the south of Bremen, they were met with an untidy cannonade of flak. At first it was 88s well wide of their track, but then came some big 10.5 centimeter bursts much nearer. They could hear the radar humming in their earphones. An MM climbed and changed course. Near Holland's great inland sea, the IJsselmeer. The clouds were less billowing and soon stretched beneath them like flat grey concrete, all the way to where they touched the bottom of the big red disk that was the dying sun, sandwiched between the strips of pink cirrus overhead and this unending, colourless carpet. The 6 aircraft seemed suspended in space, halted at some great red traffic light hanging in the sky. Sparkplug Blue 3 from Blue 1, you want to take a look at my tailplane? The controls are getting real stiff. Fairbrother narrowed the space between them and went high enough to see properly. Looks okay to me. What do you think, Rube? Rube Wine brought Daniel in closer, but he too could see nothing wrong with MM's tail. But you're holed aft of the cockpit, buddy. Could be the control runs or something. Wine's academic prowess was exemplary, but his knowledge of aircraft anatomy was sketchy. Are we over the ocean? Jamie? As usual, MM had abandoned radio procedure. Sure, I know about the holes. Rube? She's screaming like a banshee. The wind's playing on her like a flute. MM was careful to make his inquiry about the ocean sound casual. Fairbrother looked at the map on his knee and then at his clock. In about 4 minutes. Over. She's giving me real trouble. Jamie, get up, you bastard. This last remark to his plane, which was becoming more difficult to hold in the turbulent coastal air due to the airflow sucking at the curled edges of the gaping holes. I'm not bailing out, said MM in response to the silence. I've got 2 sure kills on my gun camera, and I'm not leaving it. For Christ's sake, said Fairbrother. Even if it was a joke, it didn't amuse him. All 4 Mustangs had taken hits. It had been a tough one. And yet there was no pleasure taken in their victories and their survival. Their last sight of the unprotected bombers was one they couldn't forget, and they felt sullied by their own good fortune. Rube Wine's plane wobbled a little and belched black smoke as the supercharger cut out. He gave it a little throttle to bring him up level with the others. You okay, Rube? Said MM. No glass mountain? I'm okay, said Rube Wine, irritated that MM should reveal and scoff at his reluctantly confessed fears. So, let's go home, said MM, and all the aircraft pulled in tighter together. The 6 pilots, alone in their single-seaters, couldn't help each other over the cold, dark sea, but some atavistic feeling made them want to fly closer together, and MM got comfort from that. The formation had only just passed over the Dutch coast when Rube Wine came on the radio. Blue leader from Blue 2, I can't make it to England. His voice was as calm and matter-of-fact as it always was.
What in hell do you mean? Rube, demanded MM indignantly. He was the casualty. Everyone knew that. So why was Rube trying to steal his thunder? I'm out of gas. It's this goddamn blower. Shit. Rube, we're practically there now. It's no use. I've been nursing her. But the needles are out of sight. Have you switched left and right a couple of times? For Christ's sake, I'm not fresh out of primary flight training. It's the blower. Like I told you, I'll bail out over Holland. The resistance guys will maybe smuggle me out or something. Now listen, Rube. But MM's advice went unheeded as Rube's wingtip tilted steeply and he began a wing-over that dropped him out of formation belly up like a dead fish. Fairbrother twisted his head to see how far back Rube would have to fly for a landfall.
There were condensation trails high over the coast, German fighters responding to the radar tracks made by the 6 Americans. As the German planes reached the higher atmosphere, the air condensed to leave a white plume. One after another, they became visible against the deepening color of the eastern sky. WWII would be easy meat for them. "Tell the colonel I'm sorry." It was WWII's voice again, fainter now and scratchy with static. "I can't swim." "See? Explain that, will you, MM? We can't come back." "Rube, we're all low on gas." There was some sort of reply, but it was swallowed up in the rhythms of the German jamming. They listened all the way back over the sea, but they never heard him again. "Just you and me left now." "Jamie," said MM as they crossed the English coast. "And Luke," said Fairbrother hastily. He realized how the new boy must be feeling. "Oh, sure," said MM. "Sorry, kid." "Rube should have hightailed it home long before his gas got so low," said MM, ignoring all radio procedure. "He'll be okay." "Blue leader," said Fairbrother. "I'd say he bailed out long before those fighters got anywhere near him." There was a double click on the radio as MM jiggled the switch to acknowledge the message. Soon the Thunderbolts waggled wings and dropped out of formation to find their own base. It was clear at Steeple Thaxted, or relatively so, some puffy stratocumulus, pink-lined to dramatize the lowering sun. The grass was shiny with recent rain, and the reddening sky was reflecting on the wet runway. MM took Mickey Mouse 2 into the landing pattern, moving jerkily into finals as he manipulated the stiff controls. He went in a little high, but MM knew the field well enough to slip effortlessly off 50 feet or more so that he was just right as he went over the hedge. Children playing in the paddock near Hobday's farm stopped their game to watch him and were surprised at the sudden increase of power that made the engine roar to bursting point, and the little lurch the plane gave as it teetered on the edge of stalling and wheezing and bawling like an angry old woman, staggered inch by inch back into the air again. "My gear's jammed," said MM on the radio even before the red flares were fired from the flying control truck. "You guys better go in first. I'll have to belly in, I guess. Retaining control to the end," he added. "Luke first, Jamie next." Tex Gill jumped up onto Kibitz's wing as she came to a stop on the hardstand. "We were getting a little worried, sir," he said, looking at his watch and at the bullet holes. "I got one," said Fairbrother. Unlike most other crew chiefs, Tex never asked. "I saw him bail out, but we lost Lieutenant Wine." Fairbrother heaved himself out of his seat and stayed there to watch Mickey Mouse 2 come round the circuit. Tex was watching too, but neither of them admitted his concern. He ran out of gas and turned back to bail out over Holland. Fairbrother pulled up the sides of his helmet and prodded a finger in each ear, but he was still a little deafened. "Everyone liked the lieutenant," said Tex Gill, still watching MM. "Ran out of gas," said Fairbrother. "His supercharger was on the blink. He came right out over the water before turning back." Tex Gill looked at his pilot and nodded. Fairbrother's face was deeply lined, his eyes bloodshot and darkly underset. Where his oxygen mask had been pressing against his face, there were red scars curving from nose to jaw. The stupid bastard should have turned back at the first sign of trouble. To anyone but Tex Gill, Fairbrother's voice might have seemed angry, but a pilot had no secrets from his crew chief. He could see in Fairbrother's face the desperate bitterness we save for loved ones who die. "I guess he didn't want to leave Lieutenant Morse without a wingman," said Tex Gill. "Seeing how you had to look after the new young officer." He jumped down from the wing, and Fairbrother followed, steadying himself on Gill's shoulder. "I shot down a Messerschmitt. Tex, the pilot bailed out." Fairbrother winced with pain and sat down on the trailing edge of the wing. "You hurt, Cap?" "Just cramp." He felt like a fool, but he had to wait until the circulation came back to his leg. "I saw this German pilot, Tex. He sailed past me close enough to touch." Tex Jill said nothing. Fairbrother said, "I guess he was dead. He hit his stabilizer, and there was a lot of blood. You got some leave coming up, Captain. You sure deserve some. A lot of hardware under him. I guess they're tough to handle with cannons and all that junk strapped under the wings."
"There comes Lieutenant Morse," said Jill, easing the parachute harness off Fairbrother's shoulder. "He's going to do that real nice, I'd say. I can't leave MM now, Tex. And we've got Lieutenant Robinson to think of too." "You need a rest, Cap," said Tex Jill, deciding there was no point in being too subtle with a man so clearly in a state of shock. "Sometimes—"
He shifted awkwardly, wondering how to continue. "Sometimes a guy out here on the line sees things the flight surgeon misses. You and Lieutenant Morse. You both need a rest." "You're a good buddy, Tex," said Fairbrother, handing him the chute. "And there he goes." The main runway was still under repair, so MM had to use the shorter one. He came in wheels up and settled Mickey Mouse Tattoo gently onto the concrete with plenty of room to spare. He kept its nose up so that the air intake hit first. The plane tilted a bit and made a lot of noise as it slid along, tearing alloy off its underside. Men standing on a nearby revetment saw the Mustang disappear into a cloud of white smoke, but the smoke was a spray of rainwater thrown into the air as the plane waltzed down the concrete, and their gasps turned into sighs of relief as the plane came to a standstill and the ambulance and crash wagon went chasing after it. Fairbrother walked to the jeep that was waiting to take them to debriefing. Luke Robinson was already sitting in it. "You want to get in the back seat?" "Luke," said Fairbrother. The driver looked round but said nothing. "I'm okay. Get in the back seat," said Fairbrother, climbing into the back himself and dumping his parachute on the floor. "I'd rather." "Get into the back seat, you stupid son of a bitch," said Fairbrother in a voice that made Robinson shoot out of his seat as if it was red hot. "Gee, Captain, I'm sorry," he said as he climbed into the back of the jeep. Fairbrother took off his helmet and wiped his face with his hand. To the driver he said, "Drive down the runway and pick up Lieutenant Morse. You'd need permission from flying control to drive out there across the airfield. Anyway, this jeep's not marked for it. Get going," said Fairbrother. His voice was soft, but even more intimidating than his previous burst of bad temper. "And that's an order, goddammit. We didn't ride all the way across Europe so you could leave him to walk back from his ship." The driver turned in his seat to argue, but when he saw Fairbrother's face, he did exactly as he was told. "Colonel Daniel A. Badger." The group commander looked around at his office, the cracked lino, the cluttered desk and shabby furniture. His father had warned him that a serviceman's life is one of poverty and humiliation. Faith without miracles was his father's description of a military career. Redemption without atonement, penitence without spiritual reconciliation. His father had never dwelt upon the heartfelt pacifist convictions that had subjected the family to so much local criticism during the First War and long after. Had his father ever suspected that the snubs of certain neighbors played a part in Danny's long-deferred decision to get into uniform? When he was finally ordained a second lieutenant with the Air Corps, his father was not in the congregation. Colonel Dan took out his handkerchief and blew his nose loudly in a defiant trumpet. Well, even his father hadn't warned him about the chances of having a couple of dressed-up civilians telling him exactly how to do the job he'd been doing since long before they'd learned how to salute. The trouble was, if it all went wrong, these two bastards would be back here telling him that he'd fucked up. He picked up a chair by its back and swung it high into the air before letting it crash back into place. "These guys come on real strong," thought Colonel Dan a few moments later, watching his two visitors arranging their chairs and lowering the blinds and making sure that poor little Lieutenant Morse wouldn't be able to see the faces of the senior officers in case they revealed their feelings. Not much chance of these two blank-faced paddle-footers revealing their feelings. They didn't seem to have any. except for an irrational hatred and contempt for one of his best pilots, who'd committed no crime more heinous than jumping into the sack with a married woman. Well, he that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone. Dan Badger decided to put his foot down about one thing. He'd insist upon seeing Lieutenant Morse without these two in the room. They could wait in the clerk's office and put their ears to the lock if they wanted to be sure he was obeying their crackpot orders. At first, Colonel Dan had thought the flashy little lieutenant colonel was from the Judge Advocate General's Corps. He had some of the imperious arm-waving mannerisms Colonel Dan associated with trial lawyers, but most of his knowledge of such men had come from Hollywood films. Now it transpired that the little creep was no more than a flak in uniform, a pro. General Bonan seemed to sense Colonel Dan's dislike of Lester Shelley and did his best to keep the preparations for this so-called interview between the group commander and Lieutenant Morse as brief as possible. Let Dan decide about the position of the telephones. We don't want it to look like a courtroom. Just trying to help, said Lester Shelley. He replaced the telephones, black for internal numbers, green for scrambled line, red for operations, on the desk and spent a few minutes trying to disentangle the wires. Let it go, Lester, said Colonel Dan. The little pro-colonel insisted upon being addressed by his first name. Those wires are always snarled up. He waved away his jacket that Lester Shelley had politely removed from the back of a chair and was offering to him like some kind of hotel flunky. Colonel Dan always worked at his desk in his non-regulation short-sleeved khaki shirt. Everyone round here knew that. Lieutenant Morse strolled into the room so casually that it was clear he had no suspicion that Colonel Dan was about to ground him. And he listened carefully to some rigmarole about a recommendation for a distinguished flying cross. That didn't excite him very much. They were giving out lots of DFCs lately. He was after greater glory. His mind was dwelling upon the thought of Colonel Dan, sometime soon, calling him in to announce that he'd been given the Congressional Medal of Honor. It was then that he realized he was being grounded. "Shit, what for?" said Morse. "You mean because I cracked up my ship? Listen, Colonel, she was shot full of holes, and the salvage crew will confirm it. You get on the phone now to the Mobile Reclamation and Repair Squadron. One of their tech sergeants said he didn't know how I'd got her back." Colonel Dan decided not to deny that the crash landing was connected with his decision. He was relieved. In fact, that Lieutenant Morse had found some kind of basis for it. "The exec has some jobs for you, Lieutenant. So for the time being, I want you to remain on base. You'll find that officers working here at HQ don't have as much free time as flying personnel." But Morse didn't like that little speech. It sounded too much like a permanent assignment. A couple of days off the flying roster was one thing, but a permanent office job was his idea of hell. "How long's this grounding likely to last, Colonel? I've been looking through your file, and your flying hours are adding up. Lieutenant, you're getting awful close to going home." "I'm getting awful close to being the top ace in the ETO, Colonel, and you know it. I don't intend to argue with you, but Lieutenant Morse, you are grounded and that's it. The flight surgeon and I both think you need a little rest. Doc says you were hysterical when they hauled you out of that wrecked ship. Don't give me that crap about needing a rest. I get a full night's sleep every 24 hours, and I'm not standing here reporting for sick call. I'm not asking for phenobarb and a double shot of Mission whiskey. I'm in A1 shape and as fit as anyone in the group. And I wasn't hauled out of my ship. I brought her in real careful, and I climbed out in my own good time." "Take it easy, son," said Colonel Dan. "You convinced me you weren't hysterical when you were swearing at the doc and deliberately disobeying his order to get into that ambulance for a checkup. You could find yourself facing charges. Did Doc Goldman report me then? Come on. Morse? You know Doc Goldman better than that. I saw it myself. I saw you standing on your ship, and I could hear you shouting horse shit right across here at the apron where I was after watching you come in." "Oh, sure, I get it," said Morse sarcastically. "Heads you win, tails I lose. Either way, I get grounded, Who talked you into landing me this raw deal? Was it Major Tucker? It's nothing to do with Tucker, said the colonel. Lieutenant Morse had grown excited, and Colonel Badger got to his feet as a natural reaction to this hostility, then realized immediately that he should have remained seated. That's what Duke Scroll would have done. Instead, Colonel Dan leaned forward and shook a finger in Morse's face. You get this, and get it good. Kid, I call the shots around here, and if I say you're benched, you're benched. He sat down again and rubbed his bare arms nervously. Now get out of here and tell Major Tucker I don't want to see your name on the board until further notice. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, you'll report to Colonel Scroll in Class A uniform and be told your new duties. Meanwhile, you are relieved from assignment and duty. Effective as of now. Got that? Morse's face contorted. The muscles of his jaw bunched, and a vein on his forehead grew visible so suddenly that, to Colonel Dan, it seemed as if the boy had aged right before his eyes. With the same rigidity, Lieutenant Morse swung his arm up in an exaggerated salute and stamped his feet as he turned about face. "Dismiss!" called Colonel Dan, but already Morse was striding towards the door. He slammed it after him with enough force to shake the building. General Bonin. Lieutenant Colonel Shelley and Lieutenant Colonel Scroll came into the office as soon as Morse had departed. "I think the noise of that door slamming is going to have everyone in earshot, wondering what that was all about," said Bonin, smiling to show he wasn't really worried. Duke Scroll said, "Colonel Badger always shuts his door like that. General Bonin, I don't think it will attract any comment." He also smiled. It was an attempt to cheer up Colonel Dan, but it didn't succeed. Sadly, he said, "I intend to write up that young officer's efficiency report in such a way as to undo a little of the damage I've just done him." Duke Scroll was the only person on the base who realized how closely Colonel Dan identified with Lieutenant Morse. The two personalities had little in common, really, but Colonel Dan remembered that in his youth he had been a failure at everything except flying, and he knew that this was also true of Lieutenant Morse. But there was envy there too, envy of a top-scoring fighter pilot of the kind who'd taught Colonel Dan how to fly after the First War. "I'd advise caution, Dan," said General Bonin in that fruity, avuncular voice that had commanded the full attention of so many anxious businessmen. "Give him superior as an efficiency rating, but let Duke here take care of the report." He touched Colonel Dan's arm in a congratulatory gesture. "Well, I think we must get out of your way now, Colonel. The weather's good. Every chance your group will fly tomorrow. I'm sure you have a lot to do." Now, Duke Scroll held the office door open for the two visitors and insisted upon taking them over to the officers' club for a cup of coffee and a sandwich. The footsteps of the three men echoed down the corridor, and Colonel Dan swung his chair round so that he could watch the softball game on the grass behind number 1 hangar and the stars and stripes flying from the mast at the parade ground. These simple evidences of American life reassured him. He felt in control of his life and his job again. He was about to pick up the phone and ask his clerk for coffee when footsteps came hurriedly along the corridor and the door opened without Duke's usual polite knock. It was Lieutenant Colonel Lester Shelley, the PRO. He entered the room holding a cigar aloft in a gesture that was both salute and apology. "I came back for my glasses," he said. "Well, As a matter of fact, I wanted a word with you, Colonel." Lester Shelley artfully pulled a leather glasses case just far enough out of his pocket to show that he really had them. "You and I may have to work together on this tricky problem." He smiled and blew smoke. "Half the trouble in this world could be averted if women smoked cigars. My father said that, and I believe it. You can sit down and talk with anyone who appreciates a good cigar. Cigar smoking is contemplative. See?" "Right, Lester," said Colonel Dan, who had no idea what kind of response his visitor expected. "That's why I know I can talk man to man with you." Colonel. Lester Shelley looked quickly over his shoulder to be sure no one else was in the room. I'm going to do you a favor now. Dan, because I figure I might need one in return someday. Anything I can do, muttered Colonel Dan. Shelley looked round again, then pointed a finger at him. For your private ear. Dan, for your very private ear.
He held up his hand to emphasize the confidential nature of this disclosure. General Bonin has his son right here on this base. His son. His only son. And he's very, very attached to that lad. I've got no one on the roster named Bonin. A commissioned officer or an EM. I keep my ears open. Dan. Otherwise, I would never have discovered it myself. He tapped his nose. A word to the wise, right? On this base, named Bonin. Fair brother. A captain, I think. A bright young man, from what I hear. Do yourself a favor. Dan. Cultivate the kid. No telling what could come from being in the General's good books. Right? Sure. A captain. Name of James Fairbrother. Well, thanks, Lester. Colonel Lester Shelley pulled his briefcase up tight under his arm, as if he was about to crash through the opposition for a touchdown. He waved his right hand in what was almost a military salute and hurriedly left the room. So that was it. Fairbrother.
Now Colonel Dan knew why his group was so frequently honoured with visits from the General, and he understood all those polite phone calls asking about Fairbrother. Colonel Dan turned to the window to look at the airfield, his airfield. He watched the softball game for a moment or two. It wasn't the team playing, just guys from the workshops taking a break. They were white-faced, listless, and obviously in poor physical condition. The men servicing and repairing the planes had been working day and night through the last few weeks. They needed rest and some properly organized physical exercise, but there was no let-up in the operational requirements, and there was every sign that things were going to get even hotter. More engine changes, more bullet holes to repair, more guns to clean, and more of those lousy letters to inform next of kin that a brother, son or husband was MIA. That was the formula. Missing in action. That gave some tormented mind an opportunity to come to terms with the loss before receiving the final, fatal certainty of death. So Fairbrother was General Bonin's son. Come to think of it, there was a certain physical resemblance between it. Did Bonin have double standards, and would he have grounded his own son if the reputation of the service was at stake? Yes, decided Colonel Dan, but the General would have done it just the same. Bonin had the same damned inflexible self-righteousness that Dan Badger's own father displayed. But it wasn't the way Colonel Dan liked to do things. He thought back over his interview with Lieutenant Morse and felt cheapened by it. Who the hell were those two that they could come in here and make him do such things to his own men? And to a flyer. Colonel Badger noticed that the door to his clerk's inner office was partly open. He could see Sergeant Kinselberg in there, filing papers at an open drawer, and wondered if he'd heard the conversation with Shelley. For a moment he was going to ask, but then decided he wouldn't get a straight answer. Kinselberg and his boss, Duke Scroll, were birds of a feather. Hear nothing, see nothing, and say nothing. He kept meaning to buy a Three Wise Monkeys statuette and put it on Scroll's desk as a surprise present. A solid gold one wouldn't be too much to repay Duke for all the times he'd covered up his errors and smoothed over his arguments and generally kept the group running while Dan Badger was having a good time, flying his fighter plane and making believe he was 15 years younger than he so obviously was. Badger closed the door quietly and then scratched himself and stretched his tired arms. Hanging around here all day at General Bonin's disposition was more tiring than flying a mission, even a mission like today's. Colonel Dan sighed. For the first time, he was ready to acknowledge that maybe he was too old to be commanding a combat group, if part of the job meant nursemaiding those tin horns. He looked out the window and tried to decide if the weather would hold. still uncertain. He phoned to ask Kevin Phelan. But Major Phelan was nowhere in the operations block, and his staff had no idea where he was or when he'd be back. Colonel Dan banged the phone down. He wanted an excuse to talk to Kevin Phelan. Maybe they would have gone over yet again the football game when the Bears beat the Redskins 73-0 in the championship playoff. Daniel Badger enjoyed telling Kevin Phelan about it. If the Major was bored by this recital, he'd been in the Army long enough to know that it was a commanding officer's privilege to bend the ears of his subordinates and, apart from interjecting the necessary expletives into the commentary, he never interrupted. Unable to find Phelan, Colonel Dan did something that for him was almost unprecedented. He took one of the keys that he kept at the end of a thin gold chain in his trouser pocket and unlocked his liquor cabinet, then poured himself a triple measure of bourbon and locked the cupboard again. Only after the General's C-47 climbed into the sky did he drink his whiskey. He didn't sip it or run it across his tongue to get the flavor. He felt a strong need for alcohol in his bloodstream and tipped the glass up and emptied it in 3 long gulps. He was sitting behind his desk, a warm glow in his belly and euphoria in his heart, when a tap came at the door. Only officers of field rank were permitted to bypass his clerk's office. "Come in," shouted Colonel Dan. The door opened and Major Tucker entered. For a moment, Colonel Dan thought that perhaps the whiskey was responsible for what he was seeing, for this was a new Major Tucker, bristling and bellicose. He saluted with that punctilious style that marked all the West Pointers, but his manner was as near as Tucker had ever come to insubordination. "I encountered Lieutenant Morse on the flight line. Colonel, he told me you'd grounded him." Major Tucker waited for confirmation of this. "You got it right, Major," said the Colonel, speaking a little more slowly than usual in case he should slur his words. He was well aware that drinking so early in the day did not agree with him. "Then I'm going to ask you to explain that, sir." "All in good time, Major. I'm afraid that I cannot accept that answer." "Colonel, you'll accept any damn answer I give you," said Colonel Dan, speaking far too quickly. "Perhaps I should remind you that Lieutenant Morse is the finest pilot, and the most successful one, in this group, and perhaps I should remind you, Major Tucker, that I am its commanding officer. You have no occasion to speak to me in that tone of voice, Colonel Badger. You certainly are the group commander, but you seem to have overlooked the fact that I am a squadron commander, and as such I'm Lieutenant Morse's commanding officer. It may well be that you've had some lawyer discover that you're within your rights, but I would like to tell you, Colonel, that I consider such lack of courtesy demeaning to me and inexcusable. Lieutenant Morse is a more successful fighter pilot than you are, and a better flyer than I can ever hope to be. Whatever his infraction of the military code, we are at war, and we need the best pilots flying missions. Assigning this highly trained officer to administration duties is disgraceful. I'm prepared to take personal responsibility for his future behavior, and I'll prepare a report about his crash landing that completely exonerates him." Colonel Dan leaned back so that his swivel chair tilted on its springs. He smiled and shook his head in disbelief. "But you hate Lieutenant Morse. You were in this office only last week complaining about his insubordination. Insubordination is not something to be punished by keeping the lieutenant on the ground. Sure, I hate the little bastard, but he's helping win the war, and there's no one I'd sooner have flying on my wing when some Kraut fighters are on the horizon." Colonel Dan rubbed his face in a futile attempt to be rid of the effects of the alcohol. "Is this all part of the West Point philosophy? Tucker, all this there's a bitch in the chorus, but the show must go on stuff. They teach you that at the point." Tucker looked at Colonel Dan and decided it wasn't sarcasm. He thought a moment and then nodded his head in affirmation. "I suppose you could say that, sir. The Academy instills in a cadet the belief that a skilled commander uses his men and his weaponry to best advantage." Major Tucker sufficiently forgot himself to touch his hairline moustache as he tried to remember what else he'd learned at West Point. "I'm convinced that Lieutenant Morse is a good soldier and should be in the fighting line." Colonel Badger looked at his squadron commander respectfully. He felt ashamed by Tucker's reproaches and suddenly wished he'd taken a tougher line with Bonan. "Tell me, Tucker, is that why you want a staff job? You think maybe you'd be better running an office at wing than you are at leading a squadron in the air?" Major Tucker pursed his mouth for a moment. When he answered, there was an unmistakable nervousness in his reply. Major Tucker knew that he was not as quick-witted as the colonel, and now he was frightened that he might say something that could be damaging, but finally he decided that for someone like himself it was easier to speak the simple truth. "Yes, sir. I don't have the right temperament. Lieutenant Morse should really be leading the squadron." Colonel Dan nodded and moved some papers on his desk. "Okay, Major Tucker. Get lost. I'll think about what you said." "Your objection has been noted." "Noted officially. You want to object in writing?" "I don't think that would be the proper thing for a loyal subordinate to do, Colonel. Dismiss. Major Tucker." He watched the way in which Major Tucker performed the about face. He even had a special West Point way of opening the office door. And, "Tucker," Colonel Dan called as he stood there in the doorway. Major Tucker turned and waited. "You're all right, Major?" He said it weightily. "Maybe West Point's got something after all." "Thank you, sir." "Major Spurrier Tucker, Jr." Major Tucker hated his first name. Spurrier. It was all part of that family tyranny that had forced him to go to West Point at a time when he had a secret ambition to be an actor. His father and his grandfather, as well as the old man Spurrier on his mother's side, had all done well at the Point, or had subsequently risen to high rank. Now his father never stopped trying to get Major Tucker a staff job. And this involved letters written to old friends and congressmen and any other influential person the old man could find a way to. That morning's mail delivery had brought a letter from his father. It was an unusual letter. His father telling him that if he decided to leave the army after the war and take up any other sort of work, his father had underlined any other with the green ink that he always used for emphasis, no one would stand in his way. Had his father read between the lines of Spurrier's letters home and realized that his son was desperately unhappy? Had his mother known all along that her son felt burdened by the family's military plans for him? And was the ultimate tyranny despising yourself if you fell short of expectations? There was enough moonlight for Major Tucker to pick his way past the parked trucks and civilian buses that filled one side of the parade ground. Guests were still arriving for the payday dances at the Officers' Club, the Aero Club and the Rocker Club, where the senior non-coms usually had the best food, the best music, and the prettiest girls. There were soft greetings and low wolf whistles as girls were helped down from the trucks that brought nurses from local hospitals, land girls from nearby farms, and females of all shapes and sizes from the regular Liberty Run to Drummer Street. Cambridge. Tucker followed the whitewashed stones that lined the path to the club. In his hand he had his whiskey ration, a bottle of Johnny Walker. He'd already had a stiff drink before setting out for the dance. It wasn't a celebration. He was trying to forget the way he'd argued with his group commander. It was a damned stupid way to wreck a career. Tucker had no partner for the evening. He'd never picked up all the fast talk and superficial joviality that seemed necessary to attract women. He recognized himself as a staid, neurotic personality who found it very difficult to relax. And this evening he was wound up very tight, tense and jumpy. He was no longer sleeping properly. He should have asked the flight surgeon for some sleeping pills. But such requests always got back to Colonel Dan. Tucker was determined not to be grounded. If he just held on, he knew the staff job would come through. Meanwhile, he was wound up like a mainspring. Maybe he should get drunk. Half the officers in the club were flying one wing low already. Lieutenant Mickey Morse was at the bar wearing his pearl grey Stetson. He was waiting for the barman and holding a tin tray of glasses with some mixers and a bowl of ice. "What are you drinking?" "Tucker, old sport. The barkeep seems to have been written out of the script. Rumour said that Tucker had protested about MM being grounded, and MM appreciated that. "The hell with him, MM," said Tucker. "I've got a bottle of scotch here to start us off." He put his bottle on the tray. "Attaboy." It was rare for Tucker to call him MM, and unprecedented to be offered a share in his liquor ration. "Come and sit down here." Morse took an extra glass from the bar and pointed to the table under the old propeller and movie posters where he regularly sat. The new pilot, Luke Robinson, and other officers of Tucker's squadron were already there. "Major Tucker's treat," Morse announced, banging the bottle of scotch on the table and tipping ice into the tumblers. "Thanks, Major," said Luke Robinson. The only man present to regard Tucker's action as normal, the other pilots were warmer in their gratitude. "This is real nice of you," said MM. Vera, who was sitting next to him, took her drink only after giving Tucker a kiss on the cheek. "Where have you been hiding this man?" Vera asked MM. "He's gorgeous." Tucker blushed. They had a good view of the stage. The 12-piece band was the best the Army had this side of London. They were from the Strategic Air Depot, where badly damaged planes were repaired. The depot had countless personnel to choose from, so some of the musicians had been professionals, and they played without let-up. The vocal group was British, from London, and they were good too. But their American audiences never got used to hearing the lyrics sung in that English accent. Those icy fingers up and down my spine. The same old witchcraft when your eyes meet mine. "Is your buddy Jamie here?" "He sure is, Major." "He's dancing past the table where Colonel Dan's sitting." Vera took MM's Stetson and placed it carefully on Tucker's head. Tucker smiled. "With the tall, beautiful girl, is that the Victoria I keep hearing about?" "She works with Vera," said Morse, caressing Vera's arm as if to be sure she was really there with him. Major Tucker noticed the affectionate gesture and was touched by it. He smiled at the men around the table and the girls with them. They weren't a bad bunch of kids, he decided. Suddenly he was seeing them in a new light. Maybe he should come to the Saturday dances more often. Vera had one arm round MM, but her eyes were on Victoria and Jamie. Tonight, Victoria was planning to break the news that she was pregnant. Vera had said a prayer for her. And now she was watching Jamie to see if it was going to be answered. Vera was in top form that evening, not only interjecting her acid comments about American manners and mores, but contradicting MM's account of the Christmas party in Cambridge and providing her own version of that evening. Without cruelty, although Vera had a cruel sense of humour, she impersonated Colonel Dan's dice throws, poor Earl waving his Confederate flag as he fell off the piano, and Vince Madigan hiding behind MM when the girl went after him with the bread knife. Her mimicry was spare and effortless, and even if her American accent was less than perfect, she exactly captured Colonel Dan's happy, drunken eyes as he won $600 on a roll of the dice, and the collapse of Vince's self-confident smile, and Jamie's constant look of bewildered embarrassment as he found himself the host to a gathering that got more lunatic with every moment until he had to face an angry policeman who had been deluged with fruit punch from an upstairs window. Major Tucker swirled the ice in his glass as he realized what Vera's narrative was leading up to. He wet his lips as they all followed Vera's gaze and turned to look at him accusingly. "It was Jamie," he explained. "He said I was to get rid of the fruit punch immediately. He said it was making people sick." Vera roared with laughter. That copper had cucumber slices sticking to his helmet. They all laughed, and Tucker realized that the nervous way in which he'd delivered the line was all part of the story. He laughed too. MM slapped him on the back appreciatively. They were all beginning to think that Major Tucker might turn out to be one hell of a good raconteur. Another large scotch appeared in front of Major Tucker. He began to protest that he already had a drink, but noticed that it was almost finished. "The next bottle's on me," he said, and waved a hand to the barman, who nodded his understanding and, in spite of the crush round the bar, reached for another bottle of scotch. It's good to see you letting your hair down." "Major," said Jamie Fairbrother, as he danced slowly past with Victoria in his arms. Major Tucker got to his feet. There wasn't much room to move in their cramped corner, but he extricated himself from between table and chair and unsteadily presented himself. "May I dance with your young lady, Captain Fairbrother?" Jamie smiled. He'd never seen his squadron commander tipsy before. "I'm sure Victoria would be delighted," he said, glancing at her. "I guess I'm never going to get the hang of dancing." Fairbrother introduced them in the same solemn manner that Major Tucker had employed. "Where did you learn to dance, Major? I don't often find a good partner. Victoria, and please, let's make that spurrier." It was not merely politeness. Tucker was good at ballroom dancing, and Victoria's compliment made him all the better. "Where did I learn? It all started when I used to cut history class to take tap lessons. That was in high school, back home in Augusta, Maine. In those days I wanted to be an actor." Victoria looked at Major Tucker and tried to decide whether this was a line he took with girls, a joke, or a simple answer to her question. "But you went to West Point, Major. You went to the military academy. You mean that you really wanted to be on the stage?" "Oh, you saw the academy ring?" "Sure, I'm a career soldier. My folks made me realize what a lousy life I'd have in show business." Victoria felt sorry for him. "It's never too late." "Spurrier. You could be right, Victoria," he said, and smiled. He was rather handsome, with his flashing eyes and thin moustache. When he smiled, it was easy to visualize him as a matinee idol. He held her closer and danced just a little more boldly, not caring if other couples turned to watch. "After what I said to Colonel Dan yesterday, I might well be looking for another job after the war." "Sir, I can't believe you were rude to him," said Victoria, truthfully. "I can't imagine you being rude to anyone." "That's the funny thing about it," said Tucker. "I can't believe it either, but I was." Major Tucker danced with all the girls seated at MM's table, and then he danced with all the other attractive girls he could find in the club, careful always to ask their partner's permission in the polite, formal manner he'd used with Jamie and Victoria. To Tucker's surprise, or to his amazement, he encountered no hostility whatsoever. On the contrary, everyone he spoke with seemed to be smiling at him, and he was plied with drink even by officers he scarcely knew. It was still only 10:30 when the band began the South American medley that was a renowned feature of the Air Depot musicians. Major Tucker wasn't daunted by the rhythms of South America. He delighted in them. When his partner let go of his hand with a laugh of dismay, he stepped back and danced alone with ever more sinuous grace. Now the band was picking up on him, and the other dancers formed a circle to watch. Most of the British visitors accepted his performance in the same way they accepted all the other extraordinary things that the Americans did, said, and owned, but his fellow officers were seeing a Major Tucker entirely beyond anything they'd ever seen before. Even Doc Goldman, the flight surgeon, who knew very well what acute stress, coupled with physical danger and exhaustion, could do to his charges, watched Major Tucker's wild and wonderful dancing with open-mouthed astonishment. Boleros, cachuchas, fandangos and flings were nothing to Major Spurrier Tucker Jr. that night. He danced whatever the orchestra offered with style and grace, hands in his pockets, a lazy smile on his face, and MM's Stetson tipped forward over half-closed eyes. His seemingly effortless soft-shoe sleepy-time gal brought everyone to their feet and an audience response that Fred Astaire might have envied. Spurrier Tucker was born anew that night, and when the band played its final chords, there was a pandemonium of applause when they cheered, whistled and screamed their frantic appreciation. The noise brought the MPs out of the guard post and stopped the bridge tournament in the faraway village of Long Thaxted. And the clapping and shouting didn't fade away quickly. They were still calling for more when a couple of out-of-breath sergeants arrived from the Rocker Club, anxious to discover what could have happened to their officers. Major Tucker, flushed and smiling, was pointed out to one and all. Overnight, he'd become the most popular officer on the base. It was an experience beyond Tucker's wildest imaginings, and he reveled in it. Armed with the spurious self-confidence that a celebrity bestows, Major Tucker walked across to Colonel Dan's table and said, "Mind if I join you, Colonel?" "Grab a chair, Major Tucker," said Colonel Dan. "Where'd you learn to shake a foot that way?" "West Point," said Tucker. The Colonel smiled and pushed a bottle of whiskey over to Tucker, who took it and poured himself a drink. "You're going to wind up with a thick head in the morning, Major," he warned. "It will be a new experience for me, knowing it was caused by alcohol," said Tucker. "You're riding me?" "Major," said the Colonel with mock severity. He was disconcerted by this confident brashness that Tucker was suddenly displaying, but he was attracted by it too. "Maybe I am, Colonel, and maybe I'm going to keep riding you until I get Lieutenant Morse back into the air." Colonel Dan looked round to see who was in earshot. There were two young women at his table, chorus girls from one of the London shows. Kevin Phelan had brought them both. Now they were carefully occupied with Kevin's account of meeting Clark Gable in the men's room of the Waldorf Astoria. Colonel Dan looked round for the reporters too. But they were all at the bar, drinking heavily and exchanging stories about being bombed in the air raids over London. Satisfied that no one could hear him, Colonel Dan drew his chair a little closer to Major Tucker. The band was playing a noisy arrangement of "Praise the Lord and Pass the Ammunition." Soon, thought Colonel Dan, the band leader would decide whether the mood was going to require the soft and dreamy arrangement of "My Devotion" and "Dearly Beloved" with muted brass, shimmering strings and house lights dimmed, or whether it would develop into one of those rumpus evenings with the girls ignored, percussion and trumpet to the fore while the men roared their way through "On Brave Old Army Team," etc., etc., etc. If it was heading for that kind of drunken party, he'd go back to the office and catch up on some paperwork. The Colonel stared at Tucker and then zipped his brown leather jacket up tight against his neck in some subconscious plea for secrecy. He said, "You find some way of keeping his name off the lousy reports and I'd let him fly." Major Tucker leaned back in his chair and nodded his head carelessly. He looked round and waved over his shoulder to MM, who was dancing with Vera. "He's brought that goddamn woman tonight," Colonel Dan said. More loudly than he intended, Kevin Phelan delivered the punchline of his story. "But mine is bigger than yours," in time to hear Colonel Dan's angry remark about MM's girl. Phelan grinned lazily and said, "Who did you think he'd bring? One of the Red Cross ladies? So why the hell can't he see her off base somewhere?" "Because you won't let him out the gate," said Phelan. "Oh, sure, but I forgot," said the Colonel. Phelan got to his feet and asked his girl to dance. The second girl, an 18-year-old wearing too much eye makeup and wielding a long ivory cigarette holder, leaned across the table to smile at Colonel Dan. Major Tucker, who had listened to this exchange with interest, said, "MM and his good lady, has that got something to do with Morse being grounded? Where did you get that good lady crap, Tucker? You been listening to the BBC or something?" Tucker smiled calmly. He knew his guess was the right one. He gestured to the girl and said, "Would you permit me to dance with this beautiful young lady?" "Morse can fly," said Colonel Dan, "but I don't want any more victories." "You got that?" "Tucker, no more kills are to be credited to him. Headquarters tells me he's not hero material." Tucker stood up and dusted off his Class A uniform jacket, although it was already immaculate. He bowed to the girl. "May I have this dance?" "Charmed," said the girl. Her voice was high and nervous. She was trying to be the sort of highborn lady that Americans like to meet. She was too young for an old married man with kids. The Colonel chided himself. Too young, perhaps, for the 30-year-old Major Tucker, but at least they might speak the same language, which was more than Colonel Dan was able to do with her. He waved Tucker and the girl away with a smile and a nod. "Let the kid fly," he said impulsively. "But I'll send Sergeant Kinselberg over to show your orderly room people how to fudge the paperwork. So I can prove I didn't break orders. Suppose he shoots down more Nazis. Suppose he beats the Rickenbacker total. Don't get suddenly sober. Tucker, I was just getting around to liking you drunk." "Very good, sir." "Sir," said Tucker. And he put his arm round the girl and danced off happily onto the crowded dance floor. Lieutenant Colonel Duke Scroll walked past the officers, seated with their girls on the low wall under the trees that marked the edge of the officers' club lawn. Some of the women wore men's uniform jackets round their shoulders against the chilly night air. He pushed open the blackout door of the club and entered the crowded lobby. Blackout shutters sealed the windows and, despite the fans, the air inside was hot and heavy with the smell of drink and tobacco and human bodies. Duke Scroll sniffed the air with displeasure. He went through the rumpus room to the dance floor and saw Colonel Dan alone. Colonel Dan spotted him and came over to where he was standing. "What are you drinking?" "Duke?" "Nothing right now." "Colonel, I'm just taking a look around." The band was playing "Smoke Gets in Your Eyes," Colonel Dan said. "You missed Tucker's act. I hear it was really something." "I'm beginning to think Tucker's okay," said Colonel Dan. "You hear that song? They were playing it the night I got my Air Corps commission." "I know it's a very old song," said Scroll. "I proposed to Babs that night. If you were thinking of going back to the office, Colonel, there's no need. There's no paperwork that can't wait till Monday. I'm going back to my quarters to write Babs a really long letter. I miss her and the children." Scroll turned to watch the dance floor, and Colonel Dan said, "I'm going to let Morse fly." "Duke." "The hell with headquarters." Scroll didn't reply. A vocalist had taken the center of the stage. The dancers were moving slowly, but spots of mirrored light raced across them, catching the faces, frozen in a chance moment. For all we know, this may only be a dream. We come and go like a ripple on a stream. The spots of light caught Tucker laughing, Fairbrother whispering into Victoria's ear, and MM turning to call a greeting to some couple dancing past. Duke Scroll said, "Signs all point to a maximum effort for Monday. Colonel, so love me tonight. Tomorrow was made for some. Tomorrow may never come. For all we know, patiently." Scroll let Colonel Dan watch the dancers for a further few minutes. He knew how much he liked seeing his boys have a good time, but finally, he said, "And Major Tarrant would like a word with you, sir. He's out front." Colonel Dan turned abruptly as if shaken out of a dream, and Duke Scroll followed him out to the front lawn. From there they could see that the blackout was not good. There were cracks of light round the shutters, and upstairs there were curtains carelessly drawn, leaving chinks of yellow light. Major Tarrant saluted Colonel Dan. As commander of the military police company, he wore a short waterproof mackinaw, complete with MP armband, pistol belt, and gleaming white helmet liner. He was obviously on duty. "Everything okay?" said Colonel Dan. Scroll said, "Major Tarrant reports that there are women going across to the BOQ. Should be easy enough to stop them," said Colonel Dan. He disliked Major Tarrant. Tarrant said, "Women are coming out through the staff entrance and through the kitchen, sir. Some of them even climbed out of that tiny window in the toilet. I'd say there must be 50 women over there by now." He was looking at the houses used as bachelor officers' quarters. Colonel Dan looked at the quaint English-style houses with their red-tiled roofs and neatly fenced gardens, and pursed his lips, but he said nothing. "You said you wanted it stopped," said Tarrant. It was the sort of irritating reminder that made Tarrant so unpopular, not only with Colonel Dan, but with a lot of other personnel. "Yeah, stopped," said Colonel Dan, looking Tarrant in the eyes. "And you didn't stop it. You let it happen." Duke Scroll interceded on Tarrant's behalf. "Major Tarrant is stretched, sir. This weekend we are, of course, modifying the gun sights in accordance with new instructions from the depot. We have men working in the cockpits. The hangar doors are open and there's a lot of equipment lying around. With so many civilians here tonight, I told Major Tarrant to make sure the technical site is well patrolled. I've known pilots to take civilians across to the dispersals, and even to the hangars, said Tarrant. He put his hands on his hips so that his thumbs were hooked into the white MP belt. Colonel Dan didn't ask his officers to stand at attention when they spoke with him, but he found Tarrant's stance offensive and insubordinate. He didn't remark on this, but his annoyance could be heard in his voice. Pilots maybe take their girls to see their ships. Major, nothing necessarily sinister about that. No, sir, said Tarrant, and he let his hands fall to his sides. And what action will I take with respect to these women in quarters? Impatiently, he fiddled with the flap of his white pistol holder. I don't want your cops pulling my officers out of bed and looking in closets, if that's what you mean. Duke Scroll knew Colonel Dan well enough to know that his former indignation about women in the BOQ was now entirely forgotten. Major Tarrant and I will take another look around the building and then go and check on his technical site patrols. Colonel Dan put a hand on Scroll's arm. I smell a field order too. Duke, I got word the next mission will be another rough one. Now that the Krauts have moved their plane factories eastward, it's another long, tough hike for us. Tarrant remained nearby, but tactfully ignored this private aside. Now the colonel raised his voice a little to include Tarrant. Maybe tonight will be the last time some of these kids get into the sack with a girl. Bear that in mind, will you? Duke Scroll nodded. I'll get word around that all civilians must be off the base by Sunday noon without fail. But Colonel Dan had already turned to Tarrant. Take it easy, Major Tarrant, he said. Remember, this is the only home my boys have got. After the colonel had gone, Duke Scroll walked round the building with Major Tarrant. Scroll said, We'll have to do something about this blackout. Major, the German Air Force is sending intruder patrols over England at night. Airfields are the prime target for them. I wouldn't want us lit up like the boardwalk at Atlantic City when they're looking for somewhere to strafe. See, I talked to Colonel Dan about that last month, but he snapped my head off. He doesn't like me, I guess. Everything I do riles him. What kind of guy is he? The colonel has a lot of worries you don't get to hear about, Harry, said Duke, in a rare moment of informality. Yet he flies all the toughest missions himself and, in spite of being 15 years older than some of his pilots, he flies well and gets kills, then he climbs out of his ship. And when the rest of them are drinking or sleeping or whoring around, the colonel's shuffling the paperwork, writing reports, and fighting off idiotic interference from the top brass. I never figured it like that. I'll tell you something, Major Tarrant. I was writing to my wife last night and I said to her that it was my privilege to be working for one of the finest men I've ever met. Tarrant didn't reply. It seemed an extravagant assessment of a man who was too much like some of the roughnecks he regularly threw in the cells. But on the other hand, Duke Scroll was a West Point man, pedantic, precise, and very hard to please. Tarrant prided himself on his flexibility and perception. They were an essential part of a policeman's skills. In the future, he'd look at Colonel Dan with a new eye.
Prickly and restless, said Duke Scroll in a startling indiscretion. City changes his mind about things, as you saw a minute ago. But he's brave, Harry. Colonel Dan will never get that star. Generals don't stare their superiors in the eye or get into arguments on behalf of some PFC who can't write or on behalf of some lieutenant who can't do anything except shoot down Germans. After the war, the Colonel Dans will be eased out of the Air Force, just like the kids who are doing the fighting. I guess the Colonel's quite a guy, said Major Tarrant, who, with a good wife and a good job waiting for him in Flint, Michigan, couldn't view the prospects of getting out of the army at the end of the war with anything but pleasure. They turned the corner to where a long line of dustbins stood at the door to the kitchen.
There was a sudden riff of music and a brief flash of yellow light as two people emerged. Major Tarrant stopped in the shadow of the bicycle shed, and so did Duke Scroll. Duke. They watched the man and woman walk across the yard and disappear behind a truck. There was a broken piece of fencing there, and the couple could be heard climbing through it to the grass verge behind the officers' quarters. "Two more," whispered Major Tarrant, going over to the BOQ. "Captain Fairbrother, I think," said Duke Scroll. "And the tall English girl who's always with him," said Tarrant. "I have her name in the visitors' book. You think I should have a word with them and ask them where they're going? If we made a real fuss about one couple, the word would get around and maybe discourage some of them. Wrong time, wrong place, wrong people," said Duke Scroll, who by now had heard Colonel Dan's alarming news that they had the son of a general in their midst. "I see exactly what you mean. Do you?" asked Duke Scroll, who was quite sure that Tarrant didn't. "Too late. On account of the girl's pregnant already." "Sure, I saw that immediately." Fairbrother's girl. Not big-bellied or anything. It's something in the way a woman carries herself. It's psychological, I guess. I saw the way she walks. I was 8 years on the force. A cop gets to spot things other people miss. Captain Vincent H. Madigan. Monday was a big one, just as Colonel Dan had predicted. Bad Monday, the group called it ever afterwards. Reporters always seemed to smell out the newsworthy missions. And Vince Madigan had a big crowd of them on his hands that morning. It was a particularly inconvenient time to be getting cryptic messages from Vera. But he was curious about them just the same. He wondered if she wanted to ask him about MM's trouble with Colonel Dan, of which Vince knew only rumours. His clerk, PFC, Fryer, who spoke to Vera each time she called the office, got the impression that she was just another of the girls who were madly in love with the captain. Madigan saw no reason to disillusion him. Meanwhile, Madigan did what he was especially good at, conducting the press through the base without letting them get in the way of operational preparations. He stepped up onto a rack of 75-gallon drop tanks so they could all see him. The ground men climbed out of the sack at 5:45 in the 8. Gentlemen, a mechanic and armourers assigned to each ship cycled out here and began the pre-flight checks. They were later relieved for breakfast by other men. Communications did their pre-flights last night to test the transmitters while the air was clear of traffic. Some of the newsmen were taking notes. Others were photographing one of the planes as a mechanic leaned a shoulder to its prop blades and turned them to clear the cylinders. Then the crew chief climbed into the cockpit of Kibitzer, and the engine coughed, spat, and then started up with an ear-splitting roar as flame shot from the exhausts. Tex Gill knew he was the centre of attention, and he played along with it, gripping the stick as if to hold the tail down and furrowing his brow in concentration as he watched the instruments. Then he chopped the throttle, and there was a moment of silence before the next P-51, Mickey Mouse III in brand-new natural metal finish, was started up. The armourer was at Captain Madigan's urging, checking Kibitzer's guns, feed chutes and ammunition. It had already been done once, but it made a good picture. Gas tanks still have to be checked and oxygen bottles filled, but we'll see that at one of the other dispersals as we go back round the perimeter track in the bus. The pre-flighting finished, the ground crews would normally have hidden themselves away inside their improvised huts and shelters, but today they were reluctant to get out of the limelight. They did even more checks. For the third time, Tex Gill went round his P-51, tugging at the ailerons and shaking the flaps. Then he hunkered underneath to look at the landing struts and examine the tires once more. Even when the men finally sat down to play cards and talk, they did it self-consciously. "Any of you men from Washington State, Miami, New York City, or the Dakotas?" said Madigan, knowing that certain reporters in the group would welcome stories with regional references. But none of the men responded to his question. They went on posing and posturing and carrying on their contrived conversations and pretended that Madigan and his reporters were invisible. Captain Madigan turned to his charges and said, The intelligence officers were among the first to know about today's mission. The duty IO and the operations people didn't get any sleep last night. You can bet on that. They were preparing the wall map for the mission and getting the briefing room ready. Fryer from Captain Madigan's office drove up in a jeep. He hurried over to his captain and, taking him aside, whispered, "That same lady phoned again. I told her you were tied up, but she says it's real urgent she talks to you."
Near Fryer delivered the message in a hushed monotone, but there was a smirk in his voice. Captain Madigan was annoyed by Vera's insistence. I see. That dame doesn't know the meaning of the word urgent. Does she think I'm sitting out here waiting for something to do? Emboldened by this confidence, Fryer said, "Sure, I said, life and death. You mean, lady." Captain Madigan now had his back to the newspaper reporters. "So what did she say to that?" She said, "Yeah, that's right. It's a matter of life and death." I said, you got to be kidding, lady." And she gets real mad and says she's got to see you. Fryer rubbed his nose and added, "She sounds real hysterical. Captain, might be a good thing if you could take time out to calm her down. Could be she'll try to come onto the base or something." The "or something" meant appeal to the chaplain for instant marriage and the acknowledgement of fatherhood which was required for an unmarried mother to receive U.S. Army allowance.
"It's nothing like that, but said Captain Madigan testily. "I don't know what she wants. A confidential message. She wants to give you a confidential message for someone?" "Another officer," she said. "Why didn't you say so in the first place?" "So it was about MM? Well, he'd better chase that up or he'd have that damned Colonel Shelley on his neck. Sorry, Captain. I thought that was just a smoke screen. Think you could take over this junket for me? Take them on the bus to operations and tell them how the poor old S2s and S3s have been up all night, working their balls off, pinning red tape on the map and writing up the pilot's course cards. An error of 1 degree on a course card for a deep penetration mission would mean navigational error of hundreds of miles and endanger the whole bombing force." Madigan smiled sourly at the verbatim rendering of his usual press briefing. "Not too long in ops, just let them look in the door. I'll take the jeep. Lunch is laid on for them, isn't it? You sent the usual to the King's Head with my compliments. Good. No one is to leave the press party or make a phone call until operations gives the okay." He looked around him. The reporters were staring at the planes and the airfield with awed fascination. This batch were all fresh from the US, and this was their first sight of an operational airfield. "Phone the office and get someone to bring a bunch of those press handouts I did. The airbase is a big town. It has all the dope you need for the tour. Get the photo boys to run some combat film, then show them the link trainer, the laundry, the mailroom, the dispensary, the infirmary, the bakery, and anything else you can think of. But make sure the jail's empty before you take them over there. One time I had a drunken machinist lecturing my press party about the lousy deal he got from the cops and the need for official brothels. I don't want anything like that to happen today."
"It won't, sir," said PFAE. Fryer with a superior smile and a brisk salute. Fryer's journalism diploma was not good preparation for the menial role he was all too often given to play. "If I'm not back by 12:30, I'll take over from you at the King's Head." But already young PFC, Fryer was addressing the party. "Gentlemen, those of you who require a photo opportunity should get ready for the arrival of the pilots. You'll notice that some of the planes are unpainted. This bare metal finish can add 5 or 10 miles an hour to the top speed. No need to tell you that in combat this can't." He glanced across to where Captain Madigan was watching him from the driver's seat of the jeep. "Be vital." He smiled nervously and continued. "The P-51s, often called Mustangs, will take off in pairs. This requires a high degree of skill, especially from the wingman, the second ship in each pair, because he has to keep close by juggling his throttle. To make it a fraction easier for him, the leader of each two-ship element won't use full throttle. As the wheels leave the runway, you'll notice the planes wobbling a little. They're unwieldy,
All the tanks are full and the wheels and flaps are down, and there is only just enough airspeed to lift the wings into the sky. It's a hazardous moment even for highly trained, experienced flyers. You've no doubt noticed already that our main runway is under repair, so we have to contend with a slightly shorter one. And today we have ground mist to make things even worse. The reporters looked across to see how the trees around the service road leading to the fuel storage area were obscured in a thick grey blanket. The young man was doing a magnificent job, thought Madigan. It wasn't easy to imbue takeoffs with such drama. All too often he'd had this kind of press party, shuffling their feet and demanding hot coffee. But today they were giving everything their rapt attention. Captain Madigan turned on the Jeep's engine, and its sound blotted out the well-modulated and careful voice of P.F.E. Fryer. On the far side of the field, the first of the fighter planes was taxiing out. It was Pilgrim. Colonel Dan was mission leader again today. As Madigan turned his Jeep, he saw Major Tucker climbing down from a truck in full flying gear. The flyers were laughing and joking with him in a way they'd never done before. Madigan wondered what the hell had come over Tucker. And while he was pondering this, he saw M.M. climb out of the back of a Jeep with Fairbrother. Those two had aged in the last few weeks. This was no time to go bothering M.M. with messages from Vera. Madigan waved to them, and they catcalled back. Someone gave a piercing whistle, but Madigan didn't respond with his usual vulgar hand sign because the reporters might see. The boys were in high spirits. Madigan was pleased about that. It was what was needed with a press party in close attendance. He stopped at his quarters before setting off to see Vera, washing quickly and changing into his best uniform. Then he borrowed Fairbrother's brushes and polished his shoes. He looked at his roommate's bed so carefully made, and the uniforms clean and pressed, and on hangers in the wardrobe they shared. Fairbrother was too damned neat and clean. He wished he was sharing with someone more easygoing. He borrowed one of Fairbrother's ties. There was a stain on both of his own. Now, overhead there was the sound of an unceasing succession of aircraft engines as pair after pair bellowed at the overcast, which echoed the sound back again. Madigan had no authority to use his Jeep off base. In fact, no permission to leave the base at all. So he was a little alarmed when, at the gate, an MP waved him down. "Shit," said Madigan under his breath, and he got ready to tell the MP that he was needed urgently at the local newspaper office, which was not too far from the truth. No good asking Major Tarrant to turn a blind eye. Tarrant had never been known to do anyone a favor. "One of your people on the phone for you. Captain Madigan." The MP touched his white helmet liner. "You can leave your Jeep right here, sir?" The sergeant on duty in the guard post handed the phone through the window to the table outside. "Captain Madigan here. What is it?" Madigan smiled conspiratorially at the MP sergeant, but the sergeant didn't respond. "One of the planes cracked up on the runway, sir. A blown tire." It was the PR sergeant. "The reporters want to go over and look at it. Will that be okay? I don't want them writing that some crooked limey contractor put cheap fill into the airfield and it's killing our boys. Even if it's true, I don't want them saying it. Where are they now?" "Fryer's keeping them on the bus while he phones. He's on the other line, sir." "Good thinking." "Fryer," muttered Madigan sarcastically. "Is the pilot hurt? I can still hear planes taking off. I can't get through to ops or the tower. I guess they're using just one side of the runway." Madigan rubbed his face as he thought about it. He could still hear the loud roar of aircraft engines as the pairs circled the field before heading up through the overcast. "Tell Fryer to give ops a miss. Show them some combat film and get plenty of coffee and donuts over to the photo section. Then the tour of the base is arranged. Tell the newshounds they'll be taken over there as soon as we have clearance. And that means when we know there are no casualties and no spilled gas or anything dangerous. I'll tell Fryer, sir. Will you be long?" "No, Sergeant. I plan to be back before the lunch at the King's Head. We get a good meal into them. And by the time lunch is over, the wreck will be cleared away." They'll have to do it fast. They'll need that runway for the return. Hell. It's not as if we can tell them it was due to battle damage. At Vera's house, a man answered the door. "Come in," he said. "Vera has been trying to get hold of you." He ushered Captain Madigan into the tiny parlour and insisted that he take off his coat and sit down in the best armchair. "I'm just having a cup of tea," he said. "Vera would have wanted me to make you comfortable." Vince smiled and looked round the tiny room. The table was set for breakfast, but the cloth was freshly stained with tea, and the milk jug set aside to make room for a tin of milk with jagged holes punctured in its top. The fireplace was littered with ashes and cinders, and the fire was almost out. "I'm in a bit of a hurry," said Madigan. "We're flying today." The man poured some tea. "I've been hearing the planes go over. Flying fortresses, are they? Is that your lot?" He was a gaunt, middle-aged man with a soft, friendly voice and a close-lipped smile. He was wearing army trousers and a khaki-coloured sweater. His black, shiny boots were on the sewing machine case. Displayed like an objet d'art, his face was lined and wrinkled, as skin so quickly goes under a tropical sun, and his hands were scarred, with blackened nails that had come from manual labour. Even Vera had had trouble recognizing this muscular, hard-eyed, coarse-spoken version of the husband who'd sailed away nearly 4 years ago. "Damn cold, isn't it?" he said. "I can't get warm." Vince took the hot mug of tea from him and said, "Are you Vera's husband?" He shivered. "It's cold here in England." It wasn't very cold, but Madigan smiled and nodded. "You'll be glad to be home," he said, and sipped some of the strong, dark tea. "Home! It's all you think about out there." The words tumbled out, as if rehearsed 1,000,000 times, but the voice was low and calm. "Men go crazy. The jungle, the malaria, the bloody, stinking wet heat all the time, and men need women, Vince."
"You know that? You know my name?" "Oh, I know your name all right." A plane went over very low. It was probably returning because of engine trouble. Madigan noticed its faltering sound. The man went into the kitchen and came back with a packet of something and spooned it into his tea. "It's salt," he explained. "It takes a little time to get used to the idea that you're not sweating it out of every pore, day and night. It's a craving." "Vince, men have cravings. Women too, I suppose." The conversation was taking a turn that Vince Madigan didn't like. "I should be going," he said. But he didn't get up. He wanted to see how the other man would take it. "Drink your tea, Vince. There are some buddies of mine." Vince had some vague idea of saying that his buddies were within calling distance, but the man's dark eyes fixed him with a stare that dried up his words. "Buddies," said the man, rolling the unfamiliar word around in his mouth as if tasting it for the first time. "Buddies, I lost some fine buddies out there in the jungle. Vince, fine men. Not heroes, not all of them anyway. Some of them scared. Vince, scared stiff all the time. But men who gave up their lives for their friends. Vince, that sounds unlikely here in Cambridgeshire, doesn't it?" "No," said Madigan. The man carried on as if he hadn't heard him. "Yes. It sounds silly here in Cambridgeshire, where men go on strike over tea breaks, where factory workers get double pay for Sundays, and men who want a pint of beer, a shave in hot water, a clean shirt, or a woman go out and grab the nearest one they find. Money must be an advantage. Eh? Vince, being a Yank with a big fat wallet and fine cigars and cheap whiskey? What women can resist you? They're weak creatures. Vince, you must have discovered that by now." Madigan got to his feet. "I know what you're suggesting, Mr. Hardcastle, but there was never anything like that going on between me and Vera."
The man paid no heed to Madigan's assurances. His voice continued in the same unexcited monotone. "And look at the uniforms they give you. Not this cheap rubbish, not this bloody old rough. itchy, hairy blanket that our people think good enough for soldiers. They dress you up in fine wool with collars and ties and nice brown shoes. The flyers are the ones that make the money, said Madigan, in an attempt to side with the man. They are rich, overseas pay, and then flying pay on top of everything. That's right, said Hardcastle. He picked up a photograph of Vince Madigan. It was bent and creased from being stuffed down behind the plate rack, but Hardcastle flattened it with the edge of his large hand. He'd spent half the night looking at it. Madigan was wearing flying gear. His arm round the prop of a P-51. Madigan cursed his bad luck. And he cursed Vera for holding on to the photo after they'd separated. I know this will sound silly to you, he said, but I had that photo taken as a joke. Hardcastle read the inscription aloud. Thanks for the memory. Your darling. Vincent. He looked up. Was that a joke too? Vincent. Not much of a joke. Vincent. Not much of a joke to play on another man's wife. Vince. He tore off the inscribed part of the photo and tossed it on the fire. Madigan decided to move very slowly, to keep smiling and nodding, but to make slowly for the door. For a time, it seemed as if his plan might work. Sit down, Vince. Madigan looked up to find Reg Hardcastle holding a huge British Army Webley revolver, in spite of its weight. Sergeant Major Hardcastle had no difficulty holding it steady. The gun looked antique, but Hardcastle regarded it as an old friend. A dozen or more times it had saved his life in the jungle, where quick shots at close range were what mattered. But there were no notches carved into the wooden grips. Sergeant Major Hardcastle was not an ostentatious man. Vince sat down and felt his body sweating with the heat that his great fear had generated. Suddenly, the seemingly dead fire came to life as the torn photo blazed, flickered, and died again. You've got the wrong man, said Madigan, his voice croaking as his throat went dry. You're wasting your breath. Vera told me everything. She told me all about you. Vince, let me talk to her. It's a mistake. I swear it is. You can't talk to Vera. He gave a brief, bleak smile. I've already dealt with her. No, she's in the scullery. Vince, I did it with the bread knife. I didn't want any noise. I didn't want the police coming round asking questions until I'd had a chance to deal with you. They're sure to get you, said Madigan. He loosened his tie and undid his collar button. He remembered his father telling him that women would be his downfall. His father had discovered that Vince was having a torrid affair with the wife of one of his best customers, a very dear friend. She was 20 years older than Vince, and after the scandal, the woman and her husband had moved to another town. His father had never forgiven him. Even now, his father always left the house soon after Vincent arrived to visit his mother. The police are sure to get you, said Madigan again. Of course, after I've done with you, I shall go and tell the bobbies, said Reg. I loved Vera. You see, I've nothing to live for without her. But why? Why kill me? Jesus. What couldn't Mozart have done with a misidentity scene like this? Tonight in the club he'd tell Jamie Fairbrother about it, and Jamie would have to admire the way he kept so cool and even managed to think about Mozart. Hardcastle pulled the hammer back far enough to make the cocking mechanism click, and all thoughts of Mozart went out of Madigan's mind. Because it will be in the newspapers, and other Yanks who are carrying on with married women will read it. If you'd read about a Yank lover boy getting murdered like this, perhaps you'd have thought twice before chasing my poor Vera. But it wasn't me. And I agree with you. It's the woman's fault every time. It's the sort of situation you talk about in the jungle. See? And all the blokes agreed about that. It's the woman's fault every time. I can tell you the name. Don't demean yourself, son. Die like a man. Die the way your friends die over Germany. You must have seen them go. You must have faced the fact that one day it could be your turn. I'm not a flyer. Madigan's voice became an ugly little screech. I'm not a flyer. Can't you get it into your stupid head?" "It's no use, lad," said Hardcastle in a sympathetic tone of voice. "I'll give you a minute or so to pull yourself together. And say a prayer if you're given to that sort of thing."
"But please," said Madigan, please. I'll give you anything. I'll promise you anything, but please." The two men looked at each other for what seemed like a long time to Hardcastle, and then he squeezed the trigger and blew off the top of Vincent Madigan's head.
Victoria Cooper. Victoria Cooper did not get up on the morning of Bad Monday. She heard the sound of aircraft engines from the time it was first light, and she knew that so many planes at that time of morning was always the sign of another big American daylight raid. The heavy bombers circled for hours and hours so that she couldn't doze off to sleep again. But she remained in bed. She could come to terms with the droning sound, but she didn't want to catch sight of one of the planes. It would trigger off her fears for Jamie. She didn't go to the office on Mondays. That was one of the benefits of working on a weekly newspaper. Her mother brought breakfast in to her, putting the tray down on the bedside table and announcing, "I've given you as much milk as I can spare until the milkman comes this morning. Thank you, Mother." That's very kind. It did no good. Her mother was not ready to forget the harsh words that had been exchanged when Victoria arrived home in the early hours of Sunday morning. Her parents had waited up for her return. Her father, smoking and coughing and looking apologetic. Her mother wringing her hands and deceptively soft-spoken as she voiced all the cruel and bitter things she'd been wanting to say for years. Her mother had guessed that she was pregnant. Of course. Just as Vera had guessed, women had a keen eye for such things. Had Mickey Morse also guessed? Or had Vera told him? Victoria wished that Jamie had guessed too. Then she wouldn't be here in bed trying to decide the best way of breaking the news to him. She'd wanted to tell him at the officers' club dance, but the words didn't come. She placed her hand on her belly. Would he be pleased, or would he be angry? Would he think it was just her way of trapping him into marriage? Surely not. For in that tentative way of his, he'd already spoken of marriage. He'd talked about other American servicemen who'd married English girls. But it was difficult to decide exactly what he thought about their decision, except that it was an additional burden to carry when a man went off to risk his life fighting. She took her cup of coffee to her writing table and spent the next hour laboring over a letter to Jamie. She told him she was pregnant and happy to be so. She explained that her mother wanted her to go away to stay with her aunt and have the baby there. Far from the war. Jamie would know that far from the war meant far from her parents' friends and neighbours, and far from the influential men who visited the house to talk to her father. It would give her a chance to think. She wrote. But then she crossed that out. It sounded absurd. She was equally capable of thinking here in Cambridge, and yet the physical changes her body was undergoing did affect her mind too. She couldn't think about anything except the baby, and she felt slower-witted and unable to concentrate. She told Jamie about feeling depressed for no reason that she could fathom, and then deleted depressed. Her father had taught her not to use such clinical terms to describe mere lowered spirits. She reached for another sheet of paper and tried again. She was going away in order to give Jamie a chance to think. That was nearer to the truth of it. After that, she found it easier to continue. She told him how much she loved him, and that she would go on loving him even if he decided never to see her again. She didn't want him to feel trapped. She expected nothing. He'd given her the happiest months of her life, and she would never be able to forget him, even if she tried to. She didn't seal the letter, but read it again, and rewrote it, and even managed to add a joke. When finally the letter satisfied her, she sealed it and then carefully disposed of the early drafts. She had no doubt that her mother would read anything she left in her room. And to be sure of avoiding this, she flushed the other sheets down the toilet and put the sealed envelope into her pocket. She was still thinking of Jamie and how he'd react to her news when she went downstairs to help her mother prepare lunch. There was a visitor with her father in the drawing room. And as she passed the door, she heard a man's voice saying, There's no way to be sure who did what first. It might have been the soldier who bumped off the other two." She could hear her father murmur an acknowledgement. Her mother was in the kitchen washing carrots so as not to waste any vitamins by peeling them. It was a kitchen hint that the BBC had provided after the morning news bulletin. "Who's with Daddy?" she asked her mother. "Bumped off" sounded like something out of comic books. She couldn't reconcile such a phrase with any of her father's friends or colleagues. Her mother turned away from her work at the sink and looked her up and down. "I'm glad to see you're not wearing all that paint and powder," she said, peevishly. Victoria's restrained makeup had been mentioned repeatedly by her mother during their row. There was a subtle implication that makeup and the loss of virtue were two facets of the same dishonor. This morning, her mother was still looking for an argument. The rage was boiling inside her. Her daughter's pregnancy confronted her with facts she did not want to face. She was reminded of her own advancing years, the heart-aching loss of her favorite child, the threadbare marriage that remained. She could have endured it all if only her daughter had not rejected her too. If Victoria had confided in her, she could have endured even the foolish bliss that now shone in Victoria's eyes. "Could it be the man about the War Savings Committee?" asked Victoria. Mrs. Cooper turned on the kitchen tap so that water poured into the kettle noisily enough to drown conversation. Only when the kettle was full did she say, "I'm sure your father doesn't tell me his business." She forced herself to smile. She felt sorry for Victoria. She'd told her husband that not once but 1,000 times. Her husband did not reply to such assertions. He knew that in the darkest places of his wife's mind, it was not sorrow that fueled her anger. It was envy. Dr. Cooper put his head round the kitchen door. "Could you spare a moment, Victoria dear? There's someone here who'd like a word with you." "Who is it?" asked Victoria. Mrs. Cooper also looked at him quizzically, but Dr. Cooper said only, "It won't take very long." The visitor was about 30 years old, but his pallid face and small frame made his severe clothes, a black jacket and pinstripe trousers, strangely inappropriate. He looked like a lanky boy dressed up to play the role of a bank manager in the school play. "Miss Cooper," the man said, "I want to begin by—" His voice was hoarse and rather high-pitched. Her father silenced the visitor with a fierce look that revealed a side of him she had never seen before. At once she realized why some of his students were in fear and awe of him. "Sit down, my dear," her father said tenderly. "I want to introduce Detective Sergeant Jenkins. A policeman?" She watched the detective as he selected a cough sweet from a tin he kept in his pocket. "CID," announced Jenkins before popping the sweet into his mouth. "May I continue?" "I beg your pardon, sir." His apology was as ironic as the question. "The sergeant has brought us some shocking news. Victoria." He was watching her face, and over her father's shoulder she could see the detective watching her too. "Jamie?" "No, no, no," said her father. "Not Jamie." She sighed. She could bear almost anything if it wasn't about Jamie. "It's your friend, Vera," said her father. "There's been some kind of accident." "Not an accident," said Detective Sergeant Jenkins, who had no time to waste on these genteel preparations. "Murder. Mr. and Mrs. Hardcastle living in number 45 Michael Street. Both of them are dead." "No," said Victoria. She was sure it wasn't true. Surely Reg Hardcastle was somewhere on the other side of the world. "She's coming here tonight." "3 blows with a kitchen knife," said the detective. "To bring me some cotton for my embroidery." Victoria finished what she had set out to say, while her mind came to grips with the news. Poor Vera. And poor Victoria. Vera, such a scatty-minded chatterbox. They'd laughed together and consoled each other. And Vera was the only person she could talk to about being pregnant. It was Vera's irrepressible optimism that had made her pregnancy so easy to adjust to. Vera was the noisiest, liveliest person in the world. Vera couldn't be dead. "I was with her on Saturday," said Victoria. "And the husband was shot dead," said the detective. Shot by an American officer. Victoria felt faint and leaned against the back of the armchair to steady herself. Who could it have been but MM? Yes, said the detective, still sucking on his cough sweet. Mr. and Mrs. Hardcastle are both dead. It happened sometime this morning. The police surgeon thinks we were there within the hour. You were commendably quick off the mark, said Dr. Cooper. The police detective looked at him for a moment before confessing. A man who said he was Mr. Hardcastle phoned the police. A neighbour has already identified the Hardcastles, Cooper told his daughter. The police want you to look at a photograph of the American officer. It's no one I've ever met. I've told the sergeant that. While the policeman turned away to take the photo from his briefcase, Victoria looked up at her father's face. He'd met MM twice, mistaking her open-eyed puzzlement for fear. Dr. Cooper smiled to tell her not to worry. She looked at the photograph. A badly torn, glossy picture of Vince Madigan dressed up in flying helmet and life jacket. There was a Mustang behind him, and Vince had an arm round the prop blade. The policeman rattled the tin of cough sweets, impatiently waiting for her to speak. Finally, he said, "It's the American squadron at Steeple Thaxted. You'll know that from the letters on the plane." "And you don't know who he is?" she whispered. "I know who he is." "All right," said the detective. "I've got his documents. I need someone to identify him." He looked at Dr. Cooper and with a knowing smile said, "And I don't want the Americans in on this, trying to cover it all up. They always look after their own, you know."
Her father leaned closer to her and said, "If you know who it is, you must tell the officer. He'll want you to go and identify the body." "I should think," the detective frowned. "He'd never get any dead bodies identified if he told people they'd have to visit the morgue." Victoria shuddered. She realized that her father was trying to protect her, and she loved him for it. And if she admitted to knowing Vince Madigan, the next question must inevitably be, and what was this American's relationship with Mrs. Hardcastle? And then more questions. "I don't recognize him," she said softly. So poor Vince was dead. He'd held her in his arms on the dance floor Saturday night. He'd brought a bottle of bourbon up to Jamie's room, and he'd argued with MM about the best way to catch soft-shell crabs and won £4 on a bet about an old baseball score. But what was Vince doing at Michael Street on a Monday morning? "I understand you know a lot of American servicemen," said the policeman.
"Look again at the photo. Miss, are you quite sure you don't know him? Never seen him before?" She could smell the strong cough sweet on the detective's breath, and she watched her father's face tighten in resentment at his rude manner. "If my daughter says she doesn't remember seeing him before, she cannot help you. As I told you, she's not awfully well, dear. I can't allow you to harass her." The policeman ignored him. "I must remind you, miss, that there is such a thing as obstructing a policeman in the execution of his duty." "You've gone too far," said Cooper angrily. "Have I?" said the detective. He gulped as he swallowed the remains of his cough sweet. "Well, some might say I haven't gone far enough. Your daughter is keeping company with an American soldier. Never mind how I know." He waved away Dr. Cooper's protest. "This American is dead." He tapped the photo. "He may be a victim, but it looks to me like the husband came home and found the American had been there overnight. The husband killed the wife. The lover kills the husband and then commits suicide. Otherwise, what's an American soldier doing there early on a Monday morning?" He jingled the coins in his pocket. "I'm conducting a murder inquiry, and there's still a lot to do. Now I'll ask you again, miss," tapping the photo. He said, "Have you ever seen this man before?" "No, I haven't," said Victoria. "Very well." The policeman reached for his roll-brim hat. "Then I'll ask you not to leave Cambridge without informing me. I might need to ask you further questions when my investigation has made more progress." "My daughter is leaving town this afternoon," said Dr. Cooper. "She has arranged to go and stay with her aunt in Scotland." The policeman looked at them both. He sniffed. That was the uncooperative attitude you might expect from a family that encouraged their daughter to go around with Yanks. And these were well-to-do people, putting on airs with him, not working class. Such lax attitudes offended him. He'd make sure that no daughter of his kept company with foreign soldiers. "It's not in my power to prevent you leaving, miss, but if necessary, I will obtain your address from your father and contact you through the local police. Wherever you are," he added meaningfully. He went to get his overcoat. Victoria closed her eyes to hold back her tears. Poor Vera. She'd looked so lovely at the dance. "You didn't ask him what happened," said her father when he returned from seeing the detective out. "The police expect you to be more curious." "Darling?" It must have seemed suspicious to him. Victoria nodded, but she knew what had happened. Vera's worst nightmare had come true. She wiped a tear away. The only mystery was Vince. Why Vince? Why not MM? And then she guessed the answer. Vera had told her husband about Vince. She hated Vince. And it was her last chance to protect MM. How typical of her. Her father said, "The police found our address in the Hardcastle house. You'd sent her tickets for a dance and put your name and address on the back of the envelope." She nodded again. What did it matter how they'd found her address? But her father's words reminded her of something. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the letter she'd written to Jamie. "Will you post this for me, Daddy? I have no postage stamps left. I'll do it right away. I want to take the dog for a walk before lunch." "Thank you, Daddy." She sat very still. And he knew she wanted to ask him something. He waited. "You want me to go away?" she asked softly. He went over to her, but didn't touch her. He could no longer bring himself to embrace her now that she was a grown woman. "Of course not, darling. Mother wants me to go. We both think it would be best. And now, with this awful murder, you might find things very difficult if you stay here. And I'm pregnant," she said, annoyed that he had avoided saying it. "Yes," he said. He found some stamps in his wallet and stuck two on the letter to Jamie. He held the letter in his hand, tapping its edges on the mantelpiece as he waited for her to say she would go. "We love each other," she said. "That's all that matters, isn't it?" He turned, looked at her, and then lowered his eyes. "I don't know, darling. Will you take me to the station in the car?" He brightened, now that she was being sensible. "Of course, and phone the station and reserve a seat for you, and I'll talk to your editor and explain you're not well enough to go to work. It will be all right, dearest." She heaved herself out of the armchair. Sometimes she felt heavy with the child inside her. It was only her imagination, but it was a vivid illusion. "Don't forget to post my letter," she said, before going through the door. "I'll go upstairs and pack my things." "I won't forget," he said. But he did forget. And when lunch was over, Mrs. Cooper discovered the letter on the mantelpiece. After only a moment's hesitation, she tore it open and read it. She read it twice, very carefully before putting it into the fire. Captain Milton B. Goldman. The medical staff was stretched on that bad Monday. The group's table of organization called for a medical section with 4 doctors, a group surgeon and 1 captain for each squadron, but there were only 2 captains, and the major was in Edinburgh, attending a medical services clinic on sulfur drugs. So on Monday, the 2 remaining doctors tossed pennies to see who would go to the sick bay and dispense aspirin for hangovers, an unidentifiable chalky liquid for diarrhea, and fierce talk to the time wasters. Milton Goldman was the better doctor. Better, in fact, than most of the flight surgeons in the 8th Air Force. But the penny came down heads, and so he was sitting in the ambulance on the line at the moment the group took off. The ambulance driver that day was a balding, middle-aged corporal named Walker. He had a large, droopy moustache and large, droopy eyebrows, which contrived to make him look slow and sleepy. But Walker was neither slow nor sleepy. The 2 men had spent many such hours together, and rank was no longer a barrier between them. With that quiet desperation that overtakes people, trapped in lifts, mine disasters or marriages. They politely exchanged small talk. They were discussing the unpredictable temperament of women. Inevitably, Vincent Madigan's reputation came up. Now that Captain Madigan, "He really understands women, bit," said Goldman. Goldman was a short, bespectacled New Yorker with quick, coal-black eyes and a neurotic temperament that caused him to fidget with keys, jingle coins or, as now, hammer continually against the dashboard with his fist. "You said it. He's always in love, really in love, and that's what swings it for him." "With a new one every week?" said Walker, who was a family man for whom the sheer effort of falling in love every week was an appalling prospect. "We had a professor at medical school who reckoned love was entirely chemical." "Is there really such a thing as an aphrodisiac?" asked Corporal Walker. "You tell me," said Goldman, who knew the swanky Madison Avenue drugstore where Walker had worked as a senior pharmacist. "If there is such a thing, then the Captain Madigans of this world have no need for it." Walker sniffed. "The Captain Madigans of this world do not abstain from using things on the ground of having no need." Goldman grinned. "I hadn't figured you for a philosopher." "Ah, here they go. That's Major Tucker's ship taxiing out now, isn't it?" He pushed his glasses against the bridge of his nose to see better. 2 Mustangs were in position at the northeast end of the runway, with brakes fully applied. The pilots opened the throttles so that the planes jumped about excitedly, like children on tiptoes, as the props clawed at the air. "That's Tucker," said Walker. As the wheel brakes were released, the planes settled heavily onto the concrete and waddled forward, slowly at first, and then gathering speed as the high-revving engines howled like animals in pain. Corporal Walker looked at his watch. "Looks like we'll be okay for the coffee shop this morning." "Sir, it's all right for you guys," said Goldman, "but I might as well order a bottle of iced Bollinger as hope for a cup of fresh coffee in the officers' club. Those guys goof off whenever there's a mission flying. There's a coffee machine in the Aero Club." Goldman made a face. "Will you look at the way those guys tuck up the landing gear before they're over the hedge?" Walker gave a low whistle of admiration, but there was no surprise in it. He'd said it before. In fact, he almost always said it when they were watching the takeoff. Along the perimeter track, the planes were tightly packed in pairs. The noise of the engines was almost a continuous roar as the throttles went forward and the planes already in the air came around the field to form up into flights and then head up into the overcast. "Yes, I'm a philosopher," said Walker, suddenly resuming their conversation in a voice loud enough to be heard against the aircraft noise. "You have to be, to survive in a barrack room without going nuts." Goldman nodded. "Did you hear what the target is today?" "The scuttlebutt says Berlin," said Walker, in a voice that showed he didn't believe it. "It'll be a tough one. The colonel never misses a tough one." "The colonel shouldn't be flying any kind of mission," said Goldman. Walker looked round quickly. He'd recognized the voice of the physician. "You mean he's sick?" "Sure. He's dying of old age, just like the rest of us." Goldman grinned. "No, the colonel's in good physical condition for his age. But in combat, spots before the eyes, imperfect blood circulation or a slightly slowed reaction can kill you. A fighter pilot is over the hill at 26 Bow. No matter what the book says, I'm telling you." The next pair of planes was halfway down the runway when one of them suffered a blown tire. The plane slewed round until it was sliding sideways, screaming as the wheel rim ripped the tire to shreds. The strut, not designed for such strain, collapsed. As the wing banged down onto the runway, there was a noise like a buzzsaw as the prop blades chewed a series of cuts out of the concrete before bending. The plane shed a section of wing and sundry pieces of engine before coming to rest. "Christ, there's one for us," said Corporal Walker. "Hit the siren and let's go," said Goldman, touching his medical box to be sure it was there and slamming the jeep door all in one action. The control tower, under which the ambulance, fire engine and crash tender were waiting, was a small white building with a crude balcony and a tiny glass-sided room on the roof. Staff Sergeant Harold Boyer was checking communications equipment in the tower that morning. He'd gone out on the roof to watch the takeoff, and his elevation provided him with a good view of the accident. Sergeant Boyer had never been trained on airframes, but his many years in the Air Corps enabled him to recognize the way in which the collapse of the strut allowed the wing to hit the ground with such force that the main spar snapped somewhere about midway along the wing. This, aided somewhat by the effect of the prop blades hitting the ground, jolted the engine off its mounting. "Key raised," said Sergeant Boyer. He looked down to where the fire truck and the ambulance were parked. "Get going. Doc!" "Ma!" he yelled, shouting more because he desperately wanted to do something than because the men in the ambulance might hear him above the noise. In any case, it was unnecessary. Even before his words were uttered, the ambulance was pulling away. But the duty crew of the firefighting platoon weren't at readiness that morning. The grotesque white man-shaped asbestos suit was still lying across the front of the truck when the accident occurred. And by the time the ambulance started off, the duty fireman was only just beginning to get into the suit. "Get into the truck, you stupid son of a bitch," shouted Boyer. "Get your butt off the ground, she's a Category E. And if she flames, you'll be in the stockade." His final words were drowned by the noise of a solitary, unpainted plane flying very low over the runway. It was a dangerous thing to do under such circumstances, but no one blamed the pilot of Mickey Mouse III. Lieutenant Morse was trying to see what had happened to his wingman. Staff Sergeant Boyer's training and experience had enabled him to recognize the difference between a common ground loop from which a pilot could be expected to walk away with no injuries that a shot of Mission whiskey and a sleeping pill wouldn't cure, and this Cat E, damaged beyond economical repair, with a pilot pinned behind his engine and groaning in spite of the morphine that Dr. Goldman had put into his veins. "Get those lousy, goddamned son of a bitching clippers. The heavy-duty shears." It was MacDonald, a grey-haired lieutenant of the Mobile Reclamation and Repair Squadron. He was standing on the wing, having levered the canopy fully open with a series of heaves that needed all his strength. Now, in spite of being out of breath, he found the energy to shout. He exchanged looks with Doc Goldman. They both knew that he was shouting because, like the others, he was frightened that she was going to burn. It was a classic fire hazard, leaking oxygen bottles and probably arcing in the electric wiring, and there was gasoline everywhere. They could hear it gurgling softly from the ripped tanks and see the shine of it on the silvery metal of the aircraft. They could smell its heavy vapor in the air and see it running across the concrete and forming pools in the grass. Worst of all was the noise they could hear from beneath the cowling, where liquid dripping onto hot engine parts was sizzling like steaks in a frying pan. "Now, you guys not on duty?" "Beat it," shouted Lieutenant MacDonald. He threw the wrecked hood to the ground and took the bolt cutters from his sergeant. "We got enough problems here without rubberneckers," in a lower voice. To Goldman, he said, "Where's that stupid bastard Tarrant? The one time we need a few cops to clear these guys away." "Polishing his buttons," said Goldman, who also wanted a scapegoat upon whom to vent his frustration. The exec arrived, even ahead of the group engineering officer. Colonel Scroll stood for a moment to read the name painted on the nose of the wreck. Kibitzer. So the phone message from the tower had it right. Pausing only long enough to make sure there was room for takeoffs to continue, he clambered awkwardly onto the broken wing. Now he could see the way in which the engine's weight had twisted and corrugated the metal skin. He held on to the warm metal alongside Doc Goldman and watched the shears cutting through the heavy-duty zips and the wires of the electrically heated suit. Jamie Fairbrother seemed to be unconscious. Goldman was taking his pulse and wearing that impassive face that doctors acquire at medical school. His eyes were red from the stinging fumes of glycol and hydraulic fluid that mingled with steamy vapor to cloud the wreckage. Corporal Walker used scissors to cut through the pilot's flying jacket, sweater and shirt sleeve, and then opened a vein for the tube that he taped quickly into it. Goldman held the plasma bottle aloft until the corporal finished and then handed it back to him. "Is he trapped?" said Duke Scroll. "The engine's shifted off its mount. It weighs over 1/2 ton, and the kid's got it pinned against him," said Lieutenant MacDonald, without pausing in his work. "How bad?" "Doc," said Duke Scroll. He had to lean close and shout a second time because of the noise of planes passing them with only a few feet to spare. Now he was close enough to smell the morphine spilled on Goldman's hands. Goldman glanced first at Fairbrother to be sure he couldn't hear his answer. "His flying days are over, sir." Yet Duke Scroll looked at the doctor, remembering the way Goldman and Fairbrother had been laughing and joking together at Saturday night's dance. But Goldman betrayed no emotion. He looked sad. But Goldman always looked sad, just as Major Tarrant always looked fierce and Kevin Phelan always looked drunk. Duke Scroll said, "Is there any kind of specialist unit that could, He wiped his eyes. The fumes were getting to him. Goldman shook his head. "No, sir. He's in shock, falling blood pressure, falling temperature, and weak pulse. He's probably hemorrhaging internally. I can't get to him properly. The blood's bloated his abdomen, so his seatbelt's wedged right into his stomach. We can't get at it. We'll need metal cutters to give us more room to move. MacDonald thinks he might have to use winches to rip the fuselage apart." Having levered open the small rear canopy panel, MacDonald reached into the fuselage with the bolt cutters trying to sever the harness from its anchors behind the pilot's seat. He couldn't get to it, and he softly cursed the broken pieces of metal as he tried again and again. Scroll climbed down and found his way, barred by a man in Class A uniform complete with peaked service cap. The smart appearance of this private first class contrasted with the other men variously dressed in twill coveralls, baseball caps, fleece-lined leather jackets and sweaters. The PFC saluted solemnly. "What is it?" asked Colonel Scroll. He'd grown to like Fairbrother, and now he needed a moment to resume the impersonal manner necessary to his rank and position. "PFC, Fryer," the young man announced. "I'm from the PR office, conducting the press party. Okay if I bring them over here, sir? To see the war at first hand, you mean?" Although Scroll paused, the young PFC was wise enough not to answer. "Is that what you'd advise?" Scroll persisted. "PFC?" Fryer was not easily intimidated. He had long since learned that the power of the press far outweighed that of the generals, and this man Scroll was only a colonel. "The folks back home should see the sacrifices, sir." When Scroll didn't react, he added, "Let them see the human story behind the casualty figures." "Sir, this pilot won't even be in the casualty figures," said Scroll. "Accidents on takeoff, accidents on landing, even the cripples who go into the channel aren't included with the battle casualties." "Right, sir," said PFC Fryer. There was a note of hesitation in his voice now. He couldn't exactly fathom Scroll's attitude. Surely the sight of Fairbrother couldn't have upset the man the enlisted men all called Iron Ass. "I forgot about the way the figures are calculated." "Keep those people out of my sight," said Scroll. "And we sure don't want them over here getting in the way and taking snapshots for their albums."
Whatever you say, sir," said PFC Fryer. He decided that Colonel Scroll must have an ulcer or some other ailment that made him occasionally bad-tempered. Captain Madigan had often said that public relations lectures should be compulsory for all officers. Fryer had never felt himself more in agreement. Scroll got into his jeep. "Take me back to my office," he told his driver. He began rehearsing what he was going to say to General Bonan when he reached him on the phone. Back at his office, he was surprised to see the group engineering officer waiting for him. "No use my being over there. That lieutenant from Reclamation knows more about dismantling that wreck than I could learn in a lifetime," explained the major. "What I want to know is, how do you feel about having our only remaining runway blocked?" "What's the alternative?" said Scroll. "No problem. We elbow the wreckage aside. I've got a bulldozer standing by. It's a 5-minute job." Scroll carefully removed his glasses
and stood holding them in both hands. "Before extricating the pilot, you mean?" "That's the tough part," admitted the Major, "but I already checked with weather, and he says there's every chance it's going to close in. If the wind shifts a little, they'll have a crosswind, and with the kind of ground mist we've been having the last few afternoons, bringing their ships in to dodge that wreckage could be fatal." "You think I don't know that, Major?" "I'm sorry, sir. And is it going to be better for the pilot's morale to hear that we bulldozed an injured man off the runway like so much goddamned offal? I just don't know the answer." Scroll felt equally ill-equipped to answer such a question. But his commanding officer was in the air, and with him were his deputy and Phelan, the operations officer. "Leave it the way it is until they get the pilot out," he said finally. "Keep the bulldozer crew on standby and leave word with your clerk so I can reach you." He joggled his glasses. "I might talk to Colonel Dan over the radio." Scroll buzzed for his clerk without dismissing the GEO. "Are we in radio contact, Sergeant?" Sergeant Kinselberg looked at his watch. "They should be approaching the German border soon. Sir, we could reach them, I guess, but they'd have to reply through the relay ship." Scroll bit his lip. "Well, let's leave that one for the moment," he said briskly. "Let's not hand them any more problems for the time being." The engineering officer saluted and left the room. When he'd gone, Colonel Scroll turned to his clerk and said, "I want you to find General Bonin. Find him wherever he is, right? Any message? I'll speak with them at the other end. Just locate him." Colonel Scroll sat down at his desk and dumped his glasses into the in tray while he rubbed his eyes. He didn't want to worry Colonel Dan Pomel, but if he got back here and found General Bonin waiting for him, he was going to be mad as hell. On the other hand, Jesus Christ, how could anyone hesitate to send for the boy's father in a case like this, while his clerk tried to reach the general? Scroll paced the office and worried. Eventually, he went along the corridor to the office of the group's technical inspector. Spencer Larson, a slow-spoken major from Milwaukee, was sitting behind a paper-littered desk, puffing reflectively on an antique meerschaum pipe. He jumped up when Scroll came into the room, coughed, and waved the smoke away. "Spike," said Colonel Scroll, "listen carefully, because I don't want any misunderstanding. You get the 119th Squadron engineering officer and all your best people, and you take that damn strut to pieces bit by bit."
On the ship that crashed, Scroll fought down a desire to swear and said, "Right, Spike. The landing gear of the ship that just broke up into spare parts on my only good runway. You'd see it out of your window if it wasn't for the tobacco smoke in here. You hold an investigation of that failure with our best people, and you make sure there's no kind of cover-up and nothing swept under the carpet. What's this all about, Bo? Duke? You think it's sabotage or something?" He tapped the meerschaum pipe, and after making sure all the tobacco and ash were out of it, he stood it carefully in the ashtray. "No, I don't," said Scroll, "and I'm afraid I can't discuss it with you. But my crystal ball says that some tall, dark stranger with a star is going to walk into my office any time now, and he's going to ask me if I've started an inquiry into that wreck out there.
And when I say yes, I have, and I send for you, I want you holding a big fat file of depositions, technical reports and close-up photographs, and I want that file to be the finest example of accident investigation that the 8th Air Force has ever seen. Because if it goes all the way up to the commanding general's office and those guys find a split infinitive somewhere in the testimony, or a photo with a spotty glaze, they're going to grind me into hamburger and I'll make sure you're the gravy. Got me? I sure have, Duke. You leave it to me. I take it I can have photographers and stenographers and such. If you want Major Tarrant posed nude on top of the tower, you've got it, said Scroll. It may not come to that, said Larson. Scroll looked up to find the Major smiling. Prepare a memo telling me what you're doing and have it on my desk within an hour. Spike, drop everything else until this one is completed. Scroll went out hurriedly before Larson could begin one of his long, slow, technical explanations. Even the resourceful Sergeant Kinselberg took more than an hour to locate General Bonin. He was in Lancashire, sorting out a supply mix-up at the vast and labyrinthine US Army Supply and Repair Depot at Burtonwood. Near Liverpool, the Colonel Scroll sought out an old West Point friend who was working there and explained his need to find General Bonin. "It's urgent, very urgent. We have a casualty here. Someone close to the General. Now, let's go green on this one. Follow me? Good. He's probably going to want to get here fast, but there's no way we could take a multi-engine. Both runways are out of action. I'm going to suggest he flies into Narrowbridge and we'll have a car for him there. And keep an eye on him. He might take it hard." "No. That's all I can tell you, pal. Call me back when you get the General. I'll be near the phone waiting." Colonel Scroll hung up and looked at his watch again. "Sergeant," he called, "any word from Doc Goldman?" "One of the clerks has just been over there, sir, and Captain Fairbrother is still in the cockpit." "And how long before TOT?" Kinselberg was waiting for that question. He'd calculated how long it would be before the mission bombed. 55 minutes, sir." When the phone rang, Scroll grabbed it immediately, only to find that the caller was Major Tarrant, commanding the military police company. "I'm sorry to bother you, Colonel Scroll," he said. Major Tarrant had a hard, metallic voice that Scroll did not like. It was the sort of voice that he remembered cops using when, as a kid, they'd found him necking in his dad's car. "But I was wondering whether you'd had a call from the Cambridge police." "The British police?" "No, I haven't," said Scroll. "No questions about men on pass?" "I'm in no mood for playing 20 questions. Tarrant, what's eating you?" "I had a call from the Army lieutenant working as liaison with the civilian cops. He says there's some kind of rumpus in the detectives' room down there. They won't tell him anything, but they've asked for a post-mortem. Could be a murder inquiry. He says they have a photo of a fighter pilot posing in front of his plane. He says the plane is painted with our code letters. If one of our guys has murdered someone, it's up to the limeys to give us the facts as fast as possible. If those cops are trying to cover up, you can bet our guys aren't guilty. Maybe they're looking for someone to pin it on." Major Tarrant found this attitude towards the British police a reflection upon all police, and he regarded the exec's suggestion as a personal affront. "I'm sorry to have troubled you, sir," he said, coldly, and hung up. "I think I've insulted Major Tarrant." Scroll told his sergeant, and that's not an easy thing to do. The next call was from General Bonin. He listened to Colonel Scroll's description of the crash without interrupting. "Is Captain Fairbrother seriously hurt?" Bonin asked. "The flight surgeon can't examine him until he's released from the wreckage. I think I'll fly down to see you right away. I've got accommodation ready for you, sir. Do you need an overnight bag from your London office? I can arrange it from here, until Scroll's offer of accommodation." General Bonin had remained cool and composed, but he detected in Scroll's voice the implication that his son Jamie was mortally injured. His voice cracked. "Thank you, Colonel Scroll. That's most considerate. Please arrange it." When Scroll put down the phone, he pressed down on it for a moment, as if trying to keep it from ringing again. "Sergeant, you want to run over and get me a ham sandwich? I think I'd better stay right here for the time being." He looked out the window. The cloud was breaking up in the west, so that there was a little hazy sunlight dappling the hills behind steeple-thatched village. But more rain clouds were coming in to darken the sky overhead. "Sergeant Kinselberg," said Scroll when his clerk returned with the ham sandwich, "do we have any standing instructions about whether an officer should always accompany press parties on base?" Sergeant Kinselberg looked at him but said nothing. "You see," said Scroll, lifting the bread from the top of the ham sandwich to see how much meat there was inside, "there is a PFC conducting a big press contingent around the base at present. Is that the normal procedure?" Kinselberg fidgeted awkwardly and rubbed his hands on his trousers and tightened the knot of his tie.
God damn it, Kinselberg, are you listening to me, or is everyone going crazy? "I could probably find the section number and so on," said the sergeant. But no civilian is allowed on the base unless accompanied by an officer at all times. I can't imagine that the Department of the Army classifies reporters as anything but civilians, even if they do wear army-style uniforms. Scroll nodded and bit into his sandwich before noticing that his clerk had placed a drink in front of him. He picked it up and sniffed at it. "What in hell you bringing me booze for? Did you ever see me drinking whiskey in the middle of a working day? Jesus Christ, Kinselberg, are you after a Section 8 or something?" "We lost the colonel," whispered Kinselberg. "Speak up." "Sergeant, did you ever see me drinking whiskey?" "What was that you said?" "We lost the colonel, sir." There was a long pause. "I've just come from operations."
I thought you might ask me how everything was going. You do sometimes. Yes, that's right, I do. Kraut fighters came through them in a head-on attack. One of them collided with Colonel Dan's plane. Scroll drank some of the whiskey. Kinselberg said, "There's no doubt about it, Ma. I'm afraid everyone saw him go. The major in operations said it might be better if I told you. And I figured a drink." "We've got General Bonin coming in," said Scroll briskly. "I guess you already know that Captain Fairbrother is the General's son." Kinselberg nodded. Scroll finished his whiskey and held the glass up to get the final drip of it. When he put it down, he said, "We'd better get on the ball. Kinselberg, by tomorrow morning, maybe even tonight, we'll have a new commanding officer breathing down our necks. That's the policy, you know. They don't give anyone a chance to get broody about casualties like this. I'll find that regulation about press contingents, sir. Shall I draft a memo for the PR officer? Or would you rather keep it to something you mention in the officers' club?" "I told him not to go today," said Scroll. "I pleaded with him. He needed a rest. He's too damned exhausted to fly." There was the sound of someone entering Sergeant Kinselberg's office. "Who's that?" said the sergeant, and Corporal Walker appeared in the doorway. He was hatless, and there was oil on his trousers and stains on his jacket. "What is it?" said Kinselberg in a voice indicating disapproval. "Corporal Walker of the medical section. I have a message for Colonel Scroll." "What is it?" said Scroll. He recognized the corporal who had been assisting Doc Goldman at the accident. "Captain Goldman's compliments," said Walker, "and I'm to tell you that we won't get Captain Fairbrother released from that wreckage before the group's due back. How is he?" "You're asking me, sir," said Walker. There was no insolence or insubordination in his voice, but Scroll recognized immediately the demeanor of the well-paid civilian who volunteered to fight for his country but wanted to have that amateur status acknowledged in any dealings with authority. Colonel Scroll had always found it expedient to adjust to such informality wherever possible. "Sure, I'm asking you," said Scroll. "You're a trained medic, aren't you? I doubt Captain Fairbrother will last the night. Colonel, I think he's hurt real bad." He held out his hand with fingers splayed, like a farmer watching a handful of soil fall away. "That motor hit him with enough force to break the seat, and that requires a lot of force. He's in shock. And with multiple abdominal injuries. You or I would have died of the shock within minutes. He's young and he's strong, but it's not enough." He looked down at his hand and then up at Colonel Scroll. "Statistically, abdominal wounds are more often fatal than even head injuries. Did Captain Goldman mention the idea of contacting the medical staff over at Narrowbridge? They have a big base hospital for the bomber groups. And those B-17s are bringing back bad casualties almost every mission these days. There's nothing those folks at Narrowbridge can teach Doc Goldman," said Walker. "Once we get the captain out, he'll operate right away." Colonel Scroll decided that it would be unwise to interfere in this matter. Quite apart from the military procedures and the chain of command of Army medical services, there was the special relationship between doctor and patient. Any layman fool enough to interfere with that could wind up with the whole medical profession at his throat. "Well, Captain Goldman is probably the best judge of that," said Scroll. "Ask him to phone me when he can spare a moment. There'll be a visitor for Captain Fairbrother. He's on his way now." "He sure as hell better hurry," said Walker. "March out," said Sergeant Kinzelberg. "And next time you come into the Colonel's office, make sure you're properly dressed. Nothing says medics got some special rights to go around without hats." Scroll went across to his desk and finished his sandwich. There was the English girl, Victoria something. Tarrant thought she looked pregnant. Tarrant was a pain in the arse, but he was no idiot. And last week, at the bar, Jamie Fairbrother had casually raised the question of officers getting permission to marry. Kinzelberg's phone rang and he heard his clerk grunting and okaying to someone. But suppose he sent for the girl, Victoria Cooper. That was the name. Suppose he found her and sent for her, and then discovered that General Bonin didn't know about her, or disapproved of her, or wanted her ordered off the base. Maybe he should go over to the wreck. If Fairbrother was conscious and asking for the girl, it would be easier to decide. "That was operations again," said Kinzelberg. Colonel Scroll had been staring right through him. "Is that right?" said Scroll. "They're on their way back. Major Tucker is leading and Lieutenant Morse has taken the 199th Squadron. The heavies were badly hit. We lost 5 in addition to the Colonel. Could be more. The Krauts are fighting all the way. Ever had the feeling, Kinzelberg, that you shouldn't have got out of bed this morning?" Kinzelberg knew what was expected of him. He tried to smile. "You want me to give any kind of message to the GEO, sir?" Scroll continued to look out the window as if he might find some solution there. "About dragging the wreck away." Kinzelberg waited patiently. After a pause, Scroll said, "General Bonin will be here soon. There's a car waiting at Narrowbridge. He'll be the ranking officer. The group could land at Narrowbridge too, sir. Sounds like our boys are going to arrive shot up and low on gas. Are we going to hand them a navigation exercise and a new landing pattern?" It wasn't a question for Kinzelberg to answer. Scroll went on. "All the groups hereabouts are in the air today. Narrowbridge will be expecting their own ships. Big ships that have taken a worse licking, some of them carrying dead and dying. And look at that weather. Half the fields in southern England are socked in already. It's a tough decision, sir, and whatever I do will be wrong." Scroll muttered, "I know the General well enough to be sure of that. Someone will have to bulldoze the wreck, sir. If you don't give the order, General Bonin will have to. It's his son, like Colonel Dan told us, and General Bonin won't dare leave him there and prejudice the whole group. The press are swarming everywhere these days. They'd be sure to find out, and if they did, they'd crucify him." Scroll turned to face his sergeant. "So what can I do to him?" Kinzelberg. His tone was shrill. The anger of a man on the defensive. "Shall I tell General Bonin to go away again? Do I insist on retaining command here because I've got the sort of operational experience needed for this kind of decision?" "No, sir," said Kinzelberg in the curt, emotionless voice that is the enlisted man's only refuge from those in authority. "Thanks." "Kinzelberg," said Scroll. "Now just tell Major Tarrant that we're expecting the General sometime soon. I expect the gate to be properly manned, and his men ready with the proper military courtesies. Brigadier General Alexander J. Bonin." There was a moon, but it gave only enough light to throw a little silver dust onto the outlines of the hangars and the parked planes. There was no sound except for the occasional plane on its lonely errand, and the sound of the steeple-thaxted church clock that could only be heard on nights like this when the wind was from the west. There were 4 men in the small white room of the base hospital. Corporal Walker had taken extra duty in place of the theatre orderly who'd worked all afternoon. He wore a white cotton coat and sat on the chair by the bed, reading from a pile of Yank magazines that were on the bedside table. Lieutenant Morse was grimy-faced and his long hair was disheveled. He'd been there since debriefing. His shirt sleeves were rolled up and he'd taken off his tie. He'd eased his shoes off and rested his head back against the wall, so that sometimes he dozed off to sleep and woke up with a disconcerting grunt or snort. General Bonin was still wearing his fully buttoned jacket and sitting upright on a hard chair very near to the bed. He had arranged it so that he was facing his son, from whom his eyes never wandered. At 3 a.m., Captain Goldman came quietly into the room as he had done every hour, almost as if to accompany the chiming of the church clock. Goldman looked as if he'd just climbed out of bed. He ignored the other men except for a quick glance at Corporal Walker. He checked Fairbrother's pulse and listened to his breathing. Then he put a hand on the unconscious flyer's forehead to feel if the skin was cold and clammy. It was, and that wasn't a good sign. This time, when Captain Goldman left the room, General Bonin followed him into the kitchen. If Goldman was aware of Bonin behind him, he gave no sign of it until he poured the coffee. Then he held up a plain white mug and said, "Want some?" "No, thanks." "Captain?"
So it was Captain, thought Goldman, usually a sign that someone was going to pull rank on him. He poured himself a large cup of black coffee from the flask and sipped from it, then opened up the biscuit tin, hoping to find a donut. But the tin was empty. "You didn't take his blood pressure this time," said Bonin. "Just the pulse," said Goldman. "It's my son in there," said Bonin desperately. "Am I supposed to stand around watching you drink coffee and let him die? There's nothing more I can do for him, General. So I'll get someone over here from Wing. I'll talk to the medical services in London. Maybe the British have specialists. I understand how you feel, sir, but your son's chances of recovery would not be increased by that. Moving him would be out of the question. And I really don't believe there's any specialist who would do anything other than what's already been done here."
"And what exactly has been done here?" Bonin found it impossible to keep the hostility out of his voice, although he tried hard. "How much medicine do you understand?" The doctor's question and the way he asked it confirmed all General Bonin's most bitter prejudices. No one, it seemed, was permitted to ask questions, let alone get a proper answer, unless they were a member of this elite. "I'm not a physician, Captain Goldman, but I want an answer just the same. I understand how you feel. General, do you have a son? An only son? Who's near to death in the next room?" Goldman shook his head. He picked up an alarm clock and a newspaper folded tightly to reveal a half-finished crossword puzzle. "I want an answer, Captain." Goldman looked Bonin in the eye and spoke mechanically. "My primary incisions into the abdominal cavity showed very bad hemorrhaging. I was working with local anesthesia because the patient was so weak. I injected the peritoneum, the tissue that covers the intestine and holds it in the abdomen. Then I sutured 3 wounds of the mesentery and 5 wounds of the intestine. And I trimmed and treated some other less serious damage. Finally, I closed the abdominal cavity and worked on the cuts on the abdominal wall." Goldman sipped his coffee and shuddered at the bitterness of it. "I've been through the whole thing in my mind, but I don't see that anything more or anything different could have been done for the patient." "And where are you going now?" "I'm going along the hall to the night duty room. I'm setting the alarm clock to wake me up well within the hour so I can come back to look at the captain." "Are you the only doctor they have here?" "There are 2 of us at present, so we're taking 12-hour duty shifts. There's a field order in, the lights are still on across there in operations, and that's a sure sign tomorrow's mission will be a big one. I've got a kid down the hall with an ulcer that's not responding to treatment, and an abscess case that's keeping the night staff busy." Both men were angry. Each felt he was the victim of a system that did not tolerate outsiders. General Bonin poured himself a cup of coffee and, interpreting this as a dismissal, Goldman left the room. Bonin sipped the hot coffee standing by the sink, looking at the shiny white mugs upturned on the draining board and at the handwritten notices about switching off the fan and the water heater. He didn't hear Walker come into the room, and he was startled when the corporal suddenly spoke. "You were out of line there." "General," said Walker. He spoke quietly as men do speak at night. "What do you mean?" "Dr. Goldman shouldn't be spoken to that way." "Why not, Corporal?" Walker put up a hand to press his aching neck muscles. He was tired. Very tired. Or he wouldn't have spoken to a general in this way. He's the best. That's why. Doc Goldman graduated with honors from Johns Hopkins. His father is a professor of surgery and consultant surgeon at 4 or 5 New York hospitals. Doc turned down a chief surgeon's post and a big salary to get into the war. Last month, the bomber group surgeons at Narrowbridge had Doc over there to do some tricky surgery they couldn't handle. General Bonin wasn't convinced yet. If he's really that good, he should be at one of the big base hospitals. He wants to get into the fight. He wants to get into an infantry outfit. Goldman is Jewish. His uncle was a top surgeon in Frankfurt until the Nazis sent him to a concentration camp. Goldman's at war with the Nazis. A personal kind of war. He doesn't need you to tell him to do his best when he's fighting to save the life of some kid who's been out there killing Germans. Goldman would have cut off his own right arm this afternoon if that would have improved your boy's chances. The wreck had to be moved, said Bonin. There was no alternative. I've got kids myself, said Walker. I pray every night that this lousy war ends before they get drafted. It should have been done before I got here, said Bonin. Everyone knew it would have to be moved, but they left it to me to give the order. Walker looked at him, but showed no sign of sympathy, and this angered Bonin. What the hell do you people know about me and my boy? You stand there in judgment, but how can you know what it cost me? If I'd left him out there, you would have called it reckless. Because I cleared the runway, you think I've got no feelings. Back home, you've got your kids. Corporal, you saw them grow up. Good. I'm happy for you, but I lost my son while he was growing up. I lost him the day I went down to see him off on the train. I bought him an ice cream and told him some jokes to make him laugh and told him to love his new father the way he'd always loved me. I lost him then, Corporal. Because his mother took him away and poisoned his mind against me so that I never got him back again. I watched the train move off and he waved all the way till he was out of sight, and I went back to an empty apartment and got very drunk for the first time in my life. When your child had measles or mumps, you could bring him candy and hold his hand. When Jamie was sick, I got arid little notes from his mother telling me not to send him presents because it upset him. Did you ever have someone return a toy airplane and a book about Lincoln to you because they were militaristic and not the kind of thing she wants to influence her son? Do you know how many times I traveled 3,000 miles across the country in order to spend just a few minutes with my son? Do you know what it cost me today? Well, before you answer, Corporal, let me tell you what you can't even guess. So don't lecture me about how to fight the war. And I don't need your advice on fatherhood either. You should try and get some sleep. General, said Corporal Walker, no one can go on forever without sleep. There'll be time enough, said Bonin. Fairbrother had only a few minutes of consciousness, and they came soon after General Bonin had spoken with Goldman and Walker. He was all alone with his son. Corporal Walker was changing the dressing on the abscess in the room along the hall, and Lieutenant Morse was in the washroom, and Bonin was grateful that there was no one else present. He held his hand as he used to hold it when Jamie was small. We'll make it, Jamie. You and me. Just like in the old days, remember? But Fairbrother's mind was wandering. He was in the air. I should have stuck with the element leader. That's a wingman's job. Jamie, son, your dad's here. Mickey Mouse? Mickey Mouse? He smiled. Is that you? Did you shake them off, M.M.? Everything is fine, Jamie, said Bonin, putting a hand on his son's forehead. The skin was cold and clammy, and the breathing quick and shallow. Everything's fine. M.M., M.M., listen to me. M.M., you've got to listen. I'm listening, said Bonin. The hell with all of them. You go ahead. With Vera, you do what you think is right. What about your dad? Said Bonin. I can't hold formation. Jamie Bone. I'm trying. But she never was a good ship. You were right about that. Jamie, listen to me. It's your father. Goodbye, Mickey Mouse. And thanks. No need to worry. I'll glide to the coast. Tell Vicky I'm gliding to the coast. Fairbrother settled back comfortably into the pillows and smiled before closing his eyes again. Bonan looked round and found Lieutenant Morse standing by the bed. That ship should have been in a museum. General, but Jamie wouldn't change. He thought she was lucky for him. "Hey, he thought he was talking to you," Bonan told Morse. "He said to go ahead with Vera. Maybe you know what that means. Do what you think is right," he said. "I'm going to have to go soon. General, I'm on the board and it's going to be a tough one tomorrow. We lost the colonel yesterday. I'm leading the squadron." "I know," said Bonan. He'd given Major Tucker operational command of the group and sent a teleprinter signal requesting that Tucker be confirmed and promoted accordingly. He deeply resented the way that Tucker's first order had been to make Morse a squadron commander and restore him to flying duties with immediate effect, but Bonan didn't allow this resentment to show as he shook Morse by the hand. "Good luck, Lieutenant. Jamie had the best crew chief in the group. General, if there'd been any sign of trouble on that tire or the landing gear, Tex would have seen it. By the time you get back here, Jamie will be waving from the window," said Bonan. "I'll be getting along then. Goodbye, Mickey Mouse," said the General. Captain James Fairbrother went into a coma about 5 o'clock that morning and died at 9:33 as Lieutenant Morse was leading his squadron out for takeoff. 9:82. Mickey Morse was standing by the farm gate near the squadron dispersal. The gate secured by a rusty padlock. Rattled the gate, but it remained firmly blocking the way to his past. From here he could see the hut that had once been the 199th Squadron pilot's room. Rube, Earl and Jamie had been photographed with him sitting on the step. Now the hut was just a roofless skeleton, but there was a small concrete toilet nearby that remained as solid as ever. A new crop of wheat transformed the airfield, the wind making it ripple like a rolling green ocean, but the ocean parted and dull sunlight shone on the ridged concrete of the runway where Jamie Fairbrother's kibitzer had folded up. Victoria arrived with his overcoat. "Put this on, darling. You know what the doctor said about your getting a chill." They had both aged gracefully in the way that so often happens to couples who have enjoyed a lifetime of mutual love and respect. She'd put on a little weight around the hips, and Mickey had lost much of his hair. But they were recognizably the same people who'd been here long ago. "I was thinking about Madigan," said Mickey Morse. "He changed all our lives. You know, Vince Madigan." She buttoned up his new overcoat and tidied the woolen scarf round his neck. He liked to be fussed over despite his objections. Vera's husband shot Vince. But he should have shot me. They kept all that out of the newspapers, but that's what happened. We both know it. We've been all through that, Mickey. Darling, you promised. I think Vera saved my life. I think Vera told her husband Madigan was her boyfriend. I think she wanted to save my life. Poor Vera. I dreamed about her the other night. I suppose it was being back home in England again after all these years. I found myself thinking of her, that little colonel, with all the Hollywood double talk. He arrived on the base even before I'd heard about Vera being killed. He told me about the double murder, and Reg Hardcastle's suicide. A crime passionnel, he called it. He ordered me to go on leave. And you came to find me in Wales and told me about Jamie. I guessed you were pregnant that night when Tucker did his dance routine. By the following morning, he'd taken over the group and been promoted to colonel. It's funny how I never liked Tucker at the beginning. Something seemed to change him when he took over. My mother tried to get me to Scotland to have the baby. You would never have found me there. You cried when I asked you to marry me. You didn't ask me to marry you. You said we ought to get married. Same thing, isn't it? She hugged him. Of course it is. Everything happened because of Madigan. You met Jamie. I met you. I met Vera. Everything started with that dumb ox, Madigan. No. Poor Vince and his Mozart records and that sexy voice he sometimes forgot to put on. He told me he was always unlucky in love. Mickey Morse snorted. He told everyone that. It was his regular spiel. He'd half-turned to look at the big bus containing other members of the 220th Fighter Group Association tour.
It had driven along the perimeter track and was waiting for them. Old Tarrant is getting out and coming over here. What's he want? Be nice to him, darling. He's writing the reunion up for the association newsletter. He's taking it very seriously. Tarrant was the biggest gold brick on the base. No one liked him. Some nerve he's got taking over the newsletter. Harry Tarrant had become a plump, red-faced man. He had a ballpoint pen and loose-leaf notebook poised as he reached them. It was hard to reconcile this genial figure with the hard-eyed military policeman Morse had so disliked. Tarrant was wearing a short red plaid jacket, slacks and white shoes, and white. On his head there was a floppy red hat that advertised the security company for which he worked. Tarrant smiled at Mickey. "It's a real pleasure to have you and Mrs. Morse along on this trip." Morse greeted this compliment with glacial indifference. "It's been wonderfully well organized," said Victoria. Tarrant nodded to her. We try," he said modestly. "I'm getting some notes together for the newsletter next month," he explained while writing Morse at the top of the page. "What have you got so far?" said Morse, turning to see the notes. "Did you know that Tex Gill, one of the crew chiefs, got to be full colonel before he retired in 1975? "Yeah, I knew that." Tarrant smiled very briefly and then consulted his notebook. "Duke Scroll was hoping to join us, but his wife is sick. He was vice president of a big airline until he retired last year. He's trying to persuade us to have the next convention in Palm Beach, near where he lives."
"I would have thought he could get cheap airline tickets," said Mickey Morse.
"I wouldn't know about that," said Tarrant awkwardly. He glanced at Victoria and smiled sympathetically. "And Tucker? He'll be there tomorrow at the ceremony. He got a star before he retired. Did you hear about that?" Tarrant had stepped into cow dung and now he was wiping his shoe on the lower bar of the gate. "We all thought he'd get one before the war ended," said Morse. "He might have done it too, except that he took over the group instead of getting a staff job at headquarters. It's hard to think of Tucky as a general," said Tarrant. "He always comes to the reunions, and he's always full of fun. You'll see tomorrow, Mrs. Morse. He's the life and soul of the party." He wrote Tucker Career in his book. Of course he wasn't always full of fun. It took him a little while to find his feet, didn't it, Mickey? "Tucker turned out tops," said Morse. He remembered the day the Germans surrendered.
Tucker left his office and came across to find MM in his quarters. He came in all alone, closed the door, and produced a bottle of scotch. He poured 2 drinks in silence and handed one to MM. Finally, Tucker just said, "We made it, MM." The others had all gone by that time, dead, injured, or finished their tour of duty. Tucker and MM finished the bottle together and ended up drunk in a ditch after falling off Tucker's bicycle. "Tucker's a good guy," said MM. "What happened to the doctor?" said Victoria. "He was nice to me." "I remember." "I guess you mean Captain Goldman," said Tarrant. "His name is on the officers' roster, but the association was never able to contact him, by a lucky chance. I found out about him yesterday from Mr. Walker, the very dignified-looking guy with the diamond stick pin. He owns 4 drugstores in Chicago." "Do you remember him, MM? And did you see him arrive at the airport in a limo with his own driver? It's hard to believe the guy was just a corporal medic, eh?" He flipped through his notes. "Yes, here we are. Goldman. He was transferred to a surgical team that went into Omaha Beach on D-Day. Goldman was killed when a mortar shell hit the tent they were using as an operating theater." Tarrant beat a tattoo on his notebook with his pen, which also bore an advertisement for his security company. "You'll be at the ceremony tomorrow. At the lunch, Bobby Baxter will formally take over as president of the association." "Bobby Baxter?" Morse laughed scornfully. "The guy who flew as Tucker's wingman? President? That creep wasn't with the group more than 10 minutes. I was right there when he took to his shoot over Munich, or Brunswick, or some damn place. Baxter spent his war in a POW camp. I remember the way Tucker was always getting cards from the guy asking if we'd send him cigarettes and candy. Baxter. Tarrant waited patiently. He already knew MM's views on Baxter's suitability for high office. He smiled, but not so broadly as to be disloyal to the new president. Bobby has been really active in the association. Mickey, last year he cancelled the second week of his vacation and came all the way back from Hawaii just to be with us in New Orleans, and he's at every meeting. Did anyone ever get word of my wingman, Rube Wine? I tried everything. Mickey, we put a notice in the Retired Officers Association publication, and I wrote to Washington and to his old addresses. You should have written to Berlin, said Morse. My guess is that Rube never got as far as a POW cage. Those Krauts got him just the way Rube said they would. Tarrant shifted uncomfortably. Well, let's not jump to conclusions, MM. We have some German veterans at the lunch and presentation tomorrow. Don't tell me not to make waves, Tarrant, when you were busy booking some poor dog face for having too many beers. Those bastards were trying to kill me. Victoria took his arm and tugged at him to signal that he was being difficult. Tarrant tapped his notebook and said, "And what about you good people? I didn't get my book out to talk about the others. Let's have a little background on you." Tarrant held his Olympus camera up to frame a photo of them against the background of the old dispersal hut. "You're the top ace of the group. You're more famous than any of us." Tarrant's voice was muffled as he held the camera close to his face. "My eldest was reading an aviation magazine the other day, but..." And I looked over his shoulder and saw your picture. I told him, "That's a real close buddy of mine." And he could hardly believe it, and don't scowl. Let's have a happy picture.
Ding! Kinselberg's more famous than I'll ever be, said Morse. Ha ha! said Tarrant. Is that the one who got 20 years? Said Victoria. The one who was in the newspaper. The judge said he'd milked nearly $1 million out of that bank, said Morse. Now, was Kinselberg the one who had the crap game? Are you losing your mind? Tarrant. Kinselberg was the exec sergeant clerk. Tough-looking bastard with a scar on his face. Wouldn't give you the time of day unless he checked it back with records. Boyer was the man you were always after. Boyer. Boyer! Boyer! Tarrant snapped his fingers. How could I forget that name? Duke Scroll made my life hell about Sergeant Boyer and his crap games. Trouble was, every time I caught that in action, I'd find Colonel Dan there with him, holding the dice. Morse laughed, or Boyer never joined the association.
I wrote to him a few times and he told me he was the superintendent of an apartment house looking out over Hilo Bay in Hawaii, but I got someone to look him up on vacation and they said it looked like he owned the place. He's made enough dough. I'd reckon. Now back to you two, said Tarrant, having closed his camera case carefully. I'm right in saying you're English, Mrs. Morse, that you two met here while Mickey was flying missions? Victoria nodded. Encouraged. Tarrant said, "And MM was already a contender for top-scoring ace in the Air Force when you got married?" "Yes," said Victoria. "I spoiled that, I'm afraid. Mickey proposed and we got permission to marry and a leave of absence. It was all arranged by a colonel named Shelley, but by the time our honeymoon was over, someone had bettered the Rickenbacker score and a pilot in the Pacific was in the news. And I see from the records that you are a consultant to Bonin and Morse Electronics and Leisure, Incorporated." Tarrant looked at Mickey's custom-made overcoat and at Victoria's expensive clothes and said, "Sounds like you had it made right from the start. Now, all this will be written up properly by Fred Fryer, who used to be with the PR office. He's a professional writer. I'm just taking notes for him. Did you study electronics under the GI Bill?" "Business management," said MM, "but I never finished. I was too dumb for college." "Rubbish," said Victoria. "My wife graduated from Cambridge University." "Write that down," said Morse, and Tarrant did so. "Mickey left college to earn more money to look after me and little Jamie," said Victoria. "So don't believe any nonsense about him being a dropout. Just the one child named James, have I got that right? People get mad if I get the names wrong. We wanted more, said Morse. Victoria took his hand and squeezed it affectionately. Mickey became the manager of a small company manufacturing motor cruisers. He earned enough to put Jamie through Harvard and then MIT. There was a boom in small boats, explained Morse. Wasn't there something about your son inventing a camera? I'm a pretty expert photographer myself. So I noticed that name in one of the photo books. That's your son? The handsome young man with his wife sitting just behind the driver. Jamie built a neutron radiography camera, a special sort of X-ray machine that can show tissue differences. That was the machine that launched our company. So who is Bonan? Said Tarrant. The guy who put up the dough. A distant relative, said Morse. He bankrolled us. All his stock was left to our Jamie after he died, but we keep his name on the shingle. It's a sort of thank you, and it's been lucky for us. It sure sounds like it, said Tarrant. Say, how does your company handle its security? That's not my department, said Morse. Well, let me give you one of these anyway, said Tarrant, passing him a business card that showed Tarrant as Manager, New Business Department. Morse pushed it into his pocket with no more than a glance. Tell me, Tarrant, why did you bring us over to England at this time of year? I haven't been really warm since we arrived at the airport. Don't these lousy hotels have any heat? We get a good deal on the airplane tickets and the hotel rooms when we schedule the reunion out of season. Mickey, a lot of members wouldn't be able to come unless we kept the cost rock bottom. Poor old Kevin Phelan had to borrow the money for the trip this year. He's told everybody that. So I'm not breaking a confidence. The driver of the bus touched his horn, and Tarrant looked at his watch. We'd better get back to the others. We've got quite a schedule. He looked at his notes and read from them as they walked. Gymnastic display by the local Boy Scouts, an exhibition of model aircraft at the village hall, a visit to one of the most historic college buildings in Cambridge, tea and sandwiches at Steeple Thaxted, and a formal speech of welcome by the mayor, back to the hotel to freshen up. And then dinner at the King's Head in Lower Collingwood. He looked up and smiled proudly. Sounds okay, said Mickey Morse. On the wall of a ruined building, Victoria saw a freshly painted slogan. No nukes, Yanks go home. She kept her arm linked in MM's and pretended she hadn't seen it.